welcome. Welcome to day one of the two-day second Urban Resilience Asia Pacific Conference, URAP2. My name is David Sanderson. I'm from the University of New South Wales here in Sydney, and it's a real thrill to greet you all and to welcome you to our event. But before anything else, I'd like to start with the acknowledgement of country that is customary in Australia. I would like to acknowledge the Gadigal and Bejigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the land on which UNSW Kensington campus sits. I pay my respects to the elders past, present and future who hold the memories, traditions, culture and hopes of Indigenous Australia. I would also like to extend that acknowledgement to all Indigenous people with us today. Well, as we all know, these are strange times with COVID across the world, and ideally we would all have met in person and had a bigger, very enjoyable event here in Sydney, as we did 2 years ago with some 150 people from around the world. But you know what? Being online means it's completely free. Anyone can attend, and we're hoping for a lot of interest in this event. And you can join us eating your breakfast, eating your lunch, sitting in your gym jams, all dressed up, whatever you want to be as part of this big online event. All sessions are being recorded and will be made available. And we really hope you enjoy it, you find it useful, informative, and can use any of the recordings. I'm incredibly excited about this event, and I really am. We have some 70 presenters from across the world joining us, and they're from, I forget the numbers, 14, 15 universities, a similar number of think tanks, from a large number of international and local non-governmental organizations, from city authorities, from the World Bank, the Asian Development Bank, UN Habitat, ARUP, Microsoft. It's a real bringing together of people who are committed to and interested in the themes of urban resilience in Asia, Pacific, and beyond. The lessons and issues we're discussing go beyond that particular region and those countries in that region. We have three themes at URAP2, which are broad but deliberate. The first theme is readiness for crises, so-called natural disasters, climate change, and also security issues. We are touching a little bit on crisis and conflict as well, readiness. We're talking about security and protection and nations and how we protect people in a country, but also collaborate and are truly international. And thirdly, and very much the topic for lots of sessions today and for our plenary session today, relating to transparency and the role of which corruption plays and to what degree it plays in worsening disasters and other crises. A little understood, but actually extraordinarily important part of the story. I should say the organizations who have been closely involved in developing this conference are Harvard Humanitarian Initiative, HHI, ARUP, SEEDS India, and the Australian Pacific Security College at Australian National University. And it's been our total privilege to engage with our friends and colleagues in those organizations. So back to today's opening plenary session. It's very much transparency, that's the topic as I said. And the title for this morning's session is actually, This is not a disaster, it's a crime scene. We're looking at transparency, accountability, disasters, and urban resilience. And that phrase, this is not a disaster, it's a crime scene, is attributed to a very senior person working in this area in Asia who we'll be hearing from later today in Anshu Sharma's session. So to discuss these two issues, I genuinely could not think of two better people to come and be our keynotes, our opening plenary speakers. And I'll just introduce them before asking them to take the screen. The first is Serena Lillywhite. Serena has had a 20-year career in responsible business conduct and is an experienced practitioner, researcher, and advocate. Serena is well known for her work on the social dimensions of international business, particularly governance, corruption, human rights, labor rights, resettlement, and gender. Serena has lived and worked in China and Cambodia, among other countries, and has also had an extensive career in the education sector. Serena is currently CEO of Transparency International Australia, and we're very lucky to have Serena, especially given how busy this week is. We were just chatting now with various different conferences going on, and Serena's pretty much booked out every day this week, speaking around the world while being based in Melbourne, which is quite the trick that we're all learning at the moment. The second presenter, it's my real privilege to introduce this morning, known to many of us, Dr. Ronak Patel, sitting in California right now. Ronak Patel founded and leads the Urbanization and Resilience Program at the Harvard Humanitarian Initiative. RONAC's work focuses primarily on the challenges and opportunities presented by rapid urbanization for the health and well-being of vulnerable populations. RONAC works with community-based organizations and aid agencies to collect data and implement projects for marginalized populations. In addition to numerous publications and presentations, he has led or participated on multiple expert working groups to develop policies and programs for reducing urban vulnerability and building resilience. RONAC, and if that wasn't enough, RONAC's also an emergency room physician. I don't know how he does it, but we're very grateful to have him here for this session, and in fact for the session after this, to unpack some of the lessons and issues emerging from this plenary. So I think that's enough from me. I'd like to hand over to you, RONAC. The format for this morning is I've requested each of our presenters to talk for as long as they like, but something like 10 to 12, 15 minutes, one after the other, and then we'll have some conversation. I'm sorry to say we can't take questions from the audience just for technical reasons, but we'll have conversation between the three of us, and I hope we touch on many of the issues that you may find interesting. RONAC, over to you.
Well, thank you. Thanks, David. I'm also excited for this conference as well. I think what you just described is set up for a wonderful 2 days. I want to be brief in my remarks. I just want to help set our discussion up by talking about how corruption engenders risk, undermines resilience, and leads to the disaster impacts that we observe. And then I'll hand it over to Serena and we can have a discussion about these issues. So if I have control of the slide presentation now, Ethan? What you see here on this first slide on the left is a representation of two earthquakes, very similar magnitude, 7.2, the 1995 Kobe earthquake, and a 7.0, the 2010 earthquake near Port-au-Prince, both next to very dense, large cities, but with vastly different number of deaths, right? Just over 5,000 in Kobe compared to over 200,000 in Haiti. This analysis goes on to try to model the number of expected deaths there would be at various intensities of earthquake based on a corruption score. And so the more corrupt you are as a country, the higher expected death rate from earthquakes. And that's an exponential rise that you see. But you could say there are lots of differences between these two, right? It's not just corruption that may have led to this difference in impact and difference in the number of deaths. So how can we do a better analysis? So over on the right, you have another analysis that looks at countries that have a similar level of economic development and poverty, because that's the one that stands out, right? When you compare the Kobe earthquake to the Port-au-Prince, that perhaps it had to do with the amount of poverty and economic development of those two cities. But many places have very similar corruption scores, despite having differences in their level of economic development and poverty. So even countries that should be expected to do better, that should have a lower earthquake fatality rate, seem to have a higher earthquake fatality rate that correlates more closely with corruption rather than that level of development or poverty. But it's not just about earthquakes. Here, you have a mapping of all sorts of natural disaster risk compared to corruption. And it correlates pretty closely. If you look at the political corruption index, the worse you score there tends to give your country a higher risk of natural disaster risk, which is understandable, right? It's not just earthquakes. We tend to find that in the literature or talk about that the most because it seems to have the most direct causal relationship. It's the most obvious one, a collapsing building with shaking ground. But think about all the manner in which risk is engendered in these cities, just from site planning, putting a settlement in an area that's low-lying in a coastal zone, prone to flooding, or a landslide-prone slope, or the density that allows a lot of fires to spread, to broader things like disaster preparedness and planning that may be corrupt, even the critical infrastructure that we rely on, all vulnerable to all sorts of naturally induced disasters. So that level of corruption engenders the risk not just to earthquakes, but a whole host of natural disasters. So we wanted to look at that a little further. And many of you may be familiar with the World Risk Report. They create this thing called the World Risk Index, a quantitative score on the risk of various countries. And they do a thorough job. And if you're a nerd like me, you've flipped over to this equation. But if you haven't, here it is. And you can see the number of things and factors they put in to develop that score of risk. Some of the things we just talked about, things like poverty and dependencies and economic capacity and distribution, things that might correlate to how risk-prone a country is to these disasters. Now, corruption is also in here if you can find it, but it's relegated to this very small area in the government and authorities and coping section, right on the middle right there. And that's a common thing we find, that corruption has sometimes more related to that response and the ability to cope with a disaster. But the truth is, and as we just talked about, it's woven into the fabric of these cities all over the place in this risk score, in all over these factors. Just like we said, in exposure and where you plan settlements, to the dependencies, to your infrastructure, specifically public infrastructure, as well as the response. But if that were true, and corruption belonged in all of these factors and engendered that risk overall, then it should independently correlate with that risk score. So we wanted to do that analysis and see what that showed. And here I must thank Daniel Weller, who provided us the raw data from the World Risk Report, and Kelsey Gleason, a colleague whom you'll hear from in the next presentation and panel, who helped run the analysis. If you take out corruption from that World Risk Report Index, from that calculation, and use it as an independent variable down here on the x-axis, and you compare that to the World Risk Report Index score, it has a very strong correlation with risk. Now, this is key because this is controlling for all of these other factors that we thought about should contribute to risk. So in that very first slide, when you could think about all the differences between Kobe, Japan, and Port-au-Prince, Haiti, that would lead to disaster impacts, when we exactly control for many of those factors that produce risk, corruption still very strongly correlates with that risk. And that's something that's very ripe for more research. In the last few minutes, I want to make a very important point. As David said, the title of this panel and presentation is that this is not a disaster, it's a crime scene. But we should be very clear about what kind of crime that is, specifically when we look at those impacts, because the impacts of corruption are not equitable, right? As these quotes state, it is the poor and more vulnerable, the people that have less power, that tend to be the most affected. And that happens on a both macro and micro scale. So the benefits of corruption, if you can talk about it as one of the impacts, are mostly enjoyed by those that are wealthy or have the means to control that power, right? It's an abuse of entrusted power. While the consequences are largely borne and disproportionately borne by those that have less power, are less included, and more poor. The urban poor feel that greater. And at that micro level, the wealthy can inculcate themselves from some of that corruption-induced risk, right? Even though the critical infrastructure is an impact on everyone, they may have forms of compensation, private services that they can rely on that protect them from that. At a macro level, wealthier cities and wealthier systems have the resources to compensate for corruption-induced risk with a more well-resourced response and planning, right? So they can hide that corruption better. But in these poor systems and cities, and at a micro level within these poor urban populations, those impacts are borne out disproportionately. That comes up in study after study, in disaster after disaster. When you look at things that are cyclical, even like in the top left corner, the impacts of Typhoon Haiyan and successive typhoons, to things like the Rana Plaza disaster in the lower left corner of 2013 in Bangladesh for garment workers. Next to that, the fire just a few years ago in Mumbai, and a chemical explosion at a plant in Tianjin, China in 2015. Those consequences are spread out. So when we talk about this being a crime scene, it's not just a financial crime. It's much worse than that. This becomes a very important social justice issue, given that the benefits are borne and enjoyed by the wealthy, where the impacts are mostly borne by the poor. So I just wanted to present some of these few findings from our research and looking at how well corruption correlates with risk and those impacts to help us launch our discussion. And I'll leave it over to you, Serena, to take over.
Thank you very much for that, Ronak. A really great presentation that I really enjoyed. I'd certainly like to thank the University of New South Wales and particularly David for this invitation, and indeed all the supporters of the conference for the invitation to be here at the second URAP conference. like David started out, I'm joining you from Melbourne in Australia, and I'm actually on the lands of the Wurundjeri people and peoples of the Kulin Nations, and I'd like to pay my respect to the traditional owners, both past, present, and emerging from the land that I'm meeting with you on this morning. So this topic, this is not a disaster, it's a crime scene, is very apt, because the reality is that corruption is a crime that lies at the very heart of some of the world's worst disasters that we've seen, disaster reconstruction projects, and indeed infrastructure for urban planning, as Ronak mentioned. And the Transparency International definition of corruption it's pretty simple and it's all encompassing. It's the abuse of entrusted power for personal and political gain. And as Ronak touched on, certainly over the 25 years that Transparency International has been working around the world, it really confirms that corruption disproportionately impacts the most marginalised in our community, with women and girls bearing the brunt of the impacts of corruption. And that's because corruption is not gender neutral. And we also know that there's this very strong nexus between corruption and human rights violations. So countries that are corruption prone are also likely to have a very poor record with regards to human rights. And then, of course, this is further exacerbated in countries that are prone to conflict, prone to natural disasters, and indeed post-conflict and post-disaster reconstruction. And in this time of the COVID pandemic, we also know that the impacts of both disasters and pandemics, of course, impact on the most marginalised first. So this morning, I just wanted to focus my opening comments on three areas. One, how corruption actually contributes and can cause disasters. Secondly, corruption in the context of disaster reconstruction. And then thirdly, in the context of the role of corruption in infrastructure, in urbanisation and our normal urban planning. So firstly, in the context of causing and contributing to disasters, I really want to pick up on this point around the examples around earthquakes and buildings, for example. Ronak's given a number of examples from Haiti and Kobe, but even if you think back to the Sichuan province earthquake in 2008, you know, that magnitude 8 earthquake toppled buildings and more than 5,000 children were killed when the schools collapsed. And it's a widely held view that the schools crumbled so easily because of corruption, because of mismanagement that led to, you know, shoddy construction methods, poor buildings that were not up to standard, and materials that, as in building materials, you know, concrete and steel and so on, that were meant for school construction projects, were actually sold off by the contractors for their personal gain, and also reportedly local officials and businessmen siphoning off the public money that was allocated for the constructions of schools in this very mountainous area of Sichuan province. So while the quake was clearly a natural disaster, much of the destruction and many of the deaths could have been avoided, again reinforcing that it's not just a natural disaster, it was in fact a crime scene. So this bad urban planning in terms of how and where the schools were built, unenforced building codes, generally poor construction, all added to the devastation. You know, construction companies actually bribing the local officials in order to win the contract to build the schools. And then, of course, watering down and using substandard building materials, particularly concrete. That's a well-known trick. You water down the concrete, you have very shonky, shoddy, poor quality concrete, and that helps keep the budget low. As coming from the same source as one of Ronak's slides, Embrace, there is a growing body of research concerning building collapses and earthquakes, which states that 83% of all deaths from building collapses following an earthquake, of course, occurred in countries that are above average in corruption and corruption prone. Similarly, just touching on the Rana Plaza garment factory disaster in Bangladesh, when that collapsed, more than about 1,100 workers were killed. Again, predominantly women. So again, touching on this, the gender, the gender implications of this, and in that particular case, a Bangladesh court found the owner of the factory guilty of corruption, and interestingly, he was a former ruling party official. So again, we get this whole element of politically exposed persons, the ruling elite, the powerful, being more often than not caught up in all of these corruption scandals increasingly involving in infrastructure. And the court found that he was had earned money well beyond his known sources and salary as an official, which is always a dead giveaway that there's corruption involved. And he and 17 others were charged with breaching building codes. So basically what happened was they paid off the building inspectors, they got false building codes and building certificates, and they literally just whacked another 3 floors on top of what was only designed to be a 6-story building. So when the fire started and the building collapsed, of course, the impact was devastating. Another example from Cambodia, in January of this year, yet another multi-story building under construction collapsed in Kep province in southern Cambodia, killing at least 36 people, including children. But this is the 3rd major building disaster in 8 months in Cambodia, and we know that the Cambodian construction sector is awash with widespread corruption, and that hand in hand with weak government enforcement of laws, unscrupulous business people cutting costs, the use again of substandard products, particularly concrete, and of course the poor worker standards, worker safety standards. So the other issue, and it goes back to this issue of sort of poverty, is that in most construction sites in Cambodia, like many other countries in the region, it's very usual for the workers and their families to sleep on site, often on the ground floor underneath the building as the building's going up. So when a building collapses, you then have this, added tragedy of this is people's homes as well in many cases. And I won't, for time, go on to mention the many other examples we could around dam failures in countries like Brazil and Uzbekistan, which have, all of these same kind of components or characteristics around, the issuing of false safety standards, bribes, and so on, involving construction contractors, operators, and government officials. My second point really relates to reconstruction after a disaster, whether it's an earthquake, whether it's a tsunami, whether it's a cyclone. So if we think of the Indian Ocean tsunami alone, 300,000 people dead, thousands of coastal communities destroyed. One estimate is that the cost of that recovery affecting the region was US $11.5 billion. So when you get that there is this need for long-term reconstruction after a disaster, it's particularly prone to corruption, because often there's this tendency to bypass the normal processes and contracting procedures. The usual due diligence doesn't happen because there's this sort of urgency. We've got to rebuild. We've got to get services in place. So. And that's a very true thing. There is an urgency to all of this. So somehow or other, though, there's got to be this sort of much smarter handling of how you address the immediacy and the urgency to rebuild, but also noting that very, the speed of that in itself kind of opens up this sort of Pandora's box of opportunities for bribery, corruption, fraud, embezzlement, with monies that were meant to go towards, and of course you've got large sums of money, swashing around, money's pouring in from all around the world for the reconstruction effort. And more often than not, there is, opaque contracting, and the accountability of how much money is coming in and what's actually being spent is usually very, very poor. So some just simple fiscal transparency and accountability is often lacking at these times. And again, that often means you get substandard buildings, inappropriately located roads and houses, commercial interests and opportunistic behaviour that can in fact result in people being forced off their land, land grabs and so on, in order to, all under the name of, this is part of the reconstruction that has to happen. So it's a real hot spot. And then finally, my final point relates to just infrastructure generally in the context of urbanisation and development. It is one of the most corruption-prone sectors that we know of, and without effective anti-corruption controls in place, then you find roads built to nowhere, bridges crumbling, environments damaged, communities displaced. And basically, people's lives are on the line when corruption gets a foothold in any form of infrastructure development. And there are many reasons why it's so corruption prone, and its context is different, is important. But I'll just touch on a couple of them for time. But certainly the complexity, and this really applies to all forms of infrastructure, whether it's in urbanisation or in reconstruction and disaster rebuilding, but just the sheer complexity and large scale of the projects, where we're talking about roads, rails, ports, energy grids, telecommunications, transport systems. They are big, complex projects to put in place, and of course, there are the complexity often means that there are vast amounts of money involved, large numbers of stakeholders, contractors, consultants, clients, investors, government departments, many different interests who all may seek and do seek to influence decisions, and also, may have their own vested interests that are not necessarily in the public interest. And when you have often this frequent use of third parties and agents, we know that's a real touch point for when corruption can get a foothold, when third parties or agents are involved to help secure contracts and so on. The use of public-private partnerships and blended financing can make responsibility and accountability very opaque. And then added to this is a sort of a lack of transparency regarding decisions on access to and use of land. So the whole issue of land grabs is very real. And the final 2 points as sort of broad characteristics would be, this challenge that we have when you have often poorly paid public servants. The public sector is ultimately poorly paid, which means that the temptation to take a bribe is pretty high. So if you're responsible for issuing a planning permit or a contract for an infrastructure project, and you're not even necessarily on a living wage in some countries as a public servant, the temptation to accept a bribe is pretty big if you're thinking how you're going to pay for your food for your family. And then, of course, in many of these countries, the whole issue of political patronage and kickbacks and unregulated political donations all adds to this sort of an industry that's too often characterised by undue influence, lobbying, special interest groups. And just my final point in the last minute is we also know that it's the very beginning of an infrastructure project that is most prone to corruption. And I don't mean the tendering and the procurement phase. It's actually before that. It's at the feasibility, the pre-feasibility and the design phase that's where, if corruption gets a foothold, the likelihood of that playing out right through the project life cycle is really high. And it's right at that beginning point that we see, you know, underbidding and overbidding, deals done to secure kickbacks and bribes further down the track, particularly with regards to the you know, figuring out what's it going to cost to build this bridge, and all these bribes and kickbacks are built into the budget financing. And you often, of course, also see, you know, cartel type behaviour at these early stages between the consultants, the clients, and contractors, and indeed government. So when all of that happens, you know, you have these infrastructure projects that, you know, often can result in white elephant type projects with little or no social benefit. You know, you've got the wrong infrastructure in the wrong place at the wrong time and for the wrong reasons. And that's where you get this sort of idea of bridges to nowhere. So, and of course, it hinders economic development, and too often infrastructure planning is not gender sensitive. So I might leave it at that and hand back to David to get the discussion underway for the next 20 minutes or so.
Thank you, Ronak. Thank you, Serena. I think we've heard a tour de force there. We've touched on many of the big shapes. We started with Ronak giving the evidence for the correlations of disasters and corruption and poverty and systemic issues. These things are easy to say, and in an era of fake news, we need to have the evidence. So thank you for kicking off our whole event, actually, by talking about the evidence. And thank you for Serena for building on that by talking about the issues that the construction industry is almost certainly the most corrupt industry there is. It's a matter of facts and evidence and on the record globally. And this is a global phenomenon, of course, as we know. And of course, your organization leads the way with a Corruption Perceptions Index, which is one of the best measures that we have of that. And thank you for reinforcing the most marginalized, and especially the gendered dimension of this. That an awful lot of people who are low paid, working in factories are women and girls, and it's those who so often, so tragically, are at the forefront of being affected by some of the very bad things in society. I'm keen that we could take this conversation in lots of ways, but I'm sort of keen that we shift a little bit towards the so what. It would be, as we know, easy to be paralyzed into inaction. And I think a lot of people listening to this will think, well, we are paralyzed into inaction and overwhelmed on that. So I've got 2 or 3 questions up my sleeve, and we can make this more of a conversation between the 3 of us. But my opening question is, I mean, right now we're comfortably talking about corruption, like we're talking about what's on television. And for a lot of people, this is personal. And you touched on that, you know, it's often corruption is justified by, you know, I'm on a very low income, therefore I'll take my money where I can. And many, millions of people, billions perhaps, justify in some ways the paying or receiving of bribes like that. So how comfortable are we to talk about corruption? It is personal, it is subjective for many. Let me throw that question open like that, actually, to either Ronak or Serena.
I mean, David, you hit it right on the head in that the trouble in understanding this and learning from it remains hidden, right? Because there is that discomfort. And I've heard various ways of justifying that, just like you described, in people talking about good corruption and how corruption allows some of these marginalized populations that we talked about to work the system and get their needs met. But we have to admit that just like in resilience studies, those are negative coping strategies. They're coping strategies and methods that are used because there's no other choice. And it puts them in a more vulnerable situation, right? So when you look at other studies that talk about who has choice and who puts more of an emphasis on clean building practices or safe building practices, it tends to be the people that have the ability to make that decision when a lot of people just don't have that ability, right? So putting the onus on them to reveal that corruption and talk about it and admit it is very difficult when it means so much, when it's a subsistence level thing rather than the temptation of a large payout, which is also meaningful for that person, but it's much more meaningful for a person where it depends, you know, their daily bread. And so the things I've seen, and Serena, maybe you can touch on this because, you know, as an academic, I see this, but I wonder what the practitioner approaches are, that it's what you just described, transparency, shining a light on it. So the more that happens, then we can have that discussion lead to action. So at the urban level, I've seen things like having more public finances and public service provision be available to citizens so that they can see these numbers, where they're going, how these bids are happening. And obviously they have a right to that in many places, but it's still obscure. And so are there ways that we can make that more visible, more readily available to populations and citizens in these cities?
Yeah, I think it's a good point. I mean, I do think overall and generally speaking, we are getting better at talking about corruption, and people are more willing to talk about corruption. I think there's a better understanding of if you like, the way the pervasive impacts of corruption, how it impacts on our financial systems around the world, its links to money laundering, its links to bribery, its links to wildlife trafficking, people trafficking, drugs and arms trafficking. I think globally we're getting better at connecting the dots and seeing just how pervasive corruption is. I think that's a good thing, and I think there is more of awareness of, as you say, transparency is the best form of disinfectant. And I think it's worth noting, though, that of course context is really important. I mean, I'm incredibly privileged that I can sit in Melbourne and talk about corruption and the impacts of corruption, and my life is not at risk in doing that. But for many of my colleagues in TI, Transparency International, around the world, that is not the case. When they speak out about corruption, when they shine a light on corruption, they are putting their lives at risk, their families' lives at risk. And I have colleagues, who have bodyguards because of the work that they do. So it's a deadly business in many countries, reporting on corruption and talking about corruption. And that's why we do need the importance of ensuring that space for civil society is not closed down. And we're seeing too much of a shrinking space for civil society. And civil society plays a critical role in exposing wrongdoing and misconduct and corruption, as does the role of a free press and investigative journalism. And so, these very fundamentals of retaining a strong democracy are actually critical in ensuring that we can continue to talk more about corruption, be more willing to talk about corruption. But we need to put in place protections and support for people like whistleblowers and have strong whistleblower regimes in place so that, the parents of the children killed in the Sichuan earthquake can speak up without fear of retribution, as in many other cases. And the importance of transparency around national accounts is really important. And our colleagues in TI in the Solomon Islands, that's a key piece of the work that they're doing, is really putting pressure on the government to open up the national accounts, disclose what's in them, actually see, what money's coming in, what money's going out, and try and figure out how much is going into deep pockets. So all of those things are really important.
Can I pick up on a point you're making there, Serena, and thank you both. There will be people listening to this who are angry, who are seeing, what you're seeing, the images you've shared with us, Ronak, that's what happens at the sharp end of corruption, where buildings fall down. And Serena, you mentioned the thousands of children killed. That elicits an emotional, angry response in anybody with a sane brain. And so what can people do? Well, what are practical things? There's so much in social media. You mentioned civil society, Serena. Is it specific organizations, or can individuals do anything about this at all?
Well, I think they can. I think there is growing concern around this idea of corruption and impunity in too many countries around the world. When corruption is exposed, and it may go before the courts or it may not, and even if it does go before the courts, it's not much more than a slap on the wrist, because in fact the judicial system itself is compromised and corrupt. But we have seen, of course, examples of literally people taking to the streets and this sort of wave of populism to combat corruption. I mean, there are numerous examples in Latin America and the Americas of, where literally there's been people have been taking to the streets. We've seen leaders elected on a populist position of fighting corruption, and they basically are swept to power on the promise of tackling corruption. But regrettably and too often that very quickly fades away, and this sort of wave of populism then in itself really is taken over, if you like, by in fact those claiming to be committed to combating corruption, in fact being deeply caught up in the web of corruption themselves. And so which of course is extremely disheartening, but I do think that there is this wave of populist movement can be helpful. And then there's also the what we often refer to as petty corruption. There's grand corruption and then there's petty corruption. And petty corruption is often the day-to-day bribes that people might be forced to pay. If you want to, you need to get a document chopped or stamped by a local government office, and you're required to pay a bribe in order to get that done. Your teacher, the teacher says, well, if you want your children's exam papers marked, you're going to have to pay a bribe to get that done. So I think and it's very difficult what would we do? What would I do if I was asked to pay, $1 or $2 to get my children's exam papers marked? So, but I think we have to push back on these things.
Sorry, I'm reminded of the Indian initiative iPaidAbribe.com, which is spread throughout the region, I believe. And you can just Google that, iPaidAbribe.com. You report where you met an honest officer. You report where you paid a bribe. There's a whole bundle of things. And that power of social media around that theme of transparency that we're talking about, which of course your organization is so well known for. And there's some of those efforts in social media. I'm conscious of the time, so in fact, I just want to shift the conversation, shift to you, Ronak. We are living in extraordinary times, of course, with the COVID pandemic, and even today's news, in fact, that a country has started to roll out a vaccine, and I'm hopeful, but we're still in a very dark time right now with COVID, and you would know that being an emergency physician on the front line. In March this year, the head of bribery and anti-corruption at the OECD said that COVID was and is going to be a paradise for corruption. Quote, he's on record as saying that. A paradise for corruption. Now, heaven forbid there will be another pandemic, but who knows in the future. What would you say, Ronak, are some of the lessons about how that, why would COVID be a paradise for corruption, and what might be done differently next time round, or what could have been done differently this time round?
Yeah, so it's a great question, because Transparency International had this, I think, as a front page thing as soon as this pandemic started, because it's exactly as Serena said. When there is such a large influx of funds on such a complex scale with so many actors, it's ripe for corruption, right? Anybody that needs and wants to have influence can use that little bit of power to a lot of power they have, wielding that for their own personal gain, right? That's where all of that will come in the stimulus packages, and how things are rolled out, in the approvals for certain things, and how we may compromise our standards in using the guise of a pandemic and these dark times for efficiency. We've seen leaders say that already, that we must not bow down to this pandemic because it will cripple us in other ways. So there are things that engender that because of the amount of resources that get poured into it. But like I was discussing in the few slides, that corruption allowed this pandemic to have the impacts it had even before we think about the vaccine or the response to it. It allowed these failing healthcare systems, right? It allowed some of that problems in access. It included some of that poverty that made those dense urban settlements, right? In our research, one of the surprising findings was that there was such little research on informal settlements in cities, which should be a ripe area where you can notice very blatantly the impacts of corruption and the risk that it engenders, right? And then I do want to go back to, I know you're trying to shift the conversation to a very important point. When we talked about Serena saying, the civil society and investigative journalism, two powerful things, and then shining a light on it, and iPaidAbribe.com, again, the impunity is key. So just shining the light, the Panama Papers that came out a few years ago, is never enough. one of the biggest things is a strong independent judiciary or commission that has to have independence because, as we just mentioned, those with power have the most vested interest are often caught up in these things, and they can pressure all of these systems, courts, judges, commissions. These independent commissions must be fiercely separated from all of those people that have power. So, an example: Indonesia used to have a very strong one called the PKK. That was their corruption commission. Never lost a case in its previous 17-year history because it was so independent. There was nobody else that could have oversight. There was no prohibition on the cases that it discussed. But then they went about gutting that commission with various laws that made it so that it would come under a certain bureaucracy and a certain office and certain political players. So then all of a sudden it develops exactly what Serena said, which is you have this guise of an independent corruption commission, but those that actually wield the power can influence it. So we must demand, and I think that transparency is only half that equation. You have to have consequences. If there are no consequences to that corruption except these disasters, then nothing will change.
I think that's really true. I mean, it's transparency, it's accountability, it's consequences, it's sanctions, it's enforcement. We need all of those things. Yeah.
Yes. You might think this is a bit of a curveball question, but it is deliberate. How do you stay optimistic in this kind of work, in what you do? Can I ask each of you in turn? Serena.
Well, it's a good question. I mean, you just have to kind of acknowledge the small wins along the way. I think that's really important. And I mean, I think we can look at things do shift, but they take a long time. I mean, as you mentioned in your introduction, I spent a long time working in the area of business and human rights. And if you look back sort of 10 years ago, 15 years ago, no one was talking about business and human rights, but now everybody's talking about business and human rights. So, things do shift and they give you great cause for optimism. I'm also just incredibly, humbled by the work of my colleagues that are doing, tackling corruption and fighting corruption in really difficult conditions and dangerous conditions. So I find that very inspiring, the work of human rights defenders, of investigative journalists and anti-corruption crusaders around the world. That gives me great optimism that we haven't all just kind of given up the ghost and said it's all too hard, that we keep on going. So that keeps me optimistic, and we have to win, celebrate small successes along the way, and try not to be overwhelmed by it all.
Thank you. Ronak, same question.
Yeah, similarly, it's that long arc that keeps me optimistic. If you think about this and looking for immediate wins and immediate change, obviously we all know we're too smart to know that that's not going to happen. But just like the example from business and human rights, talking about sweatshops and labor rights and how that used to be something that was just endemic and expected, and people were even consigned to it. That's the job you wanted to get sometimes. And now that's completely changed. I think that happens. And even these populist movements, even though they've been, abused and taken over by nefarious acts, they still are a recurrent theme. And I think youth especially has a role to play in that. When we talked about the recent movements in India with Arvind Kejriwal and his party and taking over the Delhi municipal organization, right? There are these things that move and, thrust people into power, and we can only hope that some of them won't be, seconded into some of that action. And maybe there is some work in that, in leadership and training and keeping the momentum going. So I think the optimism is just as recurrent as the disasters and the risk.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you for kicking off our conference in such a fabulous and insightful and informed and experienced and evidence-based way. Thank you very much, Serena Lillywhite from Transparency International Australia, probably the world's leading organization looking at this work. So thank you for giving your time today. Thank you, Ronak Patel from the Harvard Humanitarian Initiative, for your real insights and your research on this. The next session in 10 minutes' time is not a coincidence. We'll be looking further at some work that you've been working on, Ronak, looking at how do you dig down on the evidence of this and build the evidence case for the degree for which corruption worsens disasters. But thank you again very much. For everybody, thank you for listening, and please join us for the next 18 sessions over today and tomorrow. It's a dense day. but an enjoyable day. And if you're watching the recording of this, then there are 18 other recordings for you to enjoy also. So thank you very, very much, everybody, and we'll see you in the next session. Thank you. Welcome to this session as part of the Europe 2 conference, the first session after the plenary on day 1. And the title of this session is How Corruption Fuels Disasters and Erodes Resilience, Emerging Lessons from Research. Thank you for attending and for joining us today. My name is David Sanderson from UNSW Built Environment, and it's my absolute privilege and joy to be joined by a number of colleagues. You will meet them in a moment, but I'll just read their names out. Ronak Patel from the Harvard Humanitarian Initiative, HHI, who was just our plenary speaker, and we're in some senses continuing the conversation. Sunny Patel from HHI, also the University of Sydney, here in Australia. Kelsey Gleeson from the University of Vermont. Great to have you here, Kelsey. And Martin Loosemore from the University of Technology, that's UTS, also here in Sydney. As I say, the title of this session is How Corruption Fuels Disasters and Erodes Resilience, Emerging Lessons from Research. As we know, disasters aren't only natural. Disasters occur when hazards such as windstorms, earthquakes, and floods strike particularly vulnerable populations. Corruption, defined here as the abuse of entrusted power for personal gain, increases people's vulnerability to disasters. Choices on where we live in a floodplain, the quality of buildings we live in, and how infrastructure is maintained all matter. Many buildings collapse in earthquakes. Many get flooded because they're in the wrong place, the wrong decisions. And the Grenfell Tower fire recently in London, such a tragic disaster, was totally avoidable. Despite the enormity of the issue, however, very little is actually known about the degree to which corruption fuels so-called natural disasters. It may range from absolutely mountainous amounts to almost nothing at all. And in the plenary session just now, we heard a lot from Serena Lillywhite, the CEO of Transparency International Australia, on that very issue. And please hear that recording if you're listening to recordings now, but only after you listen to this one. Now, with rapid urbanization and climate change and all things that are happening, and just the sheer numbers of extra people on planet Earth, there are going to be extra strains when it comes to this issue. There will almost certainly be more disasters, heaven forbid, and we need to do more about it. And so this session relates to that bit and around corruption. And as part of that, I want to just tell you a little bit about that in 2 minutes before I go to our first speaker. Just over a year ago, a group of us, in fact us here from UNSW, Seeds India, the NGO, also our partner, HHI and UTS got together to begin to map this phenomenon. To what degree does corruption fuel so-called natural disasters? And for that, we're grateful for the support from the Judith Neilson Foundation, which enabled us to get going on this very big and very important piece of work. What we've called it is CADRI, the Corruption and Disasters Research Initiative. And the ambition of CADRI, that in time, CADRI pioneers a new area of cross-disciplinary research in vulnerable urban environments relating to this Venn diagram, if you like, of corruption and disasters. But importantly, of course, it's not just about the research, vital and absolutely vital as that is, of course it is. It's about so what? It's about gathering the research and using it to influence practice, policy tools, advocacy, and highlighting the issues and challenges. So what we thought when we were thinking about what to put together in this session and what might be useful and interesting, we wanted to present our early research. We've been undertaking quite a gigantic literature review looking at the scholarship. That is the evidence, the research that's considered of a quality through peer-reviewed journals, and saying, what does that tell us about this world of these two things? Now, you can imagine researching corruption sounds counterintuitive. It's hardly the most transparent subject there is on planet Earth to be looking at. So we want to talk about that. As chair, I've requested each of our panelists to be informative and engaging, but not too technical and not too dull. And we're going to see how they do, and you can be the judge of that. I'm very confident it will be absolutely none of that and be really sparkling. But I want to turn to you, Ronak, following on a little bit, I suppose, from our plenary just now. We just heard you speaking about this, presenting some of the evidence. But I just want to ask you this broad question. How do you even go about researching corruption? Isn't it by nature hidden and hard to get at?
Yeah, so that's a great link between the two sessions, right? We talked about how it's so hidden. It makes it problematic to work on and discuss, and people don't like talking about it. So that's another big impediment to doing the research on it, right? When you want to find evidence of it, to link to your research and understand it, it's often scant. So that comes through in the fact that we talked about Serena representing Transparency International having currently the most common and best score for corruption that we can use, right? The Corruption Perceptions Index. But remember, that P in the Corruption Perceptions Index, CPI, is very key. It's perceptions, right? It's not evidence of corruption. It's the amount of perception that people believe there is corruption. It's also context specific, right? That's another problem with that type of index in doing corruption research, in that some people might perceive corruption more in one country or context than they do in another. So even if they have the same amount of corruption, this invisible corruption, it will show up differently because people's perceptions of it, their cultural recognition of it, context, how they willing they are to discuss it varies. So it's hard to even do sometimes comparative analysis with this very common, very well used score, you know? And often when we do find some harder evidence, it's anecdotal, right? It's a little stories or this example, and it's chasing that trail of research. And so it doesn't have the same weight as more systemic research that you can use and apply. Because it's anecdotal, because it's sometimes storytelling, even though that's very good, and even though that may be true, it can also be easily dismissed, right? People can say that that's a perception or a story, not proof. And so it's much easier to cast doubt upon it. And that hinders that practice we were talking about. You can't build that evidence unless it's very strong. And if it's easy for someone to cast doubt on your evidence because it's so hidden and so hard to measure and so hard to give strong evidence for. The other limitation in this research that's so hard is that, as I explained in the previous session, a lot of the relationship we have on corruption to its impacts is associative, right? It's how much does this associate with the impacts that we are talking about, specifically the disaster impacts. It's not necessarily causal. You have to do a lot of work to build a causal relationship. And that's what we tried to do, and Kelsey has done so well doing some of her research on that quantitative statistics. But it's much harder, right? The truth is we need to evolve some of our research practices and blend in some of this mixed methods research so that we can be better about researching it. Now, what we're going to talk about in this session is looking at the peer-reviewed literature. Again, that's a slice of the literature and research and scholarship on corruption, but it shows, and it's very telling, how biased that is or is not. And what it shows is very expected results and some of the surprising results. And we'll talk about some of those as well. There are newer approaches to doing this research, right? There's things like network analysis of key players in the system, court cases. When you mention that, you know, the coronavirus pandemic and its response, it will be a free-for-all for a lot of corruption practices. So are all disasters when, you know, international aid money flows. So following that money flow, following those court cases is another way to go about doing this research to build that hard evidence. But then it starts to look much more like investigation. So as Serena said, one of those pillars is journalism and that independent investigation. So you might want to shift some of those practices or blend those research practices to build that in, because at present, it's still limited by some of those constraints that I just mentioned. But again, I haven't been doing all of this research in here. Martin knows a lot more about this, and he's been immersed in the construction and corruption research. So I'm sure he'll have some insights on that as well.
Yes, I couldn't agree more on that. Thank you, Ronak, for kicking us off on that and giving the scope and the breadth of that. You mentioned Kelsey and Sunny. Kelsey, can I turn to you, please? Kelsey and Sunny in particular, you were the ones down in the mine shafts, if you like, digging out the goodies and finding the gold and the diamonds in the coal. You really spearheaded that, and we're grateful for that. Can you tell us a little bit about that, especially for those who might not know how you do it and how you even begin to go about those things?
Yeah, thanks, David, and thanks, Ronak, for kicking us off. As Ronak said, this is an evolving process, right? And so a big part of researching corruption and natural disasters is identifying quantitative tools to measure these indicators. And one of the primary issues in measuring corruption is that there is no single standard measure for doing so. We've heard that a lot already in this conference. And this is particularly true at the city or even the regional levels. So measures of corruption that do exist, they often fail to include the granular level data that are important for understanding corruption at the local level. And that's the corruption that we're really concerned about and that we really need to measure and quantify in order to have a real impact as researchers. But that's not to say that measures of corruption that do exist are necessarily poor. We just aren't totally at that stage yet where we can get granular. So as Ronak has mentioned, one of the primary methods for measuring corruption is the Corruption Perceptions Index from CPI. And that's what we've been using in our quantitative work. We're primarily interested in this because it's publicly available. And as part of our work, we're hoping to foster growth, promote collaborations, and enable others to replicate this research in other contexts or even across sectors. So we know we can actually have a jumping block for measuring corruption, but measuring resilience is even more difficult than measuring corruption. So it's challenging in any context, but it's particularly challenging in natural hazard disaster settings. So on the one hand, as I'm sure you all know, there are a lot of tools to measure resilience, but this almost presents the opposite challenge as with corruption. There are so many measures of resilience that researchers are not very well aligned, and it becomes challenging to do comparative analyses or to assess the generalizability of studies. Because these indices are almost always focused on a specific geographic area, and they use a tool that's designed for programmatic evaluations of resilience. And that severely limits the utility of these tools in academic research. So in addition to project or program-specific indicators, indicators of resilience exist for industries, even outside of this sphere. So think things like the real estate market. But again, the generalizability of these tools is super limited. And by far the biggest challenge with these tools to measure resiliency is the lack of the granular level data that I mentioned with corruption measures. And so with that, I'm going to pass it off back to David and Sunny to talk more about the qualitative aspects of this research.
Yeah, great, thanks, Kelsey. Yes, I mean, as you can mention, if the quantitative is being hard to decipher what to use, I mean, looking at the qualitative and looking at what has done in the past, looking at the literature, becomes even challenging, even more so, as most studies use corruption as a broad term. So what we did is we took literature search, we took a systematic approach of a critical review looking at the intersection between built environment, disasters, and corruption. And we're using credible library databases, selecting, as mentioned earlier by David, peer review research, but also of research for the last 30 years. So it's not just 5 years. We're looking for more than a couple decades. And initially we found 180,000 papers that fit our criteria from using all the different words. And as you could see, I don't know if you can see, I can see it on mine, David's laughing, and he's laughing largely because by the time he got to see it, we narrowed it down to about 3,000 or so. And then all of us kind of worked in together to help screen and continue to build into what is included. And from all of that, we got 59 papers that we found to be critical in understanding the last 30 years of this intersection between, and we extracted, the summaries, the key terms, the key words, and mapped it also to how the European Union uses the taxonomy of corruption, and understanding that of these 59 papers, the evidence that we found, 88% of them discuss China and Indonesia. And I'll let Martin kind of go further on that, of maybe why we see that most of the past research focus on China and Indonesia.
My slight delay there was still getting over the fact of those statements, of course, 180,000 papers. And then for those who aren't familiar with this process, I'll say, really, what? You started with 180,000 papers and ended with 59. How can you just say a little bit more about that, about how you conducted that weeding in order to get down to 59? And does that mean the other 179,000 plus were no good?
Well, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's no good. It just didn't meet of what our research question and what our inclusion criteria is. And it's not just myself. We had a few others that helped with the screening process. And whenever there was doubt of whether to include a paper or not, especially as we narrowed down from 3,000 to 59, and that was kind of where the big kind of focus was to make sure that the 3,000 that we narrowed down, and we narrowed down through screening the titles, ensuring that the keywords and with the abstracts of it actually meets of what we're looking at, talking about built environment, talking about corruption, and talking about disasters in some clear manner that we can understand. And from there, really filtering down. And when we got to 59, obviously we were really relieved. But if it was 3,000 that we needed to cover, 3,000 would have been it. I mean, it would have been great to know that. But, as you all probably on here know, that corruption isn't that transparent in the research. And so to say that we had 3,000 papers about it, it didn't necessarily talk about it in the manner that is very explicit or even implicit. It talked about it as a throwaway line, so to speak, as in a discussion like, hey, we may think corruption may have occurred, but didn't give any details or any further things about what that entails. So it's hard for us to give a review on it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And you mentioned 2 countries for 88%. That doesn't mean, or do you think does that mean that it's just in those 2 countries that, almost 9/10 of all corruption takes place in those 2 countries, or is there are lots of researchers there, or what can we say from that?
I mean, I could defer to Martin to that, but yeah, I doubt that it's just those 2 countries. As we know from the index, from all the other work, it's everywhere. It's just in the academic peer review research, a lot of it's focused in China and Indonesia, and that's all we can say for whatever reasons. Maybe that's where the funding is. Maybe that's where the research has been focused through other colleagues of ours around the world. But definitely, there's other research in other countries that maybe need more of a look at into.
Thank you, Sunny. Maybe I can switch to you, Martin, and then develop this a little further. As Ronak mentioned, you've done a lot of work in this area over the years in construction and ethics and corruption, and had quite a bit of experience and have written widely on that. We heard from the plenary, confirmed by Serena and by others, of course, that corruption and construction, tragically, globally, go hand in hand. There's no country immune from that. Can you just paint us a picture a little bit around that, corruption and construction, and how big and endemic, for those who may not know, and what it looks like?
Well, yes. I mean, despite finding so many references to corruption in the literature, it's still hard to precisely say what the impact of construction is, in both dollar terms and in the social impact, especially in a disaster management context, where there's actually very little research. But there has been quite a lot of research done in corruption in the construction industry. And whilst that research shows that it's more prevalent in developing countries, it's also endemic in developed countries as well. I mean, there's some really interesting figures that can be used to demonstrate that. For example, we know that about 10-11% of all enforcement activity in the US, for example, relates to construction. And our own research in the UK, in New Zealand, and Australia, that you would see as countries that are not necessarily high on the corruption scale. When you talk to people in the construction industry, over 50% will have actually would say that it's very common in their daily lives, and probably about 80% of them would say that they would have experienced it at some point or seen it. And so we know that it's actually endemic in the industry. And for example, in Australia, we've had 3 royal commissions into corruption in the construction industry, although many people would say those have been politically motivated. We also know what the causes are. We know, as Serena said, that lots of money changes hands in these projects, so it's easy to hide money. And these projects are very fragmented. There are lots of people involved, so lots of organizations. So it's really hard to monitor the industry and where the money goes. We also know that the industry attracts risk takers, and it also attracts criminals. There was some interesting research done here a number of years ago, which found that the industry in Australia had a relatively high number of people with quite significant criminal records compared to other industries. It's easy to launder money through the industry. There are complex processes and procedures, and a lot of the industries around the world have been deregulated. Even in Australia, in New South Wales, for example, the industry is quite deregulated. So it's actually quite easy to cover things up, pour concrete onto substandard reinforcement, for example. When developers are actually responsible for monitoring those processes themselves, then there are clearly opportunities for corruption. And it's also a hyper-masculinized industry. We have the number of women in the industry actually has gone backwards in the last decade, despite all of the formal policies that have been put in place. So we have this hyper-masculinized industry, and we know from research that also men tend to be more corrupt than women. We know that there are lots of young people in the industry, and that young people tend to get promoted very quickly into senior positions in charge of very large projects. And when you've got young people who are easily influenced, potentially in charge of very large projects, then again, there's potential corruption. But what's most interesting is that we found that you can put as many formal policies in place as you like, as many rules, laws, regulations, and procedures, but it is the under the surface, what we call informal institutions and accepted ways of doing things that actually undermine those policies. So, for example, we know that people in the construction industry don't really know what corruption is. And there's a habituation effect because they're so deeply embedded in a corrupt environment that they don't actually know it when they see it. And they take it for granted as a normal part of day-to-day business. And they also believe that they can achieve what they want out of being corrupt and that they're unlikely to be caught if they do it. And they see few downsides of engaging in corrupt action and more rewards. So I think this is really where the research should focus. As well as at the policy level, we need to be looking at these informal institutions which undermine those formal policies. And I think this is where the discussion about interest in new research methodologies actually start to emerge.
Thank you, Martin, very much. That's a powerful description. And in terms of sort of burying the money, what is that? Is that weaker concrete mix? Is that putting the wrong fillings in between walls? Is it substandard materials? Does it come down to that?
Well, it can be anything. It can be substandard materials. It can be covering up, substandard construction. There are so many opportunities to engage in corrupt action when there's no monitoring process, independent monitoring process in place, which is the case in many countries, but even in developed countries where governments have deregulated the construction industry, then it's very difficult to actually pick that up because these inspectors are not on site when the work is actually happening. And so it's quite easy for a builder to cover something up and then for that not to be inspected and then to be passed into a consumer's hands. And we know in the disaster management context that then manifests itself in building collapses. So for example, we know from other research that's been done that there's a direct correlation, as Ronak said earlier today, between levels of corruption in a country and building collapses that kill people. So we know, for example, from Nicholas Ambrose's work that in Nature, that 83%, he estimated that 83% of deaths from building collapses occur in countries that are more highly corrupt. And so we know that buildings kill more people than the disasters themselves in many instances.
Thank you for that, Martin. And I want to shift to you, Ronak, to talk about the findings. But just before the findings, and I'll ask everybody to take part in this conversation. But also, Ronak, could you just paint a little bit more of a picture, further develop what Martin said? When a disaster hits a place where people live and things happen, what's the connection between the building collapse? Are there other elements as well relating to that? And you were touching on that in your plenary a little bit.
Yeah, so it's a great question. It goes back to something I think you had mentioned in one of our meetings, which is, start at the end and work backwards. When you see that disaster and you see what that impact was, you can see that trail of things and actions that were prone to corruption and led to what we see because of corruption. So the building collapse was one thing and the materials used, but even where that building was, the site planning, the location of the site, right? The resources that are meant to apply when we do disaster preparedness work or planning may be deficient in some of those areas. We found that in where wealthier areas may be safer just because they had the public infrastructure to protect against certain types of risks where others didn't have that infrastructure. But there's a trail you can follow in each of those things that led to the deaths that you observed. And so it's not just that collapsed building. It's just easy to focus on that because it's so prevalent. But when that person then is injured and goes to a hospital, does that hospital have the resources that it needs, or was that hampered in some way? When they go to get some other compensation, a social protection program or insurance program for that, were they excluded from some of those because there wasn't enough funding, or there was some corruption in how those decisions are made? So it's a trail that you can follow through some of those. But if we talk about some of these findings, maybe that might be a point to jump off on this conversation. And we've mentioned some of those already, right? The first is just the dearth of research. To go investigate 30 years of peer-reviewed scholarship and only come out with 59 papers, that says a lot. That says a lot, just that this not just isn't hard to study, it just isn't studied well enough, but should be, especially when we compare it to the impacts that are there, right? And then when we think about that, and what we noticed was that a lot of that research was in the latter years, just recently. So at least there is some uptick and interest, but it really needs a lot more momentum, right? The narrow disaster focus we talked about in earthquakes, even though it's everywhere. And the corruption causes, and this is very important what Martin said, that it becomes endemic because people then start thinking of it as just the cost of doing business. This is just standard practice. So it gets woven into these ethical standards, mentorship, mentee relationships, industrial working conditions, where people just say it's woven into that fabric of the social and political life. It's just how it's done. And you don't shine a light on it, right? And even if you do mention it, it just doesn't change, right? Some of the surprising things we found were that we all talk about governance being important, and we mentioned that in the last plenary session, right? Civil society and judicial systems. But what was most impactful was the local level corruption. That's had the most impact on these disaster impacts, which makes sense and works very well with the space that we occupy in urban disasters, where it's actually the local level actions and vulnerability that impact how those disasters play out. Similarly with corruption. So as Kelsey was mentioning, we don't have these granular forms of investigation because these scores and measures are at the country level. But we really do need to focus back onto that urban, municipal level where we're going to see these disaster impacts. And so research really needs to go onto that. So that was somewhat surprising. And then I'll end with the other surprising thing, which I actually really didn't expect to find, which is that, when we think about vulnerable populations and urban informal settlements, concentrating a lot of these risks and hazards to disasters and being ripe for corruption, almost none of the research we found, Sunny, you can correct me, and Martin, was focusing on these informal settlements, right? Another ripe area for work.
Absolutely. And let me just pick up on that point. We talk about the construction industry, and absolutely vital, and yet there are close to 1 billion people living in informal settlements, many of which are illegal, not all, or dilapidated buildings where if you come across a building inspector, she or he may be coming to demolish your house or exact a bribe. It's not good news. And so there are huge swathes of people, and urban growth is a phenomenal 1.5 million people a week, which is almost unbelievable, but those are the best stats we have. An awful lot of that is happening in informal settlements or places which where people struggle. And so that formal system is not even touching. And there's a whole world, as you mentioned, Ronak, which is unknown actually for many, relating to the coincidence of these themes. But Sunny, Kelsey, Martin, any surprises? You were digging down this stuff. You must have a whole bag of surprises that you came across in looking at these thousands of papers.
Yeah, I'll jump in. One thing is I think it's along with Ronak and what you said is that coming up short. So we understand that with corruption and poverty, it's that thing that kind of ties in, and some of the high unemployment levels, the human rights violations, and some of these opportunities for local officials to get supplement low-paying salaries to what they already have seem to be a seed for corruption to occur. But the research kind of stops there from what we see in the literature. It didn't go further of looking into the informal, but also looking even further about, how long has that been going on? Even a study that can look at how the act of doing business goes for this many years. I mean, that itself is worth noting for us, for other countries to share practices. And for me, I think one other thing that was very surprising is the different attitudes that people have about corruption. And it wasn't just, I know I mentioned earlier about, 88% of these papers discuss two countries, but many of these papers discuss other countries altogether. And it's interesting when you look at that. For example, there was a study that really kind of stuck to me was, they looked at 12 different Latin American, Caribbean countries, and in here they found that the attitude with corruption practices, the more corrupt practices they did, they found it safer. And so that perception, and goes back into this perception of what they feel is safe versus what is the honest practices, and that becomes very challenging as a researcher to come in to carry out research in these contexts when the population is perceiving corruption differently of how we're defining corruption, on a grand scale, but what corruption means.
I wonder if we can develop that a little bit further. That attitude and perceptions. In the plenary, we talked about the idea that we're talking very openly right now about corruption, but that doesn't happen very often. And the point was made in the plenary, it could be life-threatening to be talking about these issues. And Martin, you've spoken on that before. It could be genuinely life-threatening to talk about these things. Can we even begin to compare and contrast corruption and perceptions of that and what it means, where there are maybe so many diverse views on corruption in different parts of the world? Martin, could I ask you to perhaps jump in on that one, and then we'll jump around?
Or I'm just trying to think of what the assumption that there are diverse perceptions of corruption in various parts of the world. What I was surprised to see in the literature review was in a way, from a construction perspective at least, the commonality and the similarity in the research which would be done all around the world. And the fact that we're tending to focus on the surface, we're not looking under the surface at the cultural and institutional, the informal institutions. I know I mentioned this earlier, which actually undermine all of the intentions of the good intentions of policymakers in trying to control this problem. And I think that's a common problem, which I think it's a common gap in the research literature, certainly in construction, that exists all around the world. And I think that, and the other, and I may not be answering your question here, but the other issue for me that emerged was the complete lack of research, really, at the intersection of disaster management, corruption generally, and understanding of the construction industry. So I think there's a real opportunity. I think there's a real opportunity to dig a little bit deeper and start to explore those taken for granted practices that are actually being socialized from one generation of the industry to the next, which are actually preventing us from the policymakers from achieving what they're trying to actually do. And I think for me, that's the common. I've been looking for the common links between what we can do to tackle it as a global problem. And for me, that probably hasn't answered your question, but for me, that's really, I think, the potential in moving forward here. I think there are things we can do that are common across the board, and I think there's a role for people from different countries who are interested in this area to actually come together and feel like form a new community of practice where we can actually address the intersection of disasters, corruption, and construction.
And you point to the cross-disciplinary nature of our team, and I want to come back to that, but I want to ask you, Kelsey, the same question about any particular surprises that resulted from what you were digging out and looking at.
Yeah, and when Martin was just speaking, I was thinking about the catch-22 of the fact that there's only 59 papers out there that is actually talking about this, right? And then kind of what I was talking about earlier, the complete lack of measurement tools, and which came first, an interest in this subject or a lack of tools. And And which of these do we need to focus on to kind of dig ourselves out of this, right? And I think, I don't know the answer. I think that we kind of need to do both simultaneously. I think as researchers, we have a responsibility to conduct a streamlined approach. And I think that that's what we're trying to do here is we're trying to use specific measures of corruption and resilience to be able to better understand how this all works together. And in doing so, hopefully we can set a precedent for other researchers to come to the table and have more of these discussions together. So while it's surprising that there are so few results, it's also, I think it's kind of the nature of the beast at this point and why this work is so important.
I can't resist asking this question because, and I'm going to take a position or a devil's advocate view, if you like. We're cross-disciplinary, and that's as it should be, of course. We're between us, political economy and medics and construction and architect, for goodness sake, and a whole bundle of other bits of baggage that we carry and bring to this table. The approach we've taken has been one from the STEM disciplines, I suppose, or medical disciplines, or of a review that is not a systematic review. We've been careful about that, but it's a very thorough review by looking at the peer-reviewed information. There are those that would say, well, that's nice, but actually, what about all the grey literature, all the reports, the evaluations, which we omitted, the 17,900 and whatever it was, 41 things. How do we defend that?
That's a great question, David, right? So we're not trying to defend it as if this was the only way and view that you could take on looking at this research. Obviously, that great literature is robust, very rich, and has a lot of value to add to this conversation and to the research. But what we wanted to focus on is where the academic literature stands, where that peer review literature stands, because as we noted in the previous plenary, evidence is key, and that strength of that evidence, that causal relationship to impact decision makers, to show that proof, is how we can start moving that needle. You talked about how do we have this as a conversation when it's hidden and people don't want to talk about it, or it's cultural and their perception issues. We have to tie it strongly to these outcomes, because that's where we can at least come together, that these impacts, when we looked at those images of disasters, are moving. Those are the things that will move people, rather than saying that we focus on X billion number of dollars or X trillion number of dollars. When you talk about the total amount of corruption that goes through these, the numbers have less of an effect than these actual impacts that you observe. And so the strength of evidence matters. So the scholarship on this in the peer review literature, in the academic space, is key, because I think that has to drive some of that. At the same time, that conversation should include all of this other gray literature and reports. That when we talk about the cross-disciplinary nature of this team, it's missing a lot still, right? There's a lot that other disciplines have to add to this, even across things like media, culture, art. That's how I think we can start having more of a discussion that moves beyond some of this technical into maybe some action. So that's an area that we should obviously work on. This was limited to the academic literature, but there's a whole host of other work there that can be done.
And as you say, at a time right now where, fake news, as we've alluded to, is very much a theme of 2020 and hopefully not after, but currently, that we need to get the best evidence we can. And many would say this is a good way to have the most, the most veracious evidence there is. Sunny, what do you have reflections on this?
First of all, I think there are so many other areas that we can look at, that we can dive deeper into this corruption, especially in the academic literature, in terms of finding causation. Like as Kelsey was saying, that's the next step, I feel, of understanding what measures that we can actually tie in, and then carrying out research on that to really understand if that's how we're defining corruption in order for the next 30 years, right? If we're thinking about the next 30 years, that if someone did a critical review like we did here, and for the last 30 years, will we get 59 papers? I hope not. I hope in 30 years from now, we'll have a lot more than 59 papers. And I hope that each of those 59 papers, may talk about China, Indonesia, but a lot of other countries come to be transparent and be open, and not just in one discipline, across the board, as Ronak mentioned earlier about court cases and other type of research that can be done as part of evidence to back it.
Yeah, I personally, I think it's important for us, if we're building a community practice in this new area of research, which is largely unexplored, we've discovered, that we actually really restrict ourselves at the present moment to the people who are doing some serious research in this area, and bring those people together to start talking about the problems that lie at the intersection of these various areas of knowledge. And I think I believe that all of that grey literature can potentially provide us with important leads going forward, which can provide then the basis for more empirical research. So I don't think any of us have actually discounted that. But moving this field of practice forward, this new field of research forward, I think it's critical that we have a core team of researchers around the world who are really focused on this area. And that then will provide a solid empirical foundation for actually moving this forward.
I agree, and I think too that the relationships between the academics and the practitioners who are responsible for the grey literature are extremely important. As we've moved through this exercise, we've gotten to look at a lot of the grey literature, and what we noticed over and over again is not totally surprising, but that the grey literature is primarily focused on specific programmatic evaluations, which are, context specific, and they often use tailored measures of things like corruption or resilience. And so that makes it really, really difficult to look across the board, even city to city in one particular region. It's really difficult to compare these measures. And so I do think that we need that balance between the peer-reviewed and the grey literature to be able to come together as researchers across the board and be able to have a unified response.
It's that community of practice, Martin, you were talking about, that can build some of that consistency, right? When Kelsey says we don't have a consistent measure for X, or it's not always measured, right? When, David, you mentioned the construction industry having the most corruption, that comes from the Bride Payers Index as well, right? When we looked at all these different sectors, it showed construction having the most corruption, but then it's not repeated or recurrent, right? So we need to have recurrent forms of investigation that this community of practice can build and develop, along with that connection with the other fields that can, expose some of those things. Specifically, even when we talked about, investigative journalism and legal investigations, that can then play into some of this research. If that's thorough and systematic, the number of court cases, the number of mentions, all of those have value. We can turn that into evidence and data that's more rigorous and systematic.
In the last 6-7 minutes, I just want to shift us a little bit unscripted, not that this was particularly scripted, to think about so what. I started by saying it's all about so what. If we were to imagine it's 2030 in 10 years' time, what impact would we like of this? And we're not trying to fly a flag or anything, but just starting to talk about these things. What are the opportunities, the things we should be taking that we can look back and say, yeah, those were the right ones? Perhaps I could ask each person what they think about that.
Happy to go first. When we talked about moving that needle and what we need to do, and when the previous session, Serena talked about business practices and human rights, and we mentioned that long arc of cleaning up business practices and work practices and labor rights. It happened similarly with, tobacco industry, shaming and showing that connection being key. And so bringing that into public, not that I like the word shaming, but bringing all of these things in public in a way where we show these consequences, that it just isn't meaningless. It's not just about someone getting wealthy or cheating or stealing, but showing these direct relationships and causes from each disaster. And we can do that systematically with each disaster, just trace back the role of corruption in these and assign a value to it, assign a number of lives to it. That, I think, can start building that, and so I would like to see that in 2030 where we have those types of measures, and then we can show that as a root problem that needs to be addressed.
Yeah, I think it's really hard to think big picture when you're involved in corruption. As Martin said, people involved in corruption are often young and really impressionable, and it's more about short-term gains than it is about long-term gains. And so when we think about making an impact, we're thinking about the future. We're thinking about that long term, and that's the impact that we want to have. We want to demonstrate that these long-term effects and the promotion of health and equity and a corruption-free environment actually have benefits for everyone, including the people who have been historically involved in corruption.
And I think like one of the other so what is the inspiration for the new generation and for new discipline of researchers coming in. It's a very multidisciplinary research that is needed to tackle corruption. And so I feel that this new wave of, and this, if we can create, as Martin mentioned, a community practice, around different ways to identify and consistently and transparently measure corruption and how to reduce and how it impacts, it will help in the long term. So the next 30 years, when we do another review, I hope, that we'll have more than 59 papers, as mentioned earlier.
Mm-hmm.
And I suppose for me, really, I mean, looking back in 5 years, I would think that, we would have been a success if we can actually link the research that we're proposing to do with education, change, if you like, a global education initiative to change the culture of the industry by helping people in the industry understand what corruption is, because they clearly don't. They know it when they see it. They know the consequences and the implications for the industry and for the image of the industry in the public's mind, which is not very good. And then how to report it and encourage, and as managers, encourage others to do the same, and then link that into that research into education and policy. I think for me, we would have started to sort of form, to link that triangle as well as the research triangle between disaster management, corruption, construction industry. I think that would be, that I would say that we've actually started to actually achieve some success.
Mm. And we're very much, I think we recognize it's the starting points, really, the very get-go here, the starting point. Who else needs to be at the table? I'm looking for all the answers here, clearly. I think I'm just asking the questions, none of the answers. Who needs to be at the table? I mean, we're starting point. We're not exclusive, right? We want to build something and work with others. Investigative journalists have been mentioned. My goodness, other people, other groups, governments.
I think there's a need. I think the main need is a table. I mean, to just turn your question back in itself, I don't think there is a table at the present moment, and I think there's a need for an intermediary to actually create the table for this discussion.
Oh, we lost
believe that.
I think we lost.
We've lost you a bit, Martin, but I think your point is taken. We need to create a table. Anyone else?
Well, Ronak. I think not just. I think. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Sunny.
I'll just quickly jump in, and then Ronak, you can follow up. But I say not just creating a table. I think we need to destroy silos. I think there's already enough silos being made in many countries and even within countries that this stays self-protected. And I think the longer that exists and those barriers exist, it's going to be harder for anyone, not just only do research, but even just do practice on the ground to uncover and investigate, and not just that, come forward, which a lot of times is where it begins for investigative journalism. Someone came forward saying they saw something, and they have to be protected in some ways.
Thank you. One sentence from Ronak, one sentence from Kelsey, and then we'll wrap up.
I would say any and all, critically the people that have made movements work in the past, people that do the investigative journalism along with people that do advocacy, but really that can guide a conversation, specific leaders that can take that mantle and take that conversation and that movement forward, because it can't just be siloed, as Sunny said. It's people that we can start this conversation with, is how we had success in the past, and I think the only way we can have that success forward.
Right, and specifically, I think that we're talking global leaders, but we're also talking local leaders. We need community buy-in on this, and this work will not be possible without the support of community leadership and communities in general. So I think it's going to be a big table when one comes together, but I think it'll be good.
Wonderful. Well, please come, anyone watching this, please come help us build that table or show us the one you've made already. We're out of time. That was a privilege being among colleagues and friends who really know what they're talking about. Ronak Patel, HHI, Sunny Patel from HHI and University of Sydney, Kelsey Gleeson from the University of Vermont, and Martin Loosemore from University of Technology, Sydney. Thank you very, very much for that. That was extremely enjoyable. And for those live, please join our next session. For those watching this as the recording, please watch all the other ones. Thank you very much, everybody, and thank you, and goodbye.
Thank you, David.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for having us as part of this amazing presentation. Good morning from Yangon, Hanoi, and Newcastle, from all of the three of us, to our global audience. And it's my great honor to welcome you to our session about the nexus of human trafficking and disaster management. So today you will hear from my colleagues and I about issues and challenges associated with human trafficking in disasters. We'll look at some case studies in relation to COVID-19 and the current floods in Vietnam. And we'll close off with our preliminary research findings and introducing a pathway for transforming the sector and advocating for action in this space. Next slide, please. So please let me shortly introduce your team. It's my pleasure to present today with Caitlin Juncker. Both are exceptional individuals and experts in their respective fields. So I'm Matt, and I currently live in Australia, and I work in disaster management, emergency coordination, and security. And I have a strong passion for the humanitarian sector. And it is when I was working with Juncker on about 6 months ago, conducting some preliminary research to understand the intersection of human trafficking and natural disasters, that we met Caitlin as one of the leaders in the Blue Dragons Children's Foundation. And that's how we came together and present for you today. So Juncker is a disaster risk management specialist at the World Bank and a research scholar at the International Institute of Applied Systems Analysis at IASA. And today she's here in this form as research, in the form of research scholar. She also serves at the research scholar in water program at IASA in Vienna, and her current assignment in the World Bank focuses on the analysis of donor assistance and development and implementation of various technical assistance and investment projects. As I said before, Caitlin is the resources and partnerships leader at the Blue Dragons Foundation, an Australian NGO working in Vietnam. And Caitlin has been involved in the Blue Dragons Children's Foundation since it began in 2003 and is now a senior staff member at the organization. So from the three of us, welcome again to our presentation. Next slide, please. So looking at our environment, we have, this conference is focused on the Asia-Pacific region, and with over 4.2 billion people, it's the world's most populous region, as you would know. We have a high rate of human mobility. Existing migration channels are composed of people with varying motivations and statuses, including economic migrants, refugees, and victims of human trafficking. We have, the Asia-Pacific region experiences also some of the world's worst natural hazards, such as earthquake, volcanic eruptions, cyclones, and monsoons. It also includes some of the world's megacities with some more than 8 million people, and therefore the number of people exposed to hazard risks, and therefore also human trafficking in the region, is very high. And from a humanitarian perspective, in the immediate aftermath of a disaster, traffickers operate and exploit people and their desire for safety and means of income. So basically we have people being exploited when they are really at the most vulnerable, and this is just quite horrific. And today we are trying to shed a bit of more light on what is exactly going on. Next slide, please.
Haitian. After the January earthquake in Haiti, a growing number of young women who lost everything in their homeland began seeking a future here. So many have come in recent months that some young Dominican prostitutes told the Nuevo Herald that their Haitian competitors will soon outnumber them. On these mean streets, hunger made Maria sell her body. She is 12. Maria crossed the border in February with her cousins, who are 13 and 10 years old. A hustler, as human traffickers are called here, helped them cross into the Dominican Republic. She says the price was her virginity. The children say they lost their parents and several siblings in the quake that destroyed Port-au-Prince and killed about 300,000 people. Maria was at school when her family was buried under the rubble of their home.
oui, l'aime la caille, moi, quand il a tombé, les moi, ma terre, les ma pralé, l'autre monde qui est même, yo dit malé. Faut qu'il y a mal de côté, faut mieux, des fois mieux par là, y a côté pour moi, les mal la caille, moi, quand il a crasé, faut mieux mourir, moi, te dire, l'autre tombé.
Since the earthquake, an average of 1,000 Haitian children like Maria and her cousins leave the country illegally each month in the hands.
So this was really just a very short glimpse of what human trafficking does look like on the ground. And it's really important to understand what we're talking about today. So let's keep that story in mind while we get back to the basics to understand what the problem really is. So the United Nations defines human trafficking as the recruitment, transportation, transfer, harboring, or receipt of persons by improper means, such as force, abduction, or fraud, for an improper purpose. So the three elements that must be present for a situation of trafficking in persons is the acts and actions, such as the recruitment, the means, which is usually cohesion, fraud, or abduction, and the purpose, which is usually some form of exploitation. And what we're talking today about is modern-day slavery. And we talk about 14 million people estimated to be trapped in that illicit trade worldwide. And typically 1 of 4 of them are children. Almost 3/4 are women and girls. And what I found personally quite interesting is that from a trafficker's perspective, about a bit less than half of the perpetrators are actually women. Next slide, please. So let's look at the intersection of human trafficking and disaster management. Sorry, some slight technical issues at my end. We have to look at for preliminary research at fast onset disasters. So we looked at tsunamis, earthquakes, fires, and cyclones. We did purposely exclude slow onset disasters such as droughts or other climate change, slow onset climate change hazards, and we also excluded armed conflicts from our research. We think that those slow onset events have quite different dynamics, and therefore we really wanted to focus on the fast onset disasters to understand what is going on after a hazard hits an area without much warning. We were particularly interested in understanding what can be done for fast onset disasters. And such sudden onset disasters can obviously cause unexpected loss of land and lives and destructions of livelihoods, and it instantly plunges those without safety nets into poverty. And in the immediate aftermath of a disaster, displacement is likely to occur. And this displacement is what also gives traffickers room to operate and exploit affected people for the desire of safety. And this can do either one of two things. It can either lead to a sharp rise of existing human trafficking in the region, or it can create a completely new hotspot of human trafficking. And when we conducted research in the absence of academic studies or policy documents on the topic, we looked at a lot of anecdotal evidence from field practitioners and which was reflected in grey literature. There is a clear link between fast onset disasters and human trafficking. So let's move to the next slide, please. So let's understand what disaster response and relief efforts look like and what sort of coordination does take place after a disaster. So during an emergency response, time and resources are usually limited, and therefore for an efficient response, the organization must coordinate amongst each other. And all the international players and local players and everyone must work together and form a united front. And therefore the cluster approach, which was first applied in 2005, is in most cases utilized. And the aim of this cluster approach is to strengthen the system-wide preparedness as well. So it's not just in the response phase, but also beforehand. If you could move to the next slide, please. And one of the cluster elements is the protection cluster. And this is particularly relevant for anti-human trafficking programming. And this, of course, is relevant for countries and regions which operate under the cluster approach and with the protection cluster, as illustrated above. And my colleague Juncker will now be so kind and elaborate on the protection cluster and its functions. Over to you, Juncker.
Thank you, Matt. So the anti-human trafficking efforts are increasingly reflected in the humanitarian response through the protection cluster, as Matt explained. Protection cluster really handles, in general, some of the human rights issues, including child protection and gender-based violence and so forth. And the map shows recent incidences in which anti-human trafficking experts have been dispatched. And for example, recently in the Rohingya crisis of 2017, International Organization for Migration, for example, have developed some of the rapid assessment tools and database for supporting the management of potential cases, and as well as some of the trainings, capacity building for law enforcement and civil society organizations and so forth have taken place. In addition, in the case of the response to Typhoon Haiyan in the Philippines in 2013, IOM also co-led the anti-human trafficking efforts. Particularly, the anti-human trafficking activity has been included in the flash appeal that was made in the collective humanitarian appeal. And next slide, please. And in addition to, say, deploying some of the expertise in the field in case of a particular event, I still don't see the next slide, but if I may continue. Okay, so additionally, Global Protection Cluster has been conducting some of the stock taking to understanding what are the current activities, as well as some of the major gaps in the current system. And one of the most commonly cited gaps in the operation of anti-human trafficking is the lack of awareness. Awareness in terms of establishing that anti-human trafficking is an existing risk in a particular cases. Just to establish that within some of the first responders and also different stakeholders is a challenge. And also understanding the underlying mechanism of risk drivers in particular cases. And this kind of process can get quite political, particularly in cases where certain influential groups in the society may be benefiting from the exploitation themselves. So just to raise awareness enough for the formal action to take place, it could be quite an effort in the current situation. And at the same time, some of the gaps identified, including the lack of knowledge at the practitioner's level in terms of an appropriate tools and some of the concrete actions that can be done to reducing the risk. And then in order to address that, Protection Cluster have been doing quite a bit of work in developing some of the training materials and guidelines to support the practitioners on the field in recent years. But still, nearly a third reported that they are aware of the human trafficking issues, but they are not discussed formally in the cluster meetings. This is partly because anti-human trafficking risks are not seen as high priority as compared to other issues such as general child protection and then gender-based violence that are seen as of more priority in the cluster meetings. And also cited are in cases in which there exist formal, say, referral mechanisms, but certain governments may be reluctant to extend those services to displaced persons. And these are some of the gaps that have been identified in the existing literature. Back to you, Matt.
Thanks very much for that, Junko. Let's look briefly at the next slide at some of the forms that human trafficking can take on. So most typically during and after disasters, we find forced labor, domestic servitude, sexual exploitation, abuse. We find recruitment for combat or gangs, but this seems to be more likely or more common in crisis and armed conflicts, such as what we're seeing in Yemen or Syria. And more recently, organ trafficking seems to be really on the increase, which is quite concerning, obviously. So let's put it back into context and let's look at Maria's story about the Haiti earthquake. with a short video.
Since the earthquake, an average of 1,000 Haitian children like Maria and her cousins leave the country illegally each month in the hands of traffickers. This joint investigation by a Nuevo Herald and the Miami Herald uncovered an appalling trauma that is blatantly ignored by authorities in both countries. Most children are smuggled in the northern region of the island, where the Masacre River marks the border between Haiti and the Dominican Republic. Soldiers and immigration officials from both countries watch the area, so do United Nations Blue Helmets. But it's harder to watch on Mondays and Fridays when a massive open market unfolds in the town of La Jabon in the Dominican side. It's attended by thousands of merchants from both countries, and it's in this chaos that traffickers can slip the children through.
Thanks very much for that. And over to you, Chunka, for a quick elaboration on the history of anti-human trafficking, please.
Okay, yes, so this section is really to give an overview, a brief timeline of how the topic of anti-human trafficking has evolved within the sector. And the concerns over trafficking in persons really come to the fore of global discussion in the 1990s, particularly during the West Balkan crisis. And the year 2000 then saw a landmark decision by the global community in adopting what's called the Trafficking Protocol, or Palermo Protocol, to prevent, suppress, and punish trafficking in persons, especially women and children. That has been signed in 2000 and it eventually had been ratified by over 107 countries. And this, for the first time, established the international consensus on the definition, as well as some of the common framework for preventing and also punishing the illegal act of human trafficking. And in the years following, we've seen a series of large-scale disasters that happened in the region that raised additional concern over trafficking risks during the disaster events, which I will talk a little bit more, which then led to some of the organizations, in particular International Organization for Migration, which took really the lead in gathering some of the evidences and anecdotes included, and try to put that evidence as a collective knowledge and to mobilize some of the effort globally. And this led to some of the series of publications that's considered some of the seminal work in the policy domain, as well as the creation of the anti-trafficking task force within the Global Protection Cluster in 2017. And the work is really continuing as we speak, of understanding the current practice, as well as where are the gaps and the training needs. And next slide, please. In terms of some of the headline disasters that have taken place during that time, including Indian Ocean tsunami of 2004. As many of you remember, this was a tsunami that hit in December that affected over 18 or so countries in the Indian Ocean region. And there are a number of reports of suspected cases of people repeatedly being observed in regions and camps where they may be offering some of the jobs or purported free education to children, as well as some of the organizations are using SMS messages to try to recruit people who might be willing to give up their children for adoption and so forth. So a number of risk reduction activity have been implemented to reduce risk in these cases. And next slide, please. And as we've seen in the video clip, Haiti earthquake of 2010, where an increase in the cross-border movements have been noted, particularly in illegal migrants and also a movement of children. As UNICEF reporting, approximately 25 to 100 children went missing every day. And some of the arrests are made of people and groups conducting illegal transport of children. And next slide, please. a Nepal earthquake of 2015, where some of the organization were reporting they have stopped some of the children and women moving across borders, approximately 745 people across the Nepal and India border, just 3 months following the earthquake. And as well as police across the border in India are uncovering some of the networks that have been sending women to Gulf regions. And also Human Rights Commission rescued 168 children. I mean, these are some of the things that have been reported. Some of the cases are not confirmed cases. These are suspected cases, and some of them don't make official statistics. But if you look through news reporting, and there were quite a number of cases that are reported throughout these major events. And then the repeated understanding of that risk in the disaster situation then eventually led to the formation of the anti-human trafficking task force within the global cluster, as I have explained. So this is a brief history, and then back to you, Matt.
Thank you very much for elaborating on that history and how recent the efforts in that space are actually. So we're starting to get a picture what anti-human trafficking looks like, and the international attention that it actually gets, and it's getting better and finally seems to get the attention that it deserves. So getting back to what generates this traffickers' opportunity to explore the causes of vulnerability in disasters, we look at basically, we have a breakdown in law and order, pretty much a breakdown in family structures, which leads to a lot of unoccupied children and people being separated. We have inadequate assistance, gender discrimination, particularly in access to employment and education. The inadequate assistance is both really prevalent from a disaster management and human trafficking perspective, which seems to be quite clear. If a sudden onset disaster hits an area, both local actors and international actors are overwhelmed at the start, and it takes some time until relief is coming. The tolerance for gender-based violence is an additional cause of the vulnerability, and in general, when you have weak systems of accountability. And moving to the next slide, we're gonna have a look at which groups are particularly vulnerable, and that obviously correlates with the causes of vulnerability. And we have, in general, we understand that vulnerabilities that exist prior to a disaster can get exacerbated by the event. So that is vulnerabilities from a disaster management perspective, but also vulnerabilities from a human trafficking perspective. However, in particular, we find that homeless and displaced persons are particularly vulnerable, and it's those in camps, those spontaneously settled in urban areas, widows and the heads of households, adolescents, separated and unoccupied children, and children caring for children. And keeping the history of anti-human trafficking during disasters in mind and understanding what the vulnerabilities look like, I would now like to introduce Caitlin and move to a practical example of how her organization, the Blue Dragons Children's Foundation, is aiming to reduce such vulnerabilities and prevent human trafficking. So thanks again for joining us, Caitlin, and over to you, please.
Okay, thank you all. We at Blue Dragon, we're not a disaster organisation. We are more an anti-trafficking organisation, and we've been working on this issue since 2005. Initially, the main issue we were working on was the trafficking of children from central Vietnam to southern Vietnam to work in garment sweatshops. And the kids were basically being put into slavery. Their families thought they were going for vocational training or for a job, but in fact they were being exploited in garment sweatshops and working 15, 16, 17 hours a day for no pay. So that is where we started our work. Thankfully that's less of an issue now, and now the main issue that we're dealing with is the trafficking of women and girls into China, and men, but primarily women and girls who are being trafficked into forced marriages and into prostitution. So as a result of this practical experience, we've developed a very comprehensive approach to anti-trafficking, which aligns with the internationally sort of accepted 4 Ps of fighting human trafficking. So the Ps are prevention of trafficking, protection, which is primarily around protection of victims, and prosecution. And then the 4th one that's often added is partnership, and that goes across all of the other Ps. For Blue Dragon, we take a very comprehensive approach and work on all of these issues. So first, if we look at the next slide, if we can consider prevention and community building. Blue Dragon here, we go beyond awareness raising, and we're really trying to reduce vulnerability and also identify risks and report cases. So we work with the government and with vulnerable communities, which in Vietnam is primarily ethnic minority and other very poor communities. These communities, because they tend to be excluded from many mainstream services, such as education and training, because of remoteness or because of language differences. They find it very difficult to attend school, so they tend to be much more vulnerable. And we're establishing very grassroots systems, excuse me, grassroots systems to be able to prevent, educate communities about trafficking risks, but also report cases when they come up. Next slide. Our rescue work is extremely important. Obviously, it's important for the individuals who are trafficked, but we collaborate with the police, and it's a way for us to advocate for more rescue and to support police in their work rescuing victims of trafficking. We have lawyers on site who can provide that sort of legal assistance and legal support throughout the rescue and investigation process, and support the victims to make statements to the police, which hopefully will lead to more arrests and prosecution, which is the next section on the next slide. So a lot of human trafficking is, we often think of human trafficking as being about gangs and organised criminal syndicates, and it is, definitely. But there's also a lot of trafficking that is kind of opportunistic. And in terms of arrests and prosecution, this strategy can raise the costs for traffickers. If they feel like they are going to be caught and that the sentencing is strict and fines are high, then many of these smaller, more opportunistic traffickers will give up their jobs and they'll choose some other kind of livelihood. So we find, especially in a lot of these border communities, many of the traffickers are known to the victim. They might be, a lady at the market, or a friend at school, or an uncle, an aunt, and they're really not receiving a lot of money for their services. They're recruiting people. They receive a small amount of money, and if they understand that is illegal and that there is a high risk that they'll be arrested, we believe that they will give that up, and that will help to prevent trafficking in the long term. And the next slide is around protection, and this is very, very important. Most trafficking victims experience a terrible trauma as a result of their experiences. Many have experienced violence, sexual abuse, torture even, and in labour trafficking, many experience very severe labour-related illnesses or damage. So the trauma resulting from that requires specialised services, so not just for physical health, but also for mental health. So we provide individualised support by psychologists, social workers and lawyers and teachers to enable victims to be able to recover from their experiences and build new lives back in their communities. So this is essential to reduce future vulnerability. And it also, there have been many reports of former victims then going on to become traffickers. And sometimes this is a way of getting out of trafficking. For example, a brothel owner will offer a girl to return, a brothel owner in China will offer that the girl can return to Vietnam, but only if she sends back a certain number of girls to work in the brothel. So that can be one way. But it can also be, for some victims, once they return, if they don't receive support to re-establish a livelihood, they have no other options but to, the only networks they have are traffickers and smugglers, so they may well become a trafficker themselves and sell other people into slavery. So by ensuring that the victims can not just rebuild their lives, but rebuild their livelihoods, that makes them less vulnerable to future, to potentially becoming a trafficker or to being re-trafficked again in the future. And of course, providing that sort of protection and rebuilding of lives is a human rights imperative. We need to ensure that these victims are able to rebuild their lives and access their human rights in the future. So that's an overview of our approach, and I think you can maybe see where it intersects a little bit already with disaster resilience building, but I'll hand back to Matt now and go into that more.
Thank you so much for elaborating on this excellent work that the organization is doing. It really helps us to understand what are the challenges on the ground, and thanks for your time today. So now, as you said, moving back into what happens during a disaster from a human trafficking perspective, we need to understand that the pre-existing vulnerabilities that already exist before a disaster will grow as part of a disaster. And in generally, a country's capacity to respond to a crime is generally hampered. And in the chaos of this crisis, there is often a weakening of the rule of law, which can create conditions that allow traffickers to act with impunity. And human trafficking amidst disasters remains generally quite poorly understood among stakeholders. And risk factors remain largely unaddressed by government actors and non-government actors. And that goes hand in hand with what Junka alerted to before, that it is really such a recent topic for us to understand human trafficking in disasters and in crisis in general. The past decades have seen global efforts towards anti-human trafficking in such crisis, yet this topic is largely overlooked in the Asia-Pacific disaster management situations, and we'll go a bit later into some of those reasons for why that might be the case. Another thing that happens, and which is probably one of the saddest parts of this presentation, is that the demand for sexual services by humanitarian actors can lead to international trafficking of women and girls. So the disaster happens, people get vulnerable, people who are supposed to help come in the country, and they create a new industry that either creates more demand or creates a completely new hotspot for human trafficking. Traffickers may gain easier access to populations that are vulnerable to exploitation, which was first reported in the South Asia tsunami, as Junko alluded before. And we have a reduction in skilled and specialized anti-human trafficking key responders on the ground, which is obviously due to everything else that's happening during a natural disaster. And moving to the next slide, we try to unpack some of those areas of why it is so hard to address human trafficking and why it's not always addressed how it should be. And when unpacking the limited literature in that space, as well as our research findings, we found the main reasons. So one of the first one is while the protection cluster has good approaches to combat human trafficking, these are typically designed for crisis. So they're more geared towards armed conflict, and they focus a lot on camp management, which is very important, but in the immediate time after natural disaster, those really don't apply a lot. So natural hazards events such as tsunamis or earthquakes have quite different dynamics that need to be considered. Also, the anti-human trafficking and disaster management sectors have a very limited understanding of each other's challenges. They typically operate in silos, which can translate into limited interoperability during disasters. And when we talk about anti-human trafficking and disaster management, we have two different sectors with two different training backgrounds and two different understandings. It's two worlds really coming together, and therefore we have very limited interoperability. And what we alluded to before is that the cluster approach isn't applied in every country and disaster. And therefore, the protection cluster can't be the only mechanism to integrate human trafficking into the international disaster response mechanism. And humanitarian actors sometimes are to be found to contribute to international humanitarian trafficking, as I mentioned on the previous slide. When we spoke to stakeholders, we found that there seems to be a discrepancy between anti-human trafficking program effectiveness in cities versus in regional areas. And the areas that have an established regional country office, for example, if there is an IOM office, they seem to be more effective in implementing anti-humanitarian programs compared to the implementation efforts in rural areas. So it really depends on that network that is already set up before a disaster strikes in terms of how effective you can be after the incident happened. And due to competing priorities when managing disasters, in terms of having a high resource demand and complexity, anti-human trafficking preventative measures are sometimes too reactive and don't get the attention they deserve. So the response triggered anti-human trafficking programming in terms of waiting for anti-humanitarian and waiting for human trafficking evidence comes too late and fails to address the crime when it starts. So generally speaking, anti-human trafficking is currently not systematically integrated in international disaster management efforts. And we argue that anti-human trafficking measures need to be addressed by united humanitarian and development community. And therefore, to reinforce Caitlin's message, they should be proactive, preventive, and protective, and adding the fourth P on, they need to happen in partnerships. So considering all the challenges associated with human trafficking in disasters and the underlying complexities, we argue that the systems approach can be utilized for solving or for at least understanding some of the complexities we face. Moving to the next slide, please. The idea is that once we have an understanding of the system or system of systems, we can effectively design anti-human trafficking programs and empower local a slide back, please, and empower local stakeholders to prevent and mitigate against human trafficking in crisis. And as I mentioned before, this is very early days from a research perspective, and we have a very limited understanding of how to look at the challenges we described today. Nonetheless, when we let's go through one example and illustrate one of the approaches. So system approach is a problem-solving paradigm. And this is to say the systems approach considers the attribute of an entire system to achieve the objective of a system, which is to solve a problem, in our case, human trafficking. So we want to understand the inter- and codependencies on various systems on human trafficking and anti-human trafficking programs. And when a system interacts with another system, the combination of those systems can also be systems of systems. But not wanting to speak too much about the theory, if we look at the environment that we have, as a first step, we can form some logical system groups and make it a bit comprehensible. So in our literature review and stakeholder interviews, the following topics came up. At a very high level, we can group such systems as per the illustration: vulnerable elements, various actors, disaster-impacted infrastructure, specific hazards that the area might face, spatial units, and human trafficking sectors. And if we move to the next slide, we can put prevention, prosecution, protection on it. And moving to the next slide, we can then add specific elements of anti-human trafficking program in this picture and align them with the relevant anti-human trafficking phase. So there we start to see clearly that we're speaking here about an open system, meaning that it exchanges energy, information, material with its environment. And the environment characteristics that you need to consider on the ground are not limited, but include physical, cultural, economic, social, legal, political, and geographic environments. So this is illustration of systems relevant for disaster management, overlaid with anti-human trafficking activities. It should allow practitioners, both from the humanitarian and from the disaster management sector, to identify some interrelationships, co-relationships, and interdependencies. And moving to the next slide, we can then, from a mapping perspective, look at which anti-human trafficking activities relate to which systems and start exploring those. And obviously, from a practical perspective, we would have to map all relevant inter and codependencies to truly understand the relationship between the elements and use the gathered insights to guide our anti-human trafficking programming efforts. But as mentioned, we found that in general, there's a very limited understanding of how anti-human trafficking and disaster systems interact and how they behave. So this is clearly an area for further research, and it is very early days. But going back to practical examples on the ground, let's have a look at some of the recent case studies and examples that Caitlin can share with us about her organization's approach to deal with such challenges. Over to you, Caitlin.
Okay, thank you, Matt. That's a nice overview of the theory. And now I can give us a couple of examples that Blue Dragon has been dealing with this year, which is our year of disasters. As I mentioned, we're not a disaster, we're not normally dealing with disasters, but during this year, we have really understood the interaction between human trafficking and in the context of disasters. The first one that I can talk about is the impact that COVID-19 has had on human trafficking in Vietnam. So as probably most people know, Vietnam has dealt extremely well with the pandemic, and we've had very low number of cases and very low deaths in the country. So the health impacts have been quite small, but like everywhere, the economic impacts are huge. And right from the beginning, Blue Dragon understood that the economic impacts on families, and especially on the most vulnerable families, would increase and cause more problems for human trafficking. Economic insecurity is the main reason that people are vulnerable to being trafficked in Vietnam, both for domestic labour trafficking, for forced marriages, for everything. Our research shows that the main reason that people leave home and accept the promises of traffickers is because they're looking for work or they're looking for income. So it's with reduced work, especially in some of the sectors that soak up the more low-skilled labour and more vulnerable families, such as hospitality, tourism, and manufacturing. That's really increased vulnerability. Another issue that we saw was, actually, before I go into that, I'll talk about a couple of cases that we've seen in Sapa early this year. We received a report that 5 teenage girls had left school and disappeared, and their families reported this to the police, and the police asked us to help. As many of you might know, Sapa is a tourist town, and it's almost completely reliant on tourism. And with the closing of Vietnam's borders, all the tourism dried up, and there's huge economic insecurity in that area. So these young girls dropped out of school and they wanted to get a job to try and help their families. And they thought they were going to jobs in factories or in restaurants, but in fact they ended up in karaoke bars that were actually fronts for brothels, fronts for prostitution. So we were able to quickly intervene, and along with the police, we rescued those girls and helped them make statements. And now they're back home. We're providing support for them, psychological support as well as legal and practical support. But actually the changes we've seen in trafficking is not only in terms of sex work, but also we're seeing an increase in labour trafficking. We had one example in August, I believe, where two young men, ethnic minority men from far northeastern Vietnam, they accepted a job offer in Ho Chi Minh City. Again, they thought, they had no work. They thought they were going to a legitimate job, and they travelled the more than 2,000 kilometres down to Ho Chi Minh City. But on arrival, they were forcibly taken to the port at gunpoint, actually, and they were forced to sign a contract to become staff on a fishing ship. And the contract actually included a huge debt that they already owed the crew, the company, and so they realised at that point that they were in trouble. Luckily, they were able to call for help, and we were able to, along with the police, we were able to rescue them before they left the shore, and able to get them home. But these cases demonstrate how the economic insecurity is really a much bigger, is a huge impact on human trafficking. We're also seeing that one of the other effects of COVID is that schools, as in many countries, schools were closed for a very long period at the beginning of the year, and many children did not return after that break. They have dropped out to find work or get married. And just in 4 districts of 2 provinces, Blue Dragon and the schools identified 669 kids that had dropped out or didn't return after the schools reopened. And many of them had decided to get married or go for work. Thankfully, we were able to get many of those kids back, most of them, more than 63%, are now back in school with our support. So we've noticed that trafficking, closed borders does not stop trafficking, it just changes the forms. There's still many victims being trafficked into China, but also we're seeing an increase in domestic trafficking because it's more difficult now with the closed borders. So moving on to one more example, which is, some of you may have heard that in October, November, central Vietnam was hit by 8 storms consecutively over the 2 months, and there was a huge amount of damage done, 192 deaths, and 57 people are still missing. And the damage is estimated at around $1.3 billion US. So it's an absolutely huge disaster for those provinces. And this is coming on top of COVID. Central Vietnam was the main part of Vietnam that had the second wave of COVID. So they've really been hammered this year, and they're really very vulnerable to trafficking. Blue Dragon has been working in Hue province since 2004. And our primary goal there was around child trafficking. And as I mentioned earlier, we'd been largely successful there, so that the communities we're working with no longer accept the lies of traffickers. And in the past 2 years, we haven't had to rescue any children from trafficking in those districts. So that's a huge success. But now our main concern is that success will be completely reversed because of these floods and the economic impacts of the floods. So we're providing, normally we don't provide disaster relief. We're not a disaster recovery organisation, but we know that if we don't do this, if we don't help families get back on their feet, that the traffickers will come back and the communities will face no choice but to let their children go back into trafficking, and potentially women and men as well. So what we're doing there is we're really focusing on 3 key areas, and that's around livelihoods, to make sure that people can have economic opportunities in the future and can rebuild their livelihoods. The floods have washed away most of the agriculture, and these communities are also relying on fishing and fish farming, and most of their equipment and boats and things and fishing nets have been destroyed. So we're helping to replace those livelihoods for people. We're also very understand that it's very important for the kids to stay in school. So we're providing scholarships to keep kids in school, and we're repairing homes so that families have somewhere safe to live. And now I'll hand back to Matt.
Thank you very much for sharing those amazing examples. Please keep the good work up. So to close off our session today, let's capture what we do know about how to evolve anti-human trafficking practices to create resilience in disasters. We know that we have to embark on and embrace really a sector-wide transformational journey. And after going through literature and talking to stakeholders, we identified that 7 key steps of the journey need to be undertaken in order to stop disaster victims becoming human trafficking victims. Number 1, as humanitarian, development and law enforcement sectors, we have to come together and embrace the challenge ahead. So this would allow us to build networks and to be activated during disasters and develop anti-human trafficking strategies that commence in the response phase of a disaster, or even better, we start that a little bit before the disaster strikes. And this can be done with regional forums, country-led committees, or think tanks. The governance structure pretty much needs to allow us to come together, and it will depend on local characteristics of the region in terms of making it effective, and there wouldn't be a one-size-fits-all approach. Second, the evidence base and literature addressing anti-human trafficking and disaster management intersection is extremely poor. So we need to focus to understand the research to understand the topic a little bit better and understand the dynamics in that space, in particular how international organized crime utilizes such opportunities to their advantage, but also, as Caitlin alerted before to, how the normal factors, the non-criminal activities do play a role in that. The third point, we need to inform, educate and raise awareness, ideally before, but at least immediately after following the initial disaster impact. And as we learned, we know that human trafficking in disasters builds on pre-existing vulnerabilities. And therefore, programming need to approach vulnerable communities or individuals and educate them about the human trafficking risks and the trends in a specific region before something happens. And there's many good examples where anti-human trafficking program is conducted in school, household levels, or specific groups. The collaborative use of technology and social media might be an opportunity for stakeholders to get the message out there a bit earlier and a bit more effectively. Number 4, definitions do really matter. The international community and local actors must operate it in a coordinated way and follow the United Nations Trafficking in Persons Protocol that Junko introduced to us. And the Haiti earthquake highlighted that too many organizations were concerned, for example, with being moved with people being moved as opposed to people being exploited. And this resulted in a misdeployment of counter-trafficking resources to the borders, and thereby compromising interior enforcement. Number 5, the effort should be made to understand vulnerabilities, both from a disaster management and human trafficking perspective. As my colleague Caitlin pointed out with her examples in Vietnam, there are shared vulnerabilities that can easily be addressed. And for anti-human trafficking efforts in relation to vulnerability, the rapid identification, registration, support provision of individuals is important. And such activities work really nicely together with the standard disaster relief and recovery operations that we do conduct anyway post a disaster. Number 6, when it comes to accepting the need for a transformation, it's really important that we have a sober look at what mechanisms are currently in place. As previously discussed, law enforcement and agencies, governments have approaches during peace times, and the international community has mechanisms to add resources and capacities in times of need. All those sectors have limitations, and it is important to recognize such in order to identify suitable solutions. One example that we talked about was the protection cluster with its limitations and how we need to overcome those. And last but least, once we come together, when the three sectors come together and we have a shared understanding of the challenge ahead, we need to hand over and give up power. We need to engage with local organizations and communities who have the relevant knowledge, experience, and access to make a difference on the ground. I know that typically the international community is not very good at empowering locals because we sort of think that we know how it's done best and what to do. However, the most effective way to make a difference is really to empower local actors with international best practice approaches, funding, and let them design the programs for a specific region. And moving on to the next slide, which I want to leave you with today. I would like to close off with a question to the audience. So in Japan, the word crisis is made up of two symbols. One is danger, one is opportunity. So clearly, a disaster can be seen as opportunity. So what, as sectors, we start to think about disasters that can actually be a catalyst for alleviating existing vulnerabilities rather than exacerbating them? If that's the case, can a disaster be utilized to eradicate or at least reduce human trafficking? I believe this is the vision and the aspiration that we as sectors need to take on. And if that's our goal, I think everything else should follow. Moving to the last slide and closing off, I really wanted to thank everyone who joined in and listened today. Mostly I wanted to thank my co-presenters, Caitlin and Junko, who shared their time, expertise, and approaches with us today. On behalf of the three of us, I hope you have a great day, stay safe, and thanks for your time. Bye.
Good afternoon, everybody. That was a wonderful previous session. Thank you very much, Matt. And we're looking forward equally to this session also on industrial resilience, how construction industries respond to disaster and conflict. And it's a real privilege to be joined by André Olal from École Polytechnique Fédérale de Lausanne. I'm sure I pronounced that terribly, with apologies for that, André, but we're very grateful you're with us. And André, over to you.
Thanks, David. So as David mentioned, I'm presenting today on the topic of industrial resilience, how construction industries respond to disaster and conflict. And the presentation is loosely comprised of three parts. I'll first go into explaining what I mean by resilience in relation to construction industries. I'll then describe some research into how some research we've undertaken into how construction actors behave in response to crisis-affected environments. And then we'll discuss some of the implications of this behaviour for the resilience of construction industries. Now, when we talk about resilience in relation to construction, we typically refer to the resilience of construction products. In particular, the physical resilience, that is the ability of buildings and infrastructure to withstand the effects of crises and to continue to provide shelter, basic services, essential services in a safe and effective manner. Now, in relation to disaster and conflict, resilience of construction often encompasses the concept of building back better, building better quality, stronger buildings and infrastructure that are better able to withstand the effects of crises. But beyond the products of construction, industrial resilience takes into account construction processes and how crises affect the ways that construction is organised and undertaken. This capacity of construction industries includes the effects and the ability to withstand the effects of crises, has implications both for post-crisis reconstruction and longer-term development. Now, the image on the screen here alludes to some of the issues that I want to discuss today. So it's taken in Dili, the capital of Timor-Leste, and the bridge in the background is along the route from the airport to the centre of Dili. The bridge was built around 2012 by a South Korean construction firm, and it was built as part of a large increase in government expenditure and several other national reconstruction programs that responded to a political crisis in the country in 2006 and 2007. It's fairly well designed and built bridge. It has similar materials and involves similar materials and construction methods to many bridges that you would see in Australia or otherwise here in Switzerland. But by 2014, when this image was taken, the South Korean firm that built the bridge had finished the project and left the country. In the foreground, you can see some Timorese construction workers digging and grading by hand river sand and gravel for use in concreting. Now, their work and this image suggests that by the time this photo was taken, the supply chains and construction standards that were employed or involved in the construction of the bridge, like the construction firm, had departed the Timorese construction industry. So that notwithstanding the quality or the resilience, the physical resilience of the bridge, the project didn't contribute significantly to the industrial resilience or the capacities and capabilities of the domestic construction industry and the ability of that industry to build similar infrastructure in the future. Pardon for the delay. Now, to clarify what I mean by industrial resilience in relation to the construction industry, it's first important to clarify what construction industries encompass and how they're organised. Industries are taken here to refer to arenas of production compared, say, to markets that are arenas of exchange. Now, construction differs from other forms of production in that the products of construction are unique, either by the form, function of the buildings and infrastructure, or by their location. Production in construction is project-based and involves unique coalitions of actors and resources that are assembled at unique and remote construction sites for the project duration. Now, construction can be organised in different ways. Those site-based actors typically include general contractors and trade subcontractors. That is, trades firms, smaller firms specialising in particular forms of construction, for example, electrical firms, plumbing firms, concreting firms. But there are other actors that are involved in construction work. Now, this broader array of actors includes subcontractors, typically involved in medium and large-scale projects installing particular building systems and particular components. The larger array of actors involved in construction projects or involved in production and construction also includes the suppliers and manufacturers of building materials and components and equipment. Now, their work has a direct impact on the form of construction and the way that works are undertaken on site. Now, beyond these producers, and just by the way, I can hear Seb, I'm not sure if it's going in the recording, but I can hear in the background. Now, beyond this range of actors involved in the supply side of construction markets, we also have other actors that aren't necessarily restricted to work on construction sites. That includes clients and consultants such as project managers, engineers, and architects. Their decisions and their actors all have an impact on the way that work is undertaken on sites and on the products of construction. Now, looking further beyond these actors, you also have financiers and regulatory authorities. And again, their work, their decisions, their actions have an impact on the way that construction is organised and on the quality, the resilience of the work produced. Now, the involvement of financiers is particularly relevant in relation to aid finance construction in crisis-affected settings, where aid donors often, aid often comes with stipulations regarding measures such as the ways in which contractors are selected and in which contracts are signed. Now, this organisation of construction is robust in that it entails a great degree of flexibility. You can arrange and rearrange configurations of actors and resources in ways to suit particular construction projects, particular sites, particular forms of construction. But is it resilient? In particular, is it resilient considering the large number of actors that production and construction involves and the different capabilities and priorities of these actors and the different ways that these actors would respond to unstable economic and institutional conditions that characterise conflict-affected environments? So, resilience in construction relates to practical responses or how practitioners respond to prevailing economic and institutional conditions, and then what are the broader industrial implications for these responses. Now, when we consider these responses, we're thinking not just about practices relating to work on construction site, but the broader range of practices relating to the process of building and infrastructure procurement. That includes practices involved in planning, design, and management of construction. Now, there are different ways that we can categorise this wide range of projects, including according to the topics that I have in front of us here. Design and certification here includes the ways that construction or designs are certified, and also the ways that the actors involved in design and construction, such as consultants and contractors, are certified. Tendering and contract award includes the ways that tenders are organised and advertised, the ways that contracts are priced, and the ways that bids are formulated and evaluated. Resource mobilisation includes all the different ways that contractors bring together the resources that are required to undertake construction works. And this in general includes labour, the various forms of labour, including expertise, different forms of expertise. It includes materials and components, equipment, and plant. Contract administration includes all the different ways that contract responsibilities are allocated, that risk is distributed, and the ways that construction contracts and the conditions they entail are enforced. Now, in order to investigate practices under these different topics, we looked at 4 different crisis or case studies of crisis-affected scenarios or situations in Afghanistan, Pakistan, Timor-Leste, and South Sudan. And again, we looked at these in order to focus on the relationships between prevailing conditions, construction responses, and industrial implications. Now, I'm not going to go into detail into the different cases, but I will just quickly run through some general, give a general overview to give some context. So the situation in Pakistan from 2000 to 2012 was characterized by rapidly increasing or an expanding conflict and increasing violence, as reflected in the increasing numbers of battle-related deaths that you can see in the top right-hand chart here. Now, my apology, the second chart, the right-hand middle chart, is wrong, but the increase in violence in Afghanistan was matched by an increase in development assistance or development funding. Now, funding ODA or civilian development assistance in Afghanistan rose from around $1.41 billion in 2002 up to $6.7 billion in 2010. Now, that entailed an average annual growth rate of around 21% in aid. GDP generally tracked this increase in aid. So GDP rose from around $3.3 billion in 2002 to peak at around $13.34 billion in 2013. And that entails an average annual growth rate of around 12.5% through a period that included the global financial crisis in 2008. Now, construction was a major part of, or a significant part of, this increased production in Afghanistan, this growth in Afghanistan. Value added by construction, the component of GDP, increased by an average of around 25% per annum over the period from 2002 to 2012. And that entails a massive increase in construction activity and construction output in parallel with an expanding civil war. Now, in Pakistan, Pakistan basically features persistent political instability arising from a number of parallel insurgent conflicts. And this includes a conflict in the northwest, centered around the province of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, and related to the adjacent conflict in Afghanistan. Now, in particular, the conflict in the northwest expanded during the period from 2007 till 2011. Now, in parallel with this crisis, flooding in 2010 that started in the northwest but included the entire Indus Delta, so stretched right down to the southeast of the country, displaced around 1.2 million people. Now, considering the large scale of these two parallel crises, the broader national economic effects weren't as significant as one might expect. Or you can see a reduction in the growth rate between around 2006 to 2009 in the chart on the bottom left there. Now, this perhaps less significant economic impact that one might expect might suggest a high degree of national resilience in a country that has a long history of political instability and of natural disasters. Notwithstanding this resilience, political instability in Afghanistan has had far-reaching effects, including on widespread corruption, and particularly corruption affecting public construction projects. And the image here, I guess, highlights some of the effects of this systemic corruption. So the image is of a small road construction project in the north of Sindh. It was taken around 2011, 2012. Now, the road construction project is not driven by need per se. The road that lays under the resealing that you can see here was in reasonably good condition, and it wasn't frequently used. So rather than infrastructure needs, the decision to rebuild this road was largely driven by connections between politicians or local politicians and construction contractors, which influenced decisions about expenditure of provincial and district development funds. Now, in Timor, independence or the end of Indonesian rule in 1999 and formal independence later in 2002 was marked by widespread optimism about post-independence prosperity that didn't culminate. Economic stagnation that followed independence in 2002 culminated or gradually fueled political instability that culminated in the political crisis in 2006 and 2007 that ended up displacing around one-third of the population. In response to the crisis, the new government embarked on a massive public spending campaign from around 2007 that included new national welfare programs, and it also included a series of national infrastructure construction programs that were intended not only to meet massive or large infrastructure needs in the country, but also to distribute national expenditure and income from petroleum resources. In addition, the infrastructure programs were intended to instigate a national construction industry, which was largely absent at the time. Now, the impacts of these programs from around 2008-2009 can be seen both in the increased level of construction activity and output measured in VAC, as you can see in the bottom right-hand chart here, but perhaps more poignantly in the number of registered construction firms. Around 2003, there were no domestic construction firms registered in 2000, let's say, largely because before then, or during Indonesian rule, Indonesian firms largely controlled the construction market. With the departure of these firms, most construction work was undertaken by a handful of foreign firms from Australia, from Portugal, and from the Philippines. From no construction firms in 2003, by 2009, around 4,500 domestic construction firms were registered. Now, this number dropped back to around 3,000 construction firms by 2014, but it still represents an unprecedented rate of expansion of a domestic construction industry. Finally, to South Sudan. The exceptional level of underdevelopment in South Sudan in 2005, when a peace agreement was signed with the North, it was perhaps reflected in Salva Kiir, the man that would become president of the new country, referring to, I guess, the challenge as construction anew rather than post-conflict reconstruction. Reports from the World Bank and UNDP highlighted that, or suggested that the country in 2005 had no functioning national markets and no substantial industrial production. One report suggested that in 2005, the country had only 2 sealed roads in a territory roughly the size of France. This exceptionally low state of development is reflected in the image you can see here. It was taken at the foot of Jebel Kujo, just on the outskirts of Juba. It's of a woman who is breaking down by hand large stones rolled down from the mountain to make construction aggregate. And this is a job that's usually done by quarrying machinery and plant, but here we have someone by hand breaking down stones that were selling for around $60 per cubic meter. Now that's the 4 cases. Now, statistical indicators can give us some indication, I guess, or some picture of the differences in conducting conditions affecting construction projects in each of the cases. In the chart here, you see six dimensions related to the environment surrounding construction projects. At the top, economic conditions related to the availability of construction resources, and at the bottom, institutional conditions relating to the function of public institutions that are tasked with regulating construction. Now, for each dimension, proxy indicators are used in the absence of directly relevant indicators, and they provide a useful, albeit limited, accurate indication of conditions. Now, in the chart, for each case situation, values are plotted against a backdrop or background of interquartile ranges for three country groups, and that's low-income countries, middle-income countries, and high-income countries. So what does this chart tell us? So first of all, it highlights from the interquartile ranges from the three country groups, you can see that diminishing income is associated with more challenging conditions surrounding construction projects. And you can see conditions are worse for middle-income countries compared to high-income, and again for low-income compared to middle-income. It also highlights that conditions in South Sudan were much more challenging than in Afghanistan, and then conditions in Timor were slightly improved again, and then conditions in Pakistan were in general better among the four cases. In Timor, control of corruption was particularly good, or scores particularly on control of corruption, as it does on the availability of expertise. And in Afghanistan, the availability of materials and equipment was perhaps out of sync with the challenging conditions in relation to the other dimensions. Now, this provides a good comparative overview of each of the cases, but it doesn't provide us with a lot of detail about conditions on the ground, nor does it tell us anything about construction practices. The chart we have here, so in order to understand more about construction practices and conditions on the ground, we undertook interviews with 86 construction practitioners working in each of the cases. And this chart shows a distribution of interviewees. So basically, a couple of things that are highlighted from this chart. First of all, it describes the interviewees in relation to the type of interviewee, financier, client, design consultant, contractor, etc., in relation to origin, foreign or domestic, and also in relation to the type of organisation represented by the interviewee, military unit, government agency, development organisation, or commercial firm. You can see here straight away an absence of any trade subcontractors among the group. You can also see a focus on local or domestic contractors, in particular in Afghanistan and Pakistan. While not providing a representative sample of the population of construction actors in each of the cases, this group of practitioners does entail a deep body of practical knowledge and experience that was able to inform our understanding about practices and how they respond to prevailing conditions. Now, interviews were recorded, transcribed, and then coded, with subsequent analysis leading to the development of causal network diagrams. Essentially diagrams that look to distill causal paths from prevailing conditions to construction practices and on to the effects on construction projects. Now, each of these diagrams follows a consistent structure of conditions, both broader national conditions and conditions immediately surrounding construction projects, highlighted here in blue. Then in green, construction practices, and in particular, abnormal construction practices. And what I mean here by abnormal are practices that deviate from industrial norms and normal functional behavior, and also practices deviating from practices mandated in contracts and other forms of regulation. Then in orange, highlighted here, are project outcomes or are, linked with specific project practices. Now, as I mentioned, the purpose of the diagrams is to distill relationships between to determine or present causal paths from prevailing conditions to construction practices and on to project outcomes. And I'll just highlight these in relation to the practice of reassignment of contracts. Now, just quickly, we'll come back to reassignment of contracts later, but it basically involves a commodification of construction contractors and was widespread in Afghanistan and also in some other contexts. Essentially, the contractors that would win a competitive tender would then sell the contract to another contractor, taking perhaps a fixed percentage of the contract sum. Now, this second contractor might either undertake the works or more often not would then sell on the contract to a third contractor. And sometimes contracts changed hands across 5 years of subcontracting or eventually arriving in the hands of a contractor with both the ability, the risk tolerance, and the access to sites in order to undertake works. Now, just to highlight several paths of causative conditions leading to reassignment of contracts, here going from political instability to violence through low economic development, the low availability or restricted mobility of expertise, and then inadequate investment by domestic construction firms. Similarly, another path of causation through short investment horizons and again, inadequate investment. And a third path of causation through high insecurity and onto reassignment of contracts. And finally, increased commercial risk, subsequent inadequate investment by foreign construction firms, all contributing to reassignment of contracts. Now, looking at project outcomes arising from the practice, ultimately it was decreased quality of built work via increased construction overhead costs and dispersed contractual responsibility. So all of the diagrams, you can see 8 of them here for Afghanistan, followed a similar structure and identified similar causative paths and relationships. Now, I'm not going to go in detail through the various diagrams. I'll skip over them quickly, because the synthesis of these diagrams led to a series of generic diagrams representing common construction, common conditions, practices, and outcomes under each of the 4 practice topics. Now, as with the case-specific diagrams, these generic synthesized diagrams follow a consistent structure, highlighting national and project-specific conditions, abnormal construction practices, and project outcomes, and then in addition, broader industrial implications of these outcomes. Now, in order to present these in I guess a more legible and coherent way, from these synthesis diagrams, we ended up with 7 common prevailing conditions and 15 common abnormal construction practices. So I won't go into detail in relation to the prevailing conditions, but as you can see, decreased regulatory quality, decreased reliability of the legal framework, and that includes both an absence of appropriate laws and regulations, an absence of systems to enforce the laws and regulations, and also construction contracts that are there, both in terms of an absence of courts of law, but also of other systems of arbitration. Increased prevalence of corruption includes the general increase in both petty and grand corruption that was exhibited in all of the cases and is prevalent in general in crisis-affected settings, as you may have seen in one of the earlier presentations today. Decreased mobility and availability of construction expertise in particular affected the conflict-affected settings, where increased risk largely restricted more competent professionals to working in safer urban areas. And the next couple of conditions are linked in some ways and contrary on others. Decreased investment horizons generally related to increased risk, But then in parallel, within some market segments in the case studies, we saw increased investment horizons, and this in particular related to situations of restricted markets or particular perceptions of increased demand driving expectations of longer-term profits. And in relation to the conditions, finally, we have insecurity of project sites, affecting in particular tendering, contract award, resource mobilisation, and contract administration. And from these, we ended up with 15 abnormal common construction practices. The adoption of foreign codes refers to the adoption of construction codes and the technical standards that they reference, driven at times by the absence of appropriate local codes, but also by stipulations or requirements of clients and financiers of reconstruction projects. We're talking here about donors and development organisations stipulating particular foreign codes that may not be in alignment with national codes. Corrupt certification of works is fairly clear. It's a form of petty corruption in which government officials were demanding payments to certify works for payment. Fraudulent testing was surprising and particularly potentially damaging. So basically relates to materials testing that is demanded in most construction contracts. For example, the testing of the strength of concrete. Testing labs in Afghanistan, Pakistan, and also South Sudan would offer purchase test results so that substandard samples of concrete could be submitted, but the tests would, passing test results would be provided, and the reports essentially now allowing significant compromises to construction quality. Contract reassignment we described before in relation to Afghanistan, but it was also prevalent in Timor-Leste and in Pakistan, although to a lesser extent in South Sudan. Fraudulent bidding involves several different forms of fraudulent and perhaps also opportunistic practices. At times it was construction bidders or construction contractors submitting fraudulent information about the projects they had undertaken and about their registration and capability to undertake the works. It also includes, less fraudulent, more opportunistic practices, such as unbalanced bidding or underbidding for projects in order to submitting unrealistically low prices to win projects and then making compromises to construction quality in order to finish the project at a price below the awarded contract sum. Corrupt contract award, again, fairly self-explanatory. It's a form of grand corruption in which government, not just government officials, actually, also officials from development agencies were demanding payments from contractors in order to subvert competitive tender processes. Strategic contract award largely relates to strategies by different clients to, focus on particular market segments. And sometimes this was for particular investment reasons. For example, for a number of contracts funded by the Australian government, including through the Australian military, they were restricted to, or Australian contractors were prioritised in the award of those contracts. The US had similar policies for contracts over a certain amount, but then for lower value contracts under $5 million, the US government actually restricted contracts to domestic or Afghan contractors only. So there were various strategies involved in contract award in the different cases. Vertical integration relates to or pertains to a response by contractors to an unavailability of local supply chains. Essentially, contractors would hire on permanent contracts or all of the labour and expertise required to undertake works, and they would purchase all of the equipment required, and establish international supply chains, so purchasing materials in international markets and importing them into the country where they're working in order to undertake projects. And this responded to an absence of local supply chains. And generally, it also responded to expectations of higher profits. So examples of this included contractors working on military contracts in Afghanistan, but also contractors working on road construction contracts in South Sudan, where supply chains simply weren't present. At the other end of the scale, we have inadequate investment by smaller contractors. And essentially this relates to, or it describes very small contractors, often just family units involving maybe 1 or 2 employees, but no other significant investment and no real capabilities to undertake works. Now, these contractors wouldn't normally survive in construction markets because of their lack of capabilities, but they were able to survive due to corruption, connections, and other ways. The final 3 practices relate to contract administration and essentially relate to the inadequate enforcement of contract conditions, and in particular, imported or conditions stipulated in imported standard construction contracts. They include inadequate site superintendents, biased contract administration, and neglect of insurances and arbitration. Now, these 3 practices essentially or contributed to increased risk, not just for clients, but also for contractors that were involved in the practices. Now, what we're mainly interested in here is the implications of these practices for resilience, for the resilience of construction industries, and for the long-term resilience. Now, I wanted to just briefly describe this in relation to 3 topics or themes: importation, opportunism, and investment. So in relation to importation, we had, there are 5 associated practices: adoption of foreign codes, contract reassignment, inadequate site superintendents, biased contract administration, and neglect of insurances and guarantees. Now, this relates in particular to the common use of foreign codes and standards, and also the common use of standard contracts that were derived from foreign legal systems. Now, construction codes in general control aspects of building design such as fire safety, access and amenity, structural integrity, and seismic resistance. And these construction codes in turn reference technical standards. Standard construction contracts here refers to standardized contracts between clients and contractors. Now, standard contracts are common and they just avoid having to draft specific contracts for each individual project. They're common in all construction industries or in all construction sectors. In Australia, for example, you have the Master Builders Association, which issues a range of different standard construction contracts. In the international context, you have the International Federation of Consulting Engineers, known by the French acronym of FIDIC or FIDIC. And the FIDIC Red Book, what's commonly known as the FIDIC Red Book, is perhaps the most commonly used standard construction contract in international construction projects. Now, the importation of these foreign measures for the regulation of construction projects largely relates, as I mentioned before, either to the absence of local alternatives and or to the requirements of clients and financiers. Now, local alternatives, for example, in Afghanistan, includes just a general absence of a culture of contracting and hence an absence of local standard contracts. In relation to standards, codes and standards, clients or financiers often enforce particular standards. And for example, in Timor-Leste, you had specific projects funded by the Australian government requiring adherence to the Australian Building Code. In relation to building codes, I should mention as well, the International Building Code is perhaps the most widely diffused or dispersed, the most widely used building code. But its name's a bit of a misnomer. The International Building Code, or the IBC, is actually the national code for jurisdictions in the United States. Nevertheless, in many countries, in many places, the IBC is taken as assumed to be an international code and is adopted, and its adoption is widespread. That includes in Afghanistan, in South Sudan, it was used widely, also in Timor-Leste. Now, one aspect of this importation of foreign regulatory methods is their varying relevance to local economic and institutional conditions. Now, this includes their relevance to technical conditions, the availability of particular prescribed materials or the skills for particular techniques, but also includes regulatory conditions, the unavailability of the kinds of regulatory framework that might be needed to enforce detailed construction codes and contracts. Now, this lack of relevance or irrelevance of different aspects of codes, standards, and contracts generally has an impact on the physical resilience of construction projects, and that is outcomes in the short term. What we saw in many of the cases is failures or an irrelevance of aspects of codes and standards and contracts, resulting in compromised construction quality in specific projects. But in the long term, perhaps what's more relevant is the consistency of imported measures. That's perhaps best illustrated by the situation in Pakistan. Now, in Pakistan, the International Building Code, or the IBC, and a version of the FIDIC Red Book is mandated by the Pakistan Engineering Council, such that these two forms are pretty much ubiquitous or mandated for use in all public construction projects. Now, despite there being fairly ill-suited to the local context, and also despite there not even being Urdu translations of them available, local contractors that I work with were very well versed in both their rights and their responsibilities and the requirements of both of these foreign regulatory measures. So, which suggests the adaptability of domestic construction industries. So, and which highlights the importance of perhaps the functionality of using consistent imported regulatory measures. An example of how enabling strategies to support this kind of consistency and therefore development of resilience within domestic construction industries, there could be schemes, for example, where simplified versions of the International Building Code, simplified versions of the FIDIC Red Book might be mandated, both coordinated and mandated by development donors and implementing organisations in order to facilitate familiarity and the long-term development of capacity and resilience within domestic construction industries. Opportunism here relates to various forms of fraud, corruption, essentially practices that prioritise immediate reward over longer-term concerns of probity and diligence. Now, in general, opportunistic practices reflected shortened investment horizons, in particular in relation to sudden increases in demand in relation to weakened regulation in crisis-affected settings. Now, the expansion these practices aren't restricted to crisis-affected settings, but their prevalence does appear to increase in response to crisis, and in particular in response to increased demand and weakened regulation. Now, in the short term, these practices can undermine projects and weaken construction quality with implications for physical resilience. But in the long term, they perhaps have more enduring implications. The expansion of these what could be persistent problems into more widespread prevalent practices crowd out diligent practices from construction markets. And this was evident in Afghanistan, for example, where diligent practices were essentially crowded out of construction markets. contractors were forced to engage in corruption and fraud in order to survive within construction markets. Now, beyond this expanded prevalence, another problem or another risk is the entrenchment or normalization of opportunistic practices. And this relates, for example, to the tendency for practices to become for opportunistic practices becoming entrenched, highlighted, for example, in Tirol's theory of collective reputation in relation to the persistence of corruption. Now, this was exemplified in Pakistan, as I explained before, in relation to the systematization of corruption there. Now, in the absence of appropriate regulations, the onus falls on clients, in particular donors and clients of reconstruction projects in crisis-affected settings, to understand what are the different modes, the different forms of opportunistic practices, and to take measures in order to control those practices and to prevent longer-term impacts on industrial resilience. Now, finally, I wanted to discuss investment. Investment largely relating to the development of supply chains for construction resources. And here I'm talking about resources such as labour, including expertise, professional expertise and trade labour, materials and components, equipment and plant. Now, notably, supply chains for materials and mobile equipment appear to be very resilient in crisis-affected settings. And I guess this relates to what I mentioned earlier about aspects of adaptability. Now, we saw even in very problematic circumstances in South Sudan and also in Afghanistan, that supply chains for materials and basic equipment can open up and do, in fact, open up. Now, these investment strategies largely relate to the management of trade expertise, heavy plant equipment, and heavy plant equipment being the main bottlenecks on expansion of industrial capacity and industrial resilience. Now, contractors adopt a range of resource mobilisation strategies, as I mentioned, from vertical integration to project-based mobilisation of resources through subcontracting or short-term contracts. Now, these different strategies have involved different perceptions or stem from different perceptions of future demand and profit, and are also affected by different levels of competition and risk. They also have different implications for construction capacity and industrial resilience in the medium and long term. I wanted to talk in particular about vertical integration that we saw with road construction firms in South Sudan and firms in the markets, restricted markets for military construction projects in Afghanistan. Now, while this investment in resources was initially restricted to a limited group of contractors and within limited segments of construction markets, these resources and these supply chains gradually diffused across broader construction industries, so that despite initially serving very limited segments of the market, they ended up contributing to or to enhancing longer-term or broader construction capabilities and longer-term construction resilience. So what can clients do in relation to this in order to promote this kind of investment in resources and then in order to promote longer-term resilience within construction industries? Now, first of all, the idea of restricting construction markets, of pre-selecting contractors or pre-qualifying contractors as opposed to open competition tenders is often anathema to clients who believe that competition leads to or underpins value for money. But what we're seeing in settings, in highly unregulated settings, is that open competition essentially drives a race to the bottom, where contractors are forced to underbid, to bid below the actual cost of works in order to win contracts, and then undercut quality in order to secure a profit from inadequate contract sums. By restricting markets, pre-qualifying tenderers, clients could both reduce the risks of underbidding and subsequent risks that has for construction quality, but also provide confidence and in a longer term investment strategies that would lead to the development of local supply chains and broader construction resilience. Contractors could also adopt different forms of contract that minimise the risk for contractors. And I'm thinking here about cost plus contracts, etc., that, as I said, reduce construction risk or contractor risk and thereby promote investment in resources, which will eventually feed into longer term industrial resilience. Now, that's all we have time for now. I just wanted to end with a simple idea that beyond building stronger, more resilient buildings and infrastructure, building back better should also include building more capable and resilient construction industries. Now, this requires consideration of the different priorities and capabilities of construction project actors, and also the different ways that these actors respond to crises. Thank you for your time. And we don't have scope for questions here, but feel free to contact me at andreulol@ffl.com if you have any questions or comments in relation to the presentation. Thank you for your time.
Wonderful, Andre. Thank you so much. It's quite the feat to talk for 50 minutes and to keep the attention, which I think you absolutely did. What fascinating places. And if only we had more time, but we really appreciate it. We know it's the early morning for you or the late hours. And that was amazing. And thank you for your offer for us to contact you. It's much appreciated, Andre. So thanks you very much.
David. I appreciate it.
Much appreciated. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thanks. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Good afternoon. My name is Kirsten McDonald. I am very pleased to be chairing this session of URAP 2. During this session, we hope to demonstrate the importance of understanding hazards, using digital technology and resilience measurement tools to assess exposure and vulnerability, determine risk, and identify interventions to reduce risk and contribute to resilience in the Pacific. Next slide, please. Before I begin, I would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the lands on which we meet today. For those of you who are joining from outside Australia, acknowledging country is a demonstration of our respect for our First Nations peoples. I am joining you today from the lands of the Yorta Yorta peoples around Shepparton in Victoria, lands to which my family migrated more than a century ago and on which I grew up. I pay my respects to elders past, present, and emerging. Today, we will begin by setting the context for our work, contributing to the readiness of schools and communities in Samoa, the Solomon Islands, Tonga, and Vanuatu, so that they are safer and more resilient. We will then provide an overview of 3 pathways to reducing risk and building resilience, and demonstrate each using 2 projects: the Global Program for Safer Schools Pacific Roadmap and the implementation of innovative bridge technologies. We will end with a moderated discussion exploring where to from here for reducing risk and building resilience in the Pacific in the future. Next slide, please. Arup is a global professional services consulting firm specialising in the built environment. Our international development team has been working with our engineers, our geologists, our risk, wind, seismic, structural, coastal and flood specialists, and our digital data and information experts in the area of safer schools and resilient infrastructure for over 10 years. We have scoped, designed and delivered programs and projects in the Pacific, as well as throughout Asia, Africa and the Middle East for non-government organisations and foundations, as well as bilateral and multilateral donors. I will be joined during this presentation by 3 colleagues: Kathy Franklin, Associate Principal, Structural Engineer and leader of our Advanced Technology and Research team, and Tom Halliwell, a Senior Civil Engineer and co-leader of our Victorian South Australia Civil Infrastructure team, who will present our recent and ongoing work. Caitlin J, geologist with our International Development team, will join our discussion on where to from here, stepping in for Caitlin Chilling, who was unable to join. It is important to note that Kathy, Tom, Caitlin and I are representing the work of many. In particular, I would like to acknowledge Tim Moat, Victor Andrade and Gabrielle McGill for their inputs into this presentation. Next slide, please. Who would have thought that this time last year we would have experienced the year we have? If we as a global community have learned anything during 2020, it has been that the future is increasingly uncertain. The scale and pace of change today is unprecedented, and this scale and pace of change is expected to continue, even accelerate in the future. The interplay between our systems, which are increasingly complex and interdependent, and future shocks are unpredictable and their impacts hard to quantify. These shocks, which include those that are related to social, environmental and economic factors, as well as those that are directly influenced by climatic factors, or we might say climate change related, can magnify underlying stresses by disrupting service provision and supply chains, increasing vulnerability to further shocks and stresses. Next slide, please. The processes on which we have relied until now are insufficient in response to this increasing uncertainty. Traditional risk management relies on the ability to quantify the likelihood and impact of an event and on the ability to allocate responsibility for avoiding, accepting, reducing, or transferring a risk. Increasing uncertainty and complexity mean that the likelihood and impact of an event are harder to predict, let alone quantify, and responsibility for action more likely to be shared. In this environment of increasing uncertainty, resilience has emerged as an approach that is complementary to traditional risk management. Resilience promotes a focus on the functionality of the system of which an infrastructure asset is a part, rather than solely on the asset itself, and on shared rather than individual responsibility at all levels. The emergence of resilience as an approach for responding to increasing uncertainty and complexity has necessitated a shift in focus from preventing failure and managing risk to the ongoing functionality of the system. Rather than taking action to expedite recovery to normal following an event, building resilience requires action to prevent failure and expedite recovery in such a way as to enable a shift to a new normal state, one in which reflection and learning to grow and transform are the norm. Next slide, please. Our colleagues have conceptualised this shift in terms of 3 pathways to improving infrastructure asset performance, so to contribute to the resilience of communities in the face of future uncertainty. Pathways 1 and 2, preventing failure and expediting recovery, describe the capacity of infrastructure assets and networks to withstand the impacts of shocks and stresses or become functional as soon as possible after a stress or collapse. Pathway 3, transforming performance, describes the capacity of infrastructure assets and networks to learn and adapt their performance to better cope with shocks and stresses and evolve in response to change, including the changing nature of shocks and stresses. Our recent and ongoing work in the Pacific can be used to demonstrate these 3 pathways to reducing risk and building resilience. Our work on the Global Program for Safer Schools Pacific Roadmap demonstrates the importance of understanding hazards and use of digital technologies for identifying interventions to reduce risk and prevent failure of school infrastructure. Our work on the implementation of innovative bridge technologies demonstrates the importance of appropriate interventions for expediting recovery and contributing to resilience by maintaining connections between rural communities and urban. Our work leveraging digital technologies to assess exposure and vulnerability, determine risk, and identify interventions to reduce risk contribute to resilience through enabling the transformation of performance. Next slide, please. A safer school is able to withstand extreme events without collapsing, and while there may be extensive damage and risk to loss of life is low, as occupants are able to exit safely and failure of the building is localised. The Global Program for Safer Schools was launched in 2014 and is funded by the Global Facility for Disaster Reduction and Recovery. The Global Program for Safer Schools promotes and facilitates large-scale investments in new and existing school infrastructure, which is at risk from natural hazards, leading to safer and high-quality learning environments. At the global program, at the global level, the GPSS makes available evidence-based knowledge to promote a systematic approach to improving the safety of school infrastructure at scale. At the country level and through World Bank projects, the GPSS supports governments to design and implement safer school programs, influence policy reforms, and inform long-term national strategies that prioritise school safety. Next slide, please. The Global Program for Safer Schools Pacific Roadmap, on which ARUP worked, was a 2-year program of technical assistance to the governments of Samoa, Tonga, and Vanuatu that were focusing on government primary schools. The purpose of the technical assistance was to work with the 3 governments to identify opportunities to strengthen the processes by which school infrastructure was planned, designed, constructed, and operated to prevent failure when subject to cyclonic winds, earthquake, volcanic activity, flooding, tsunami, landslide, and liquefaction. The technical assistance was composed of 4 components: a school infrastructure technical risk assessment, the output of which informed a review of the institutional and regulatory environment, and the development of a Safer Schools Roadmap. The Safer Schools Roadmap set out the outcomes of the diagnosis and analysis of school infrastructure asset risk, the outcomes of a cost-benefit analysis for various intervention scenarios, and a prioritised plan for intervention that included retrofitting, replacement, and or relocation of school infrastructure, as well as site protection measures. Next slide, please. Ultimately, the impact of investment in making schools safer in Samoa, Tonga, and Vanuatu is expected to contribute to reducing loss of life, injury, and disaster losses in the education sector, as well as minimise disruption to education, enabling a return to normal as soon as possible after disruption. Next slide, please. The key output of our work was a school infrastructure technical risk assessment of the primary school infrastructure portfolio in each of the 3 countries. The technical risk assessment considered 7 different hazards, as mentioned previously, the exposure of the school grounds and school buildings to the 7 hazards, the vulnerability of the key typologies of school buildings. Our risk assessment involved a desk-based assessment of hazard exposure of 640 primary schools across the 3 countries. This assessment was ground truthed in country by ARUP and the 3 governments. Our risk assessment also involved a desk-based vulnerability assessment of 2,265 school buildings using existing data provided by the governments and for which we thank them, and or collected by ARUP with the assistance of the government. I will next slide, please, and I'll now hand to Kathy Franklin.
Thanks, Kirsten. As Kirsten mentioned, my name is Kathy Franklin. I'm a structural engineer working at ARUP, and I was just going to talk through the technical risk assessment. So as Kirsten mentioned, our hazard exposure assessment considered 7 different hazards. That included cyclones or high winds, earthquakes, liquefaction, volcanic hazards, flooding, landslide, including slope collapse and debris impact, and tsunami. We supplemented the hazard data provided by the governments with public data sourced from internationally reputable sources, and we produced 7 hazard exposure maps, 1 for each hazard. Each map shows the exposure of primary schools to the hazards. The hazard exposure assessment completed is shown in the central graph. This diagram shows the hazard exposure for all buildings in the portfolio in Samoa. The schools were classified as having very low to very high hazard exposure in that range. The diagram shows the percentage of the assessed buildings with each hazard exposure classification. You can see from the diagram that some hazards, such as cyclones and earthquakes, are countrywide hazards impacting the entire portfolio. Tsunami is a coastal hazard, and so schools that have a very high or moderate classification to tsunami hazards are those that are located closer to the coast. Liquefaction is a hazard that is related to floodplains and associated poor soils, and therefore only impacts a small proportion of the portfolio in Samoa. We considered 3 types of flooding: coastal, pluvial, and riverine flooding. The hazard exposure classification for flooding relates to the proximity of the school sites to either the coast or a river. It is noted that the hazard data on these flood hazards could be improved in future as part of our conclusions from this project with a more detailed flood assessment. We considered 2 hazards relating to landslide. Landslide slope collapse, where the building is located on a slope that may slip, and landslide debris impact, where the building is located below a slope and may be impacted by the debris flow from a landslide. Exposure to volcanic ashfall and pyroclastic flow depended on the location relative to volcanoes. To assess the vulnerability of each building in the school portfolio, the buildings were sorted into building typologies that were expected to perform in a similar way. The methodology we developed for the vulnerability assessment was based around the available data, and one of the recurring themes in this presentation will be the importance of data and collecting and safeguarding that data. The building typologies reflect construction type, for example, masonry, timber frame, traditional construction, and building forms such as open shelters and enclosed buildings, as well as number of stories. The performance of each typology under a hazard scenario was estimated based on engineering judgment, considering the typical construction details observed in country during surveys and the review of the construction environment and practice based on workshops in country. From the survey of each building, building-specific modifiers to the performance were also applied that included things such as condition, the presence of roof tie-downs, roof structural type, and other key irregularities to give the vulnerability of each building specifically. A low vulnerability was considered to be a building that would be expected to perform close to the level that would be required by the national building codes. That would typically be life safety performance level for the hazard that's defined in the National Building Code, or about 2/3 of that hazard. 2/3 of the performance level. A high vulnerability was considered to be a building that was expected to be vulnerable to that hazard. So that would be life safety performance in only, say, 1/3 of the loading prescribed in the National Building Code. A very high vulnerability is where total building collapse or loss under the loading from the assessed scenario is considered highly likely. As an example from the graphs in front of you, the vulnerability graph is the one on the right-hand side. A large number of buildings were assessed with a high vulnerability to wind within the portfolio, and that was mainly due to a lack of observable roof ties between the roof and walls, or ties that were highly corroded, which significantly reduced the overall performance of the building. The final risk was calculated based on the combination of the hazard exposure and the building vulnerability. Next slide, please. The school infrastructure technical risk assessment identified two types of interventions to reduce the hazard exposure and building vulnerability, and also interventions to strengthen or comply with the institutional and regulatory environment in the country. Strategies to reduce hazard exposure included relocation of schools and implementation of site protection measures. Relocation was typically considered for risks such as tsunami, landslide, and volcanic pyroclastic flow, although the practicality of relocating schools within communities is noted as difficult and requires careful consideration. Site protection measures were considered for hazards such as the flood and landslide debris cases. Strategies to reduce building vulnerability included replacement of school buildings with a standard classroom design and retrofit of school buildings. These were typically considered to reduce risk levels for countrywide risks such as wind and earthquakes. Strategies to mitigate risk over the portfolio were then assessed in a cost-benefit analysis to inform the Safer Schools roadmap. Next slide, please. The institutional and regulatory environment in a country needs to encourage voluntary upgrade of a building to achieve risk reduction. So as part of the project, we undertook that an institutional and regulatory environment review and made recommendations about potential weaknesses and ways that the regulations could be improved. A number of key issues were noted in the regulatory environment, in particular with the approach to building repair and retrofit. These issues, for example, include the requirement for a building being retrofitted to be upgraded to comply with the National Building Code fully. This can be a disincentive to make improvements to a building. Can you do a structural upgrade to significantly improve the performance of the building without fully meeting the National Building Code? This would obviously result in an improved risk level and in the country. In many countries, including Australia and New Zealand, this would be permitted and dealt with in the approval process, provided a full upgrade is not triggered by modification or change of use. Another aspect to this is upgrade to comply with the National Building Code just related to the structural safety aspect that you're trying to address, or is it all aspects of the National Building Code, which might, for example, include new requirements for accessibility since the building has been constructed? Most countries also include some discussion of the required actions regarding dangerous buildings or buildings that are have fallen into disrepair or threaten the health and safety of occupants or adjacent properties. The requirement for them to be repaired to meet standards of the National Building Code or be declared an understable building and demolished is present in a number of codes. And so this leads to some uncertainty in whether by assessing or improving a building, you might lead to requirements beyond what you were originally intended to undertake as part of your project. Alternatively, there is the complexity that not taking this approach of full compliance with the National Building Code requires building certifiers to exercise professional judgment when agreeing the adequacy of proposed retrofits, when those retrofits don't fully meet the National Building Codes, and where there's not clear direction within the regulatory environment about what would be acceptable for an existing building retrofit. I'll now hand back to Kirsten to discuss the next slide.
So in summary, the Global Program for Safer Schools Pacific Roadmap demonstrated the impact of interventions to reduce risk and prevent failure of school infrastructure so as to enable the overall system to continue to fulfill its normal functions. In this case, the delivery of education services, notwithstanding the seven natural hazards to which that school infrastructure is subject. I will now hand back to Kathy to talk us through the implementation of Innovative Bridge Technologies project. Next slide, please. Thank you, Kathy.
Thanks, Kirsten. So I need to acknowledge at the start of this presentation that this is a project that I was not personally involved in and am presenting on behalf of the project team who could not make it here today. So I will do my best to do their work justice. So the main reason we're highlighting this project relates to expediting recovery. And I was going to discuss the work we've been doing on implementation of innovative and efficient bridge technologies in the Pacific. ARUP have been providing technical assistance to support the implementation of modular bridges in the Pacific with case studies in the Solomon Islands and proposed for Vanuatu. This work's been undertaken through a partnership with the government of Vanuatu, the Solomon Islands and the World Bank. The grant which financed the project was received under the Quality Infrastructure Investment Partnership financed by the government of Japan. The pilot projects are being undertaken as part of large projects in the Solomon Islands and Vanuatu, namely the Solomon Islands Roads and Aviation Project in the Solomon Islands and Vanuatu Climate Resilient Transport Project. Although I note the work in Vanuatu has not yet commenced, partly due to the impact of COVID. Next slide, please. So the Pacific region is highly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change and natural disasters. And each year, disasters result in critical bridge infrastructure being destroyed or severely damaged, leading to loss of life, injury, and disruption to social and economic activity. Bridges serve as vital connections between economic and social hubs, which exacerbates both the risk and the resulting impact. The World Bank have responded to this challenge by undertaking an assessment and pilot program to support implementation of two types of innovative bridge construction technologies, modular bridges and geosynthetic reinforced soil abutments. The use of these technologies has the potential to significantly reduce the cost of bridge replacements and new construction, as well as greatly reduce construction time, enhancing the resilience of the Solomon Islands and Vanuatu critical infrastructure. The purpose of the project is to trial these in pilot projects and actually try and get some data and feedback on the assumptions around the validity of the benefits of these projects. The two, next slide, please. So the two bridge technologies being considered by the project, as I mentioned, are modular bridges and geosynthetic reinforced soil. So the modular bridges shown on the left, the modular bridges are pre-engineered, standardized structural elements manufactured in a factory, shipped to site where they're assembled, often with in situ concrete. The bridges can cost up to 50% less than a traditional constructed bridge in situ. It should be noted that Bailey bridges and other similar structures are already used within the Pacific region to restore critical bridge infrastructure following natural disasters. The modular bridges that we're considering as part of this project differ from other low-cost bridges such as the Bailey bridges insofar that they have a longer design life, require much less maintenance, lowering the whole of life cost and improving efficiency. The second bridge technology the project considered was geosynthetic reinforced soil abutments. These are abutments that are constructed from layers of engineered fill wrapped with a geotextile to reinforce the soil. GRS abutments can be constructed at a much lower cost, 30 to 50% compared to a piled or concrete abutment, and be constructed with standard contractors' equipment, not requiring things like piling rigs. With the right site conditions, geosynthetic reinforced soil can also provide more resilience to this critical part of the bridge structure, particularly against seismic events. It's really not ideal in high scour situations, and it should be noted that no sites were identified for the pilot study, as the sites weren't suitable because the three rivers being crossed had high scour potential, poor geology and a lot of silt. And based on the design work done to date, the GRS isn't an appropriate solution for these sites in Samoa. However, in other areas, in more mountainous regions or areas of where the ground conditions are more stiff soil and rock, the solution may be more appropriate. So next slide, please. Phase A of the project included a market assessment of available modular bridges. 19 bridges were assessed against 7 technical criteria and 6 more construction and maintenance related criteria. The 7 key technical criteria were a single span range, flexibility of 10 to 20 meters, that designs could be delivered to local design standards, which have been taken as Australian standards or New Zealand standards, the bridge codes, that they could support vehicle design loading. T44 vehicle loading was considered suitable as per the Australian and New Zealand bridge code. Suitable deck edging and traffic barrier performance was required, depending on the anticipated traffic volume at each site. Number of lanes that the bridge could accommodate was another of the key technical criteria. Bridge design life and the ability to withstand marine exposure conditions. So 6 additional criteria were then considered for construction and maintenance. And so that included corrosion resistance and maintenance access, that there's a local industry setup that could deliver the bridge modules to the Pacific region, supply and installation, and constructability with 3 aspects: the level of on-site activity required, with reduced on-site activity evaluated as more suitable, ease of transport, and lightweight bridge componentry. So the market assessment came up with a short list that included a number of available modular bridge systems. So these were InQuick Unibridge, Wagner's CFT modular road bridge, Starlton engineered concrete precast system, and a Wagon precast modular bridging system. So following this, a design decision tree tool was developed with the idea that this would then be able to undertake this option assessment for an individual site in a country, so that you could quickly work through for an individual site which of the available market modular bridge options would be most suitable for your project. Lessons learnt during workshops in Samoa was that the weighting in the decision tree needed to be adjusted, as the importance of the constructability was probably underweighted in our initial assessment compared to the importance in country. So this was adjusted in order to kind of develop the tool. Phase B of the project included 3 elements: potential modular bridge site investigation. 2 projects were identified to trial the modular bridges in the Solomon Islands and Vanuatu. The photo shown, next slide. If you could move to the next slide. The photo shown on the left is the project in the Solomon Islands. It should be noted that, as I mentioned earlier, only modular bridges are being trialled, as the GRS abutments were not considered feasible at any of the pilot project sites. The second phase of phase B was technical workshops in country. The team went to the Solomon Islands to present on this work, pre-COVID obviously, working with local contractors, staff from the Ministry of Infrastructure Development, government, private contractors and donors to further develop that design tree tool. Third item was pilot testing of suitable modular bridge technologies. This is still ongoing, but performance monitoring is occurring across various stages of delivery, from inception through design, procurement and construction to operation and maintenance. The pilot testing provides feedback on benefits and challenges associated with the use of these innovative technologies. Performance was measured with reference to traditional bridge and abutment construction methods. The performance was measured in terms of whole of life cost, construction time, including fabrication and logistics, and quality in terms of both construction and service. I will hand back to Kirsten for the next slide.
In summary, I think we've heard from Kathy, just the focus of this particular project was around expediting recovery. So identifying appropriate technologies that would enable recovery to be expedited, so that connectivity between communities would be able to be maintained or restored as quickly as possible after a collapse, and contributing to their ongoing resilience. Now I'd like to move on to the next slide and hand over to Tom Halliwell, who'll speak to us about the potential for digital technology to contribute to transforming performance.
Thanks, Kirsten, and hello everyone. It's great to be here today. You've heard from the last 2 presenters about 2 projects that we've been working on recently, and there's a whole load of others which we haven't had time to share today. What I'll be doing now is not focusing on a particular project, but talking a bit more broadly about digital technology. So this first slide is a context setting slide. And digital technology has really continued to evolve at an exponential rate, as it has over the past few decades, and is already fundamentally changing the way we all live and work. The graph on the right shows, and it's from a great book called The Second Machine Age, which shows how different aspects of digital technology are improving at an accelerating rate. Processing speeds, hard drive capacity, energy efficiency are all improving at more than 1,000 times per decade, and this trend is set to continue into the future. This is making digital technology more and more capable, available, and affordable. As we've seen, this has completely transformed the developed world, but we're increasingly seeing this transformation take place in other contexts too. For example, there's been a major increase in the use of mobile phones in developing countries already, which has already brought huge benefits. Increasingly, people are becoming able to afford smartphones, which have even more potential benefits. We're also seeing the rise of digital technology for humanitarian and development practitioners, from data collection to management of whole decision-making systems. Next slide, please. So why is digital technology important? Well, data itself is not actually that helpful. It's really just raw information with no meaning. The real value of digital technology is that it massively increases our ability to gain wisdom from raw information. It does this by firstly helping us to apply meaning or relationships to raw data. This in turn helps us make sense of the information and draw new connections, which gives us more insight. This knowledge enables new insights, which helps us to better understand problems. When we fully understand these problems, we're able to solve them by making more informed decisions. The rapid evolution of digital technology has helped this process of transferring data to wisdom take place at a larger and larger scale and for more and more complex situations. Next slide, please. So some of our recent work in the Pacific, some of which you've heard today, has required us to deal with large, complex data sets, in particular our work in Vanuatu, Tonga, and Samoa on the GPSS. Often due to limited information being available in country, we've found that some of our key focuses have had to be on collecting new data to build on what does exist, and building a consolidated database. We've then used this database to draw insights from the data, which has helped with our informed decision making, and ultimately delivering recommendations for investment in making school infrastructure safer and more resilient. And that diagram on the right is kind of a flow diagram to show how that worked. Next slide, please. So our approach to data collection has involved using a number of mobile data collection tools, which are effectively digital ways to collect and manage data, with the benefit of being faster, more accurate, more flexible, and more portable than other ways to collect information, such as a paper-based form. The bottom right of this slide shows how this system works by collecting information using a mobile device and storing this in a database, which can be instantly accessed by others through what's called a web portal. The data collection tools themselves are not particularly new. There are examples, as I'm sure you're aware, of being used in post-disaster contexts from up to 10 years ago, but it's the rapid growth of technology that's making them more and more available and increasingly widespread. We've had experience in recent years on a range of tools. Some of them are shown in the top right of this slide. And part of our work in Tonga recently was actually to evaluate over 10 mobile data collection tools and provide recommendations on which were best for the government to use on school infrastructure and also broader cross-government social infrastructure management. Next slide, please. Traditionally, our team has been leading the process of data collection, with staff being deployed in the field and supported by local in-country partners. COVID-19 has really challenged this approach by preventing us from traveling in the way we normally would expect to. So on a number of recent projects, we've had to take a completely different approach as a result. In Tuvalu, we're currently midway through a data collection program to support a similar school infrastructure project, which is now being led by the Ministry for Education using a tool that we designed. The training that we delivered to support this was really interesting because the start of the session, there was only one person in the room who'd even heard of a mobile data collection tool. But by the end of the training, everyone was really confident in using the tool on their phone. The data that we've been receiving from Tuvalu has been really good, and it sparked a lot of interest in the government about how this tool and other tools could be used to collect and manage data in other situations. Next slide, please. So is there a new model emerging here? This is a question we've been asking ourselves recently. In the same way, COVID-19 has forced all of us to accelerate our adoption of new technology and to support our own remote working requirements, it's created a mind shift in the roles and responsibilities when tackling the issue of risk and resilience. Increasingly, we're seeing the possibility of a locally led approach with remote support rather than an international led approach with local support. From our perspective, we're starting to focus on building capability ourselves in remote support and remote facilitation of a two-knowledge way exchange, which is required on these projects. This remote approach also has the benefit of being increasingly replicable and scalable, meaning that we're able to support more and more partners irrespective of their geography. From an in-country stakeholder perspective, this is also enabling them to adopt digital technology and expand these capabilities into other aspects of country governance. As we see the continued growth in availability of digital technology, this country-led remote support approach model will only increase in feasibility. Next slide, please. So in summary, taking this back to the topic of resilience that we presented today, I see the acceleration of digital technology playing an increasing role in transforming performance by helping to make more informed decisions about managing risk and resilience. COVID-19 has helped to transform the performance of shifting roles in responsibilities to support the reflection, learning and growth that's needed, but at a more local level. Increased localization of digital technology will also help to support other pathways to resilience. The greater use of data to make more informed decisions about infrastructure risk management will help prevent failure, which supports Pathway 1. Richer data sets and more responsive technology enables more rapid and informed decisions to be made after a shock or a stress, which supports expediting recovery in Pathway 2. So thinking back to that exponential graph that I showed on my first slide, I'm really excited about what the future holds for digital technology, because I think there's an opportunity for impact on improving safety and resilience, and increasing resilience are only going to get bigger and bigger in the future. Thanks. Over to you, Kirsten.
Thank you. Next slide, please. Thank you, Kathy and Tom. So where to from here? We have about 7 minutes just to sort of briefly explore this thinking or respond to this question. Kathy, I'd like to start with you. When we think about reducing risk to prevent failure and expedite recovery, our focus is typically, or has been anyway, on the asset. If we take one of the key themes of this conference being readiness, what have we learned from our work on these two projects about balancing the other pressing needs with the interventions to ready infrastructure assets for the shocks and stresses they might face? And in answering that question, I'd like you to speak about the trade-offs that need to be considered by governments and others when making decisions about investments to reduce risk and contribute to resilience. In particular, trade-offs if we consider not just the asset, but also the exposure and vulnerability of people and communities.
Okay, that's a challenge, and I'm aware of time, so I'll touch on it. I think this question touches on what I feel that I've learnt the most from having been working on the resilience projects that we've been undertaking in the Pacific region. My natural area of comfort in the area I'd been previous operating is obviously very much asset focused, and what's been interesting is opening up that thinking to consider both a much wider kind of consideration of resilience beyond the asset, like is the best solution a a stronger asset, or is it actually providing redundancy in the number of assets that you have, or an alternative approach that isn't purely asset focused? And also just the social vulnerability question and wider considerations about living life in countries, and whether the asset focus is locally appropriate, enabling local involvement, and the best way to target limited resources. I think one of the key challenges is across all countries, actually, it's not specific to Pacific region or developing or more developed countries. I think everywhere we're struggling with that balance between the level of capital expenditure on an asset and the level of risk performance. And I think what's important about resilience is that we look at we look at the more wide scale approach and not focus only on the asset.
So that's a really interesting point, the thinking about the functionality of the system as a whole rather than just the asset as one component of the system. Tom, continuing on the theme of readiness and picking up on Kathy's points about trade-offs, can you comment on the importance of data for decision making about trade-offs? In particular, what we've learned from the use of digital technology to inform or enable investment decision making, as well as the importance of having and maintaining data and information for transforming performance so that assets can learn, adapt and evolve in response to shocks and stresses.
Thanks, Kirsten. And I'm going to leave a bit of time for Caitlin to respond to her question. So I'll keep this one short because she hasn't had a chance to talk too much yet. But yeah, I think as I kind of mentioned, I think we're starting to see a shift in data management, data collection to be more local. And a focus there is on trying to build capacity and capability to support that. I think that there are always trade-offs in terms of what investment can be made in new technology and new infrastructure. But one thing that I think is important to consider as well is coordination and collaboration between different government departments, different stakeholders within country and internationally as well. And considering that from a digital perspective, ensuring that data that is created on different projects can be consolidated together to create a kind of snowball effect of information that will continue with that image that I talked about, moving data from the transformation of that to knowledge and insight. So I think coordination of that data going forward will help to support the trade-offs that have to be made on an individual project basis.
Great, thank you, Tom. I mean, Caitlin J, is there anything that you'd like to add specifically to Tom's points? And then I'd also like you just to sort of speak about the importance of data for built environment professionals and how it's asking us to think differently about the way we sort of plan, design, deliver, construct, operate and maintain infrastructure assets to include consideration of exposure and vulnerability of communities.
Thanks, Kirsten. So yeah, I agree with what both Kathy and Tom have just said around sort of the systems approach that we have to take in these contexts and for these projects, and the data that's needed, and it for decision making, prioritizing investments, building resilience. We need data on all aspects of that system. We need data on the shocks and stresses and hazards, on the asset itself, interdependencies and interconnectivities between assets, and especially data on the exposure and vulnerability of communities. And one way we're doing that on a project that we're currently working on is the creation of a social vulnerability index for different villages on an island in Tonga using the existing census data. And this index takes indicators such as the ability to cope and access to resources informed by the census data, such as education level, employment status, number of female-headed households, access to communication technologies, etc., so that we can see the different relative vulnerabilities of these communities as well as the assets within the communities. And so collecting and maintaining data on all aspects of this system is really critical for asset owners, the communities themselves, and designers such as us who are looking at working on these projects to contribute to resilience.
Thank you, Caitlin. So to conclude, our work on the World Bank's Global Program for Safer Schools Pacific Roadmap and on the implementation of innovative bridge technologies has reinforced the critical importance of data on hazard exposure and vulnerability of assets and networks as well as people, and that the importance of having that data available to assess and learn from interventions to reduce risk and contribute to resilience, and ultimately contributing to transforming performance of our systems, notwithstanding future uncertainty. So with that, we'd like to thank you for the opportunity to present our work today. A final plug, you'll have seen it on screen for the whole conversation for the Urban ACFID Urban Community of Practice. If you're interested and want to join our next meeting, please contact one of the 4 people listed there. And again, we thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. Thank you.
Jack Thompson, and today I'll be talking about preparing for pandemics, both in light of COVID, but also about what's been long known about biosecurity threats within the field of disaster and risk management. Apologies off the bat because we had an IT issue yesterday, so no camera today, but I trust you can see the presentation. I'm very fortunate today that the panel brings extensive practical and research experience across the Indo-Pacific region, including agriculture, epidemiology, public health, and risk itself, and a very strong caveat that I did invite some local colleagues to join us, but obviously because of protocol and ongoing COVID response, they are unable to at this time today. The presentation I'll run through for about half of the allotted time is there on the right-hand side in the graphic. 5 main components, and towards the end as a panel we'll address separately 5 questions under the readiness theme. But I'm going to start off with some terminology because 2020 has been a difficult year to say the least, but the water's also come a bit muddy, and that will have future operational implications as we sort of emerge post-COVID. The first thing is I've used the term emergent biological hazards in reference not just to emergent infectious disease, that is zoonotic, but also plant, pest and diseases. A good example this year would be a desert locust, which had a huge impact through the Horn of Africa and beyond, but somewhat subsumed by the news of COVID. But emergent biological hazards, or EBH, if I slip into acronyms, will continue to pose a significant threat to global security. Early warning, early action, EWEA. I don't have my Red Cross hat on today, but that's movement terminology for a range of tasks and activities immediately post and pre-disaster impact. So by that we mean both early warning systems or forecast-based financing, but also things like capacity and capability of emergency response units or protected containment facilities. Origin locations. We know from past outbreaks that some locations bring together multiple factors that can increase the risk of emergent biological hazards, and I'll be talking exclusively to 3 choke points across the Indo-Pacific region. And lessons. We as a panel can contribute to this collectively towards the end, but refers to at least a couple of decades, in particular the last decade, to research historic program data and field observations from the region. The next slide. Now, a key assumption that I have to address first and foremost is that SARS-CoV-2 or CoV-2, depending on your pronunciation, is not a 1 in 100-year event. As I mentioned, emergent biological hazards are the lived experience of Indigenous people around the globe under colonialism. And in the decade preceding 2019 to 2003, in the Indo-Pacific alone, for example, there have been 8 known localized EID or zoonotic outbreaks, including SARS, the first one, H5N1 and H1N1. I would add that this is against the background evolution of such chronic diseases as tuberculosis and malaria, as well as increased pesticide and antibiotic resistance. But focusing for a moment on high zoonotic disease risk, in this case, arrow A within this graphic. Now, this is the function of several factors, including the transmission of infection, i.e. from the animal to the human, but also transition to disease, the pathogen within the human cells. Now, it is this interaction, arrow A, that has received by far the greatest global attention and funding both pre and during SARS-CoV-2, and likely to do so in the years ahead. This is important, but the problem is that these jumps from animals to humans do not take place in isolation. We know that the increased frequency of such outbreaks associated with much broader drivers, as illustrated by arrow B, in this graphic. And that includes landscape destruction, climate change, trade, agricultural intensification, and human mobility. Now, the position of this presentation, our own work, is that we need to prioritise the potential of a human ecological systems approach from resilience thinking, or SCS and some acronyms, if we are to better prepare for future pandemics. Before I talk about that, though, I need to talk about the context of disasters and biological hazards in low to mid-income countries. These countries, more specifically disasters and the efforts to reduce disaster risks in these countries, take place in the context of chronic risk. This concept's been around for a couple of decades, and it means the occurrence of so-called disasters is nothing more than the temporary acceleration or accentuation of a daily hazards, essentially poverty. Now, we can broadly define those according to two categories for the sake of argument, for the sake of this presentation. Within that loop diagram on the left-hand side, you'll see extensive risk. This is associated with rural areas and refers to exposure of low population densities to low to moderate intensity. At first glance, that doesn't mean much, but in fact, the majority of global morbidity and displacement is from such areas. Now, when people are displaced or whether voluntarily under rural-urban migration, they move to conditions of intensive risk. This is associated with urban areas. It's almost the opposite in that it's the exposure of large populations to intense hazard events. In this instance, we could think of earthquakes in Yangon, which is on a major seismic fault zone, or Ho Chi Minh as a site of sea level rises and increased typhoon landfall. Now, both extensive and intensive risk present significant threat of emergent biological hazards. Now, extensive risk in rural areas is associated with current landscape fragmentation and associated edge exposure, which leads to zoonotic emergence. But I would again emphasise the importance of a broader look at biological hazards, not just zoonotic. In our region alone, for example, India, Thailand, and Vietnam are responsible for most of the world's rice exports and are critical to global food security. Intensive risk also poses its own set of biological hazards or threat scenario in that species that thrive in human-dominated landscapes, you think of rats, pigs, mosquitoes, are often those that pose the greatest biological threat of zoonotic disease. Important point here is that chronic risk does not occur in isolation, not only in country but across national borders. Global connectivity links human ecological systems, and I use landscapes here as shorthand term for that, and facilitates the phenomenon of network disaster landscapes. Now, in these conditions, the rapid propagation of both direct and indirect hazards along transboundary transit and supply chains is enabled. Think of zoonotic diseases as happened under air travel for SARS-CoV-2, plant pathogens, market fluctuations as in the Syria civil war, or food price rises, food security, and forced displacement. Within our region, the Indo-Pacific region, network disaster landscapes continue to be greatly accelerated by the recent and ongoing development of transboundary infrastructure investment. I think last week there was, what's the acronym is there, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, link all the economies within the graphic on the right-hand side, they're excluding India. Now, this such infrastructure includes road, rail, and marine transport corridors, hydropower development, the establishment of special economic zones, and commercial plantations. Those east-west corridors, north-south corridors throughout the region are somewhat represented by that map on the bottom left. Immediately to the right of that, the purple map, emphasises or illustrates the point that many of these locations overlap known global biological hazard hotspots. These are characterised by tropical regions experiencing rapid land use and climate changes. In that case, I point you to the work of Allen 2017, was recently iterated by the UN SARS-CoV-2 SITREP. What I talked about today, however, is three locations. Number one, between the Thai and Viet borders in South Laos. Number two, Myanmar-Chinese border, North Myanmar. And number three, a peri-urban landscape just on the outskirts of Yangon of 1 million people. All three areas experience significant hazards, whether it be armed conflict, disease, displacement, land grabbing, etc. And all three are the site of extensive migration into or out of those locations. In these conditions and the conditions of chronic risk, something that is critical for any move towards improved early warning or early action post SARS-CoV-2 is that it must be fit for purpose. In this case, I'm referring specifically that this must be robust and flexible. It must recognise diversity both in data and the constituents of disaster resilience, and it must incorporate local capacities and agencies. In this, I've used the HVCA, which is Red Cross methodology, referring to hazard vulnerability capacity assessment. Now, in terms of robustness and flexibility, it is the Red Cross global standard, which means that a Red Cross volunteer in Myanmar or Eritrea or Papua can pick it up, know what it is, and apply it. That's incredibly useful both in terms of utility, but also comparison of results across location. It uses participatory mixed methodology at triangulating available primary and secondary data, quantitative and qualitative, and recognises that disaster risk is not static, but evolves both pre and post disaster impact. There's a core set of tools that can be picked and chosen from at will according to circumstances, and that determines how it's applied within the field and according to conditions. Sometimes you have a week, sometimes you have a few days. Important thing here, though, is that it must incorporate diverse information and recognise diverse constituents of disaster risk. Now, points 2 and 3 are somewhat similar, and I'll give you an example of how so. If we were to think of a public health clinic in a district serving 10, 20 villages, just because that clinic exists doesn't mean that it's staffed. If it is staffed, it doesn't mean that those staff are adequately trained or equipped, or that they keep public health records of the district. The same could be said of a paraveterinary worker. Just because they visit on rotation, if there is funding, once a month, doesn't mean that they've been trained in surveillance or they have the capability to keep cold chain vaccines. In terms of local capacity and agency, in these low formal disaster risk governance contexts, there are no fire brigades or limitations on health or animal or plant services. Number one, communities have a very keen sense of risk within their landscape because they deal with it on a daily basis. Two, their knowledge, while not traditionally perceived within our emergency management frameworks, is incredibly valuable, is deep and wide-ranging. Three, again in these contexts, if a disaster occurs or any effort to reduce disasters or future pandemics, these must take place in the context of livelihoods and local conditions and chronic risk. This diagram refers to the type of information that can be pulled, and also a critique of our own approaches to date. On the left is a hazard map and identifies numerous direct hazards such as fire, flooding, vehicle accidents, dam wall collapses. On the right, landscape and livelihoods takes a more of a systems approach to threat assessment. Again, using the same tools and techniques under the HVCA, being both robust and flexible, nothing too fancy, a lot of landscape transits, focus group discussions over cups of tea. Now, this is a bit complex, but so are systems, and that's what we have to get used to. On the right, it describes a phenomenon that was common across all locations, albeit under different drivers and with different configurations. I'll run through it very briefly. New roads built under a recent transboundary cooperation agreement enabled far greater plantation establishment by foreign multinationals in one of these locations. This in turn led to a process akin to a tragedy of the commons. With no secure land tenure, communities rushed in to harvest high-value timber and wildlife from traditional lands about to be otherwise bulldozed. What money was gained from those products, and which was actually sold across border, was used as seeding money for out-migration of young adults and children. Now, 80% of that was undocumented or illegal, and in and of itself posed significant risk to individuals and families. In turn, the remittance and access to cheaper imports facilitated both further migration, mechanisation, and communication networks. The example here is that chainsaws, motorbikes, mobile phones, along with the continued loss of crops and land, facilitated greater exploitation of landscapes. It also led to the widespread cessation of traditional livestock as wealthier households began intensive farming, animal raising. If we took the approach on the left alone, both in terms of threat assessment, also early warning, we would not pick up the issues identified on the right that are of direct import for pandemic early warning. I'm going to hand it over to the panel, but I'll first address the first question here, readiness for real. The contact details are at the end of this slide. Lessons for early warning, early action. Again, I'll summarise the points I've outlined to date and what will only rise in importance as we emerge post-SARS-CoV-2. The first, again, is chronic risks. Efforts to improve pandemic preparedness will most frequently continue to take place in the context of chronic risks. Even before SARS-CoV-2, 2 million people died annually from a zoonotic disease alone, and most of those were in poorer countries. Unfortunately, the truth is that SARS-CoV-2 was a highly predictable event, and we've been warning of pandemic potential for decades. But a continued focus on zoonotic disease rather than wider human ecological systems is treating only the symptoms and not the underlying causes. Network disaster landscapes. Despite, unfortunately, again, the ever-increasing rhetoric around resilience and multi-hazard approaches, disasters are still seen as distinct in space and time, one-off, unforeseen and often sudden events in distant locations that can be addressed through humanitarian assistance post-impact. That's still relevant this year. The discourse around bounce back and how we recover is still about this being a one-off event. But the phenomenon of network disaster landscapes means that this is no longer the case if it ever was. We really do need to learn to live with complexity. Emergent biological hazards are potential national security threats no matter where they occur. But it is a weak link, not a strong link game, meaning that our overall preparedness and resilience is only as strong as the early warning, early action capability of our partners in the region. 3, it must be fit for purpose. Inevitably, there'll be a rush of One Health and pandemic preparedness initiatives post-SARS-CoV-2. And again, this is good and important. At the same time, there are burgeoning proposals for technological innovation in hazard warning and dissemination, GIS, AI analytics, mobile phone applications, etc. But while regional disaster risk management agencies need to be alert and adaptable to opportunities post-SARS-CoV-2 and by new technologies, there are known concerns. As I've outlined here, our overall capacity to detect and respond to rapidly evolving risk in multi-hazard environments is limited because of the approaches we take and a lack of incorporation of a systems approach. And 2, there are very real concerns about the utility and application of certain technologies in the varied capability context of low to mid-income countries. I'd again point to the example of the public health clinic or the paraveterinary worker, but even such things as a few years ago, the tsunami early warning system that largely failed in the case of Indonesia. I will now hand over to Paul Barnes to have a bit of a chat regarding difficult trade-offs.
Thanks, Jack. A few points I'd like to bring up in this small segment. I'd like to emphasise from your comments earlier the importance of local knowledge and the mosaic of nuanced understanding of micro-scale activities and phenomena within the setting, the local setting where disaster impacts occur, and the notion there of not just one effect, but cascading impacts that have cumulative consequences to a local community, a regional area, and coming from oftentimes a low base of capability, capacity, these sorts of events, disturbances, disasters, significantly impact the ability of the lived system of local people to sustain and recover their ability to move forward. Having said that, the issue that many professional approaches to risk assessment and disaster risk reduction analytics from the perspective of high impact, low consequence events, high frequency, low consequence, and low frequency, high consequence events, is a bit of a furphy in the sense that if you have the impression of a 1 in 300 year event, a flood, some people, and in many cases, some elected officials and possibly policy advisors think that that means that it's not going to happen so often, that particular event, because it's one event per long period of time. But the reality is that that's just a suggestion that it's an infrequent high consequence event. And you may have the numbers to do a probability distribution. You might have 70% chance of this happening, or 10% chance of this happening, or something happening. But it could happen tomorrow. It's only based on the database and the experience and the measurements and the analytical capability of your system that you're relying on. So if you don't have any data, you may be working with intense uncertainty. So the notion of high impact, low frequency event really doesn't apply. And even if you do have a reasonable amount of data, weather systems and climate systems are changing and are being impacted so significantly with warming in our current world and the world ahead of us. We can't assume that one large storm, some sort of significant event will occur that will tip the entire ecology of a local area from being reasonably balanced to unbalanced. So the experience of danger, the experience under which local people in a range of areas, specifically Indochina, in this case, Southeast Asia, the lived experience of risk does not necessarily map, as Jack said, to any analytics that you have to work to. So what do you prepare for? What sort of capability, capacity do local governments or national governments in this area have to have in place? What sort of readiness do aid agencies and economies that would offer aid have to have in place? And there's always that difficult trade-off between what you assume you have to plan for and what is expected to what will occur. And the critical benefit and change that I think is in our future is early warning capabilities that factor in the intense complexity, not only of the environment that disasters manifest in and impacts manifest in, but the experience of people on the ground, locals who have to actually live through the aftermath of a disaster or a large emergency, be it natural hazard sourced and cascading effects on electricity, water, etc., the other essential elements of living. Critical thing is, how do we design capability and agility into the early warning systems that we know we need? And how do we then seek support, funding, etc., to build up that capability, to be agile? So the notion of planning and investing in things that people or systems, governments assume will be low likelihood, high impact, therefore they won't happen so often, that has to change. That's a built-in inflexibility that will not allow the system, the government, and any other aid response to be ready in time to be able to anticipate the sorts of cascading effect and the cumulative impacts that these events will have. So the whole notion that we've had historically moving up to where we are now of low frequency, high impact events that you can plan for, I think is very thin ice to stand on. We have to be a hell of a lot more, sorry for saying that, but we have to be extremely more agile and change our thinking to be mapping to the complexity of where the events or how the events manifest and the sorts of harm that those events, natural hazard events, have on local people. So having said that, I think, just to sum up, the everyday experience of people who are being exposed to natural hazards would suggest that if we're going to be able to mitigate the effects, plan for, prepare, plan, we have to be very much more agile and not be locked into these notions that have obviously been proven to those with eyes open such as low frequency, high impact events not happening so often. We have to step back from that to appreciate that these events could occur at any time, given micro weather issues in Southeast Asia and anywhere on the planet, given warming climate and weather effects. What we knew and the limitations of our planning are really that, limitations of planning. We have to come into a new world of intense variability of climate and weather, which will increase the likelihood of medium to significant consequences more often than we've seen in the past. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll hand over to Tamara Jackson now, that's okay.
Thanks, Jack. Hi, everyone. My name's Tamara Jackson, and I work with the Australian Centre for International Agricultural Research. So I'm very much coming at this not from a disaster risk management perspective, but more to share with you some experience in, I guess, planning for the unexpected. So I lead manage a program in South Asia that is focused on the Eastern Gangetic Plains of Bangladesh, India, and Nepal. And in that program, my colleagues have been incorporating foresight approaches into an agricultural research for development project. So we're taking a foresight for food systems approach, which helps provide a long-range perspective on the major drivers, trends, and uncertainties in local and regional food systems and their implications for people in the system and the environment. And what foresight does is bring together key stakeholders to explore alternative scenarios and transformation pathways, which is an important part of the process. So foresight is not about predicting the future, but I guess it's more about understanding systems and thinking about future preferred options so that people can be better prepared and find levers of change to move towards our preferred goals. So I guess, as part of our program, we've been thinking about food systems foresight for a couple of years, and the term black swans has been around, all that time, obviously, or been part of our discussions. And obviously, COVID has presented a black swan, a perfect example of a black swan. So what we did as part of the project was bring together a range of stakeholders from different sectors, different designations, different career stages from the 3 countries. So they identified the key drivers of the food system, and we put together information that was kind of scattered about those. And we've also engaged at local levels. So as Paul said, it's really important, obviously, to understand how things are experienced at the local level. So it's not just about understanding what the high level trends are, but also what that means for people on a daily basis. So in terms of COVID, as an example of a black swan, and the impacts on agriculture and the food system were wide ranging. And I guess some of the impacts were quite predictable, but others were less so. And I have to refer to my colleague Avinash Kishore from IFPRI in India and some of his colleagues. So I just wanted to give a couple of examples from early on in the pandemic in India, and they published an article in the Economic and Political Weekly Journal, but looking at the impact of response measures to managing COVID on India's food system. So they focused on 5 elements of the food system that were being impacted early on in the pandemic when India was in an initial lockdown. But I think these are kind of interesting examples of how some of the elements we might not have expected to be impacted. So obviously food supply chains were disrupted, and that was often due to locally imposed lockdown. So even though food was on the list of essential commodities that should be able to move freely, communication between different levels did cause problems. And so people were not always allowed to move and to carry out agricultural activities. Another major problem, I guess, that's been exposed by COVID is the impact of labour and how that impacts with so many different industries. But in agriculture, obviously, labour is crucial to processing, moving, distributing food. So without them, many of the physical operations in the food system just can't be undertaken. Another impact was in terms of a credit freeze. So you maybe don't always, rather than the physical food system, the financial impacts in terms of both formal and informal lending spheres. So that was, you know, disruptions to cash flow, reduced demand, and financial institutions becoming risk averse. And one example in India was that lending is usually against agricultural commodities, occurs after harvest, but couldn't be undertaken in many locations because stocks couldn't be physically verified because people couldn't travel to do that. So the other impact was that food demand changed. So primarily because of a loss of income for both rural and urban consumers, but also, you know, in the period of time when restaurants and hotels were closed, a lack of reduced income influences the kinds of food people buy. So staple food obviously remains important, but high value commodities like milk, fruit and vegetables, meat was declining because their consumption is linked to both income level and price of goods. And I guess the other thing was a kind of pessimistic market sentiment that persists, and, you know, the length of time that COVID and the impacts might be felt, causing great uncertainty. So I think when we think about, you know, a disaster and the food system, it really illustrates how connected urban and rural areas and systems are, and that what happens in one very much affects the other. And, you know, with more and more people living in urban areas, the links likely to become even stronger. I think the importance of clear communication is really important. So in many places, as I said, you know, people should have been allowed to move to conduct agricultural work, but lack of communication between different levels of agencies and different levels of government meant that that wasn't always allowed. So I guess we've seen this year that the global health crisis caused by the pandemic has had far-reaching impacts. It hasn't yet resulted in a global food crisis, but I think, you know, the fact that food systems are under such pressure, it has definitely highlighted existing problems and weaknesses. Thank you. I'll hand back to Jack now.
Thanks, Tam. That's excellent. Speaking to that and to Paul's point prior, it just emphasises a couple of points. One, in terms of the recognising broader emerging biological hazards, not just zoonotic infectious disease, emergent infectious disease. Two, how these risks are ongoing and how they'll be long-lasting. And when we talk about trade-offs, really we need to think about what are the chronic risks that have been exacerbated by COVID and what will escalate. Currently, the IMF has estimated the cost will be to rich industrial nations. My understanding is it doesn't include developed nations yet, mainly because of issues of data we mentioned before. But the cost to richer industrial nations will be $9 trillion over 2 years. As Tam's outlined, the costs are going to be significantly more. And as Paul has emphasised, it just only emphasises the need for greater investment, you know, early warning capability. I'm going to hand over to Nick right now, and I need to apologise. I got the sentence wrong. Nick's going to talk to communicating risk and responsibilities at the community level. Thanks, mate.
No problem, Jack. And you know, both questions and subtitles are kind of interrelated. The idea of communicating without threat in the middle of a pandemic when everyone's kind of feeling quite threatened and quite panicky, and trying to remain calm during those times is interesting at the best of times. But yeah, asked me to talk about communicating risk and responsibilities at the community level, and building on what Tamara was saying, and Paul and yourself, Jack, and others. I think this, when you really think about particularly the Mekong and its connected landmasses next to the Mekong, in terms of South Asia particularly as well, and particularly around borders and this idea of cross-border flows of biological threat, for want of a better term. Now, whether they're related to environmental degradation or environmental crimes, or the proceeds of, or the commodities that flow with them, whether those are narcotics. And when you actually think about that idea of a landscape and of a geography and of a people and of a system, you come into some very interesting kind of places, as we all know, in many parts of this region. And I think that the thing for me really around communication particularly is this idea that that these places function on kind of normal systems of governance and of officialdom, and it's really far from the truth. And we all know they kind of operate in very different spaces. Borderlands is almost a throwaway term because it kind of indicates that there is wild frontiers. But in many places, borderlands are extremely sophisticated, networked, economically vibrant, but they often fall outside of official channels of governance, and therefore are contested spaces. And I think this is important because we can talk about the central and the periphery, the urban capital vis-a-vis the borderland. And when you start to think about that, you start to think about formal engagements and formal lines of communication and formal WHO inputs and formal UN inputs and formal ASEAN inputs. And we kind of think that if we can kind of get all that right, it naturally flows down into these borderland areas. And quite obviously, it quite often doesn't. Because when you get to these kind of places, it's the informal that kind of rules the day. It's the different roles that people play on a daily basis. You're a law enforcement officer on one hand, and you're running a tea shop on the other hand. You're a community worker on one hand, and your brother's connected to a trafficking organisation on the other hand, and everyone is kind of networked and connected together, and it makes it very, very difficult, I think, to consider how you communicate and how you communicate risk. And I think this is kind of to the point here that understanding, we talk about a network landscape or a network disaster kind of space, the need to understand the interactions between people, not only in the way that they live and vis-a-vis where they live with environments and climates and animals, et cetera, but how they live with each other and how they communicate with each other and who are they to each other. And I think when we start to think about this, current forms of risk communication or communication in general become kind of, or certainly become outdated, I would think. And I think it speaks to kind of Paul's point about the idea of needing to remain kind of rigidly flexible, if that's not an oxymoron, I'm not too sure. But this idea that we have to invent and understand new ways of understanding who are these people in these areas and how do they actually perceive risk and how would we best communicate it to them. If you take a step back from this, it's you kind of get into the idea of the health and security interface, whereby we as health people might see a biological threat as a significant health issue, but the implications for security are profound. But quite often when we think about security, we're thinking of a nation state or the security of property or the security of power. When really, we could be talking about the security agencies and agencies within security themselves who might not particularly have a particular interest in a new type of zoonotic infection or the fact that a whole bunch of teak logs might be bringing in some kind of beetle that isn't going to do wonders for the local environment. And so this idea that if we really are kind of serious about this, we have to understand the dynamic between what we see as a health issue and what people see as a security issue and what people see as a livelihood issue. And at some point, how can we craft opportunities to speak and to engage and to build capacity and share a journey with people who are quite frequently flowing across these borders as frequently as goods and commodities are? How do we engage with them at a kind of at a level that they are engaged in? Because I think if we continue to kind of work within traditional frameworks of interest that we've always been working towards, and ensuring that governments, are responsive to, the JEE recommendations, 1.3.1 around joint communication, in the context of biological threat, the reality is very, very different on the ground. And so I think it's beholden on actors who are interested in resilience and risk preparedness, particularly in the context of biological threat, that we undertake practical engagement in a cross-border area to understand the different dynamics of flow, the different dynamics and ways of communicating. And so I will leave with a kind of a thought around this stuff, around the WH framework as a health as a bridge for peace, which I'm not sure how many people are particularly familiar with. But the idea is that health or a health issue or responding to a health issue can be used as a as a Trojan horse to kind of address a whole range of other issues. Now, that may be true in some places at some times, but that is not necessarily true in many parts of the Indo-Pacific region that we've been talking around, particularly the connected land masses, where authority is questioned and questionable, and certainly not necessarily under the rubric of the nation state. So I would ask us to consider that if we had a COVID vaccine, which apparently we do as of today in the UK at least, if we had a COVID vaccine that we were trying to roll out tomorrow across the Mekong, across some of the Delta countries, across the Lao-Myanmar border, for example, where would we start and who would we start with? And it takes you very, very quickly into starting with armed groups that aren't necessarily part of the state architecture, of course. And so the idea that preparing for and responding to a biological threat isn't really the purview of just a couple of local level field epidemiologists. In fact, it's everything, it's almost anything but. And we have to find ways of bringing in those different voices and networks who control territory, who control flow of goods, and understand and build their understanding of their role in securing health, not so much as a bridge for peace, although that'd be nice, but a bridge for continued health. And so I will leave my communication discussion there. Thanks, Jack.
Thank you, Nick. I'll just point out two things. Nick and I aren't related, despite the surname. And also, I think Nick's salient point from working in this area, both in terms of sector and location, is that where do we start and who do we start with is going to be critical as we emerge from this and in preparation for the next one. One of the operational issues there is it's not going away. While we in richer nations may get a vaccine tomorrow, throughout our region, we're going to be having hotspots continuously. And it's going to be these transboundary choke points, these border regions, as Nick has phrased them, that are going to be on fire at different times for a long time, as well as the potential to weaponize vaccination programs in some regions as well. I think that leads to a really important point right now. And while I was in Myanmar at the beginning of this thing, but now here in South Australia, Kelly has been in Laos throughout this time and has done a lot of work and has a lot of experience in community-based health systems and outreach. So I'll hand it over to her now.
Thanks for that. I think this is a great way to transition from Nicholas's discussion as well. My name is Kelly Kampusai, and I'm the head of health and nutrition here at the Save the Children office here in Laos. And I was privileged to run a short-term intensive COVID response with my team, including my team across the hallway who specializes in disaster risk reduction. And it was an amazing experience in a country that many thought would not be able to handle the risk. So I think getting into why Laos did as well as it did is a really good way for us to examine the questions today. Just to recap, there hasn't been community transmission of COVID in Laos for approximately 8 months. Our cases to date are under 40, with only 13 being identified last month in quarantine. So we stayed in the 20s for 7 or 8 months. We are justifiably proud of the fact that the country, which is generally considered low capacity or having a weak health system, was able to buck the trend, perhaps. So, and that really what the story of that is local ownership and the story of locally led responses that are informed by people perceiving risk, but also utilizing their own traditional strengths, which is a high commitment to mutual aid and strong national solidarity as well as local solidarity. So the Laos health system is, not perhaps as strong as we'd like it to be, but there had been identification of risk of zoonotic diseases in the past that triggered the Ministry of Health and partners to invest in things like emergency operation centers and telephone hotlines that were put into place during with SARS and other things. So those types of investments were crucial. But what made it work and not work was the fact that everyone on the ground felt they had a role, from the Minister of Health to the local village leader and the Lao Women's Association of Grandmas. Everyone felt that they had to respond to COVID. The Lao system was flexible enough to allow local response being directed from central, which was informed by global best practice. But what made it work was the fact that every level of community, both traditional formal structures of governance as well as customary, took everything they could and threw it at the problem. So traditional norms of village isolation immediately came into effect even before government lockdowns were announced. And we see there that agency and ownership is where we get multi-level risk protection, not from one-off, but actually this network disaster landscape. So if we can continue to make these kinds of responses actually foster the local strengths rather than override them with high-tech and high-level intervention, I think we'll see that more and more locations can effectively respond to risk in a way that makes sense in the long term. For the, in Laos and the urban landscape, well, it's not an urbanizing country. We saw this play out brilliantly, where village leaders created their own pass system, where if you needed to leave the village, you had to come and explain your purposes and get a little note that you could carry through checkpoints throughout the city. So this was a case where they took some traditional mechanisms that had been used in remote and rural areas and made them fit to purpose for a much different disaster and a much different urbanizing environment. So I think we were very delighted in Lao to see how well people can come together when they understand risk, when they feel that they are at risk, and when they feel that they, on an individual as well as collective level, have tasks that they can do that will help. So I wanted to just pull that together here. I know we're short on time, but I think that we really can see in Laos how important it is to not gloss over customary strengths and let the role of national solidarity and local ownership take over. Thanks.
Thank you, Kelly. Listen, we're out of time right now. Normally we'd have opportunities for questions. I'd like first of all to thank you for listening, but also in particular the panel for joining me voluntarily. It was a big ask, so thank you very much again. The emails are there on screen, and given the format we've had today, please feel free to send us questions if you'd like, given the confines of our current work and responsibilities. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Tam. Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Kelly.
Thanks a lot for having us all. Bye.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Jack.
Good morning and a very warm welcome to this session. I'm sure those of you who've been with us since the morning are enjoying the flow. There's a lot of good conversations that have been happening, and for the next 50 minutes, we will be talking about resilience and pandemic in the informal city. As we will go about unraveling it, we have with us four panelists. I will introduce them to you very soon. But before I start, I just also wanted to, note and share with you that this morning when I got up, the first thing I was reading in the news was that today marks the 36th anniversary of the world's worst industrial disaster, based on many parameters, which was the Bhopal gas tragedy in a bustling urban center, Bhopal in central India, this day in 1984. The event killed over 3,000 people, and there were reports of further casualties in the years to come later, which don't get added to this number. There were about 500,000 people affected, about 100,000 of them badly affected, many of them living for life with disabilities. And I was just again reading this morning that in the last few weeks, about 200 of these survivors who were already struggling have lost their lives to COVID-19. So for these people, it just never ends. It's just cycles of struggle. As we can imagine, it was an industrial disaster. So the worst affected people were those who were the workers and the low-income communities living around this industrial estate. So on that serious note, I think the importance of talking about the informal, which is often largely invisible sector of cities is really important. We've seen heartbreaking images of people from this segment hit by COVID-19 and the lockdowns that followed from various countries, different parts of the world, and that suffering still continues. While that happens, there have been the usual spate of cyclones, of floods and other problems that they regularly face. In this context, today we are talking about resilience in the sense that the way we've been working for the past few decades, trying to build and invest in this. There are small victories that we've been celebrating in terms of reducing life loss from various disasters, but what's not often covered in headlines is the increasing economic impact, a lot of which is felt by those at the bottom rungs of the economy in cities. Urban disasters have very rapidly emerged as the most expensive disasters globally. These are the disasters for which we often come out least prepared, because for past decades we've invested in, we've earned experiences of more rural settings and mega disasters. And in many ways, the risk in cities is growing, and per se risk is urbanizing, and growing cities are at increasing risk than ever before. Our work on resilience in the past has grown from just being able to bounce back better to factors of anticipating risk that is in the future, of being able to absorb it as we progress, and learning and adapting constantly. And it is in this learning and adapting piece where this conference and this session sits really well. What has additionally happened, which we will try to cover in this session, is lessons learned this year when the pandemic hit us in our faces, and it told us that we are, despite all our efforts and celebrations of little victories, we are completely unprepared for a future that we can't even foresee very well. There are issues which are systemic issues that can't be addressed through small pilots and small initiatives in isolation. There are major issues of being able to scale what we see as solutions so that they can be globally applicable, or at least applicable to constituencies where we are invested and we work. A lot of the people that we want to talk about, the informal sector in cities, are the ones who really fell through the cracks in this pandemic and the lockdowns for the last few months. And what we also partly knew but has really come out in a very stark way is that a lot exists at the interface of the formal and the informal sectors that we don't understand, that we don't even fully know about. And one of the things that is emerging increasingly is, as we go around talking about economic recovery, if we look at the poor and if we look at the micro and the nano enterprises that operate in this space, informal and formal interface, we don't even have data. We don't know how many of these are there. We know they're in very large numbers. We know roughly they contribute to 40% of the economies in many of the countries that we come from, but we have no specific data on them. The governments don't have it, the civil society doesn't have it, the academia doesn't have it, and that itself tells us how poorly prepared we are. So today's discussion is going to be around technology that is available and probably very valuable, but are we able to use it well enough? We'll talk about social impact of what really is it that we are trying to chase. And we'll talk a bit about governance and scaling so that all these things, the good stuff that we have around the table, actually can find pathways to being effective and creating this impact that we are mentioning. Let me quickly introduce our four speakers and panelists. It's going to be more of an informal exchange and a conversation. So I'll start with a brief introduction there. We are having with us Kishore Kumar Thangavelu. Kishore comes to us with a background of electronics and communications engineering. So he's a tech geek who has in early parts of his career switched and spent a large share of his efforts in the social sector, pushing technology to help social causes and good causes. He is from the Microsoft CSR team based in South India, but also plugged into the global programs of Microsoft, one of which that we really want to hear more about is artificial intelligence for humanitarian action, which is being deployed for a number of things and does hold a lot of promise. So welcome, Kishore. It's great having you with us this morning. We have with us Nisha Sulia. Nisha joins us from Singapore. Nisha is also an electronics and communications engineer, and for the last 10 years has been invested in data science and analytics. She's worked in the past with IBM and is currently handling analytics and artificial intelligence at Gramina, closely associated with Microsoft and others to see how this tech piece moves and can create good in the world where we all work. We have Dr. Eva Neitzert joining us from New Zealand. And so for those of you in the audience in Sydney, she's probably geographically closest to you. Eva's had a background of extensive research on economic sociology. She's a visiting fellow at the Marshall Institute, London School of Economics. She's also director of Just Economics, an organization that is deeply invested in and does a lot of work on chasing impact of stuff that we do. You know, what is it worth? And we'll hear more about that from Eva. Nisha and Eva, welcome and thanks again for taking this time out. And we are joined by Mr. Kamal Kishore. Kamal is an architect and urban planner by training. He started his career with a post-disaster reconstruction program in the Himalayan region, and I know that program well and really admire it. Kamal has also spent a number of years working on the global scene. He was with the UN for 12 years before he joined the National Disaster Management Authority in Government of India. He's also, in his current role, spearheading the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, CDRI, which has the buy-in of 18 countries and the UN, World Bank, and ADB. So that's where he has a view of global scale pathways to doing this better in the Asia Pacific region, and we would really value that input from Kamal. Thank you, Kamal, and welcome to this discussion. As I said, what we have in mind is a very free-flowing conversational session. We have no PowerPoints, no slides to share, no texts to share. What we'll do is we'll just go around this virtual table. Feel free to sip our coffees as that happens. And I would invite each one of our speakers to just, talk in brief about the background and the experience they bring to this discussion today. And I would first invite Kishore to share his thoughts and to talk about how technology, in his view, offers solutions that we are really struggling to find today. Kishore, over to you.
Thank you. Thanks, Anshu. Hello, everyone, and thanks for this opportunity. So I'm Kishore, and I lead technology for social impact portfolio in Microsoft India Philanthropies. So Anshu had given the background and the context from where I come from. And just want to begin, I want to convey that when you say Microsoft India, the Microsoft as an organization. We believe that like each and every organization, each and every person in the world, we want them to kind of be empowered. And when we say we want them to be empowered, then we always see that how technology can be enabled or how technology can be given to them so that that helps them in the empowerment process. So this is kind of a fulcrum around which Microsoft operates. And we always believe that it is Microsoft's responsibility to ensure that we provide technology in the hands for people to get that empowerment done. So it shouldn't be that we kind of what to say make business out of technology, but then also see to that how as a philanthropist team make the technology which we have go to the hands of people and then see to that how they leverage it and then take it from there to move one stage at least in their life. So this is a kind of an what to say mandate, or you can say kind of an access for Microsoft India and also Microsoft philanthropies across the globe. So that is where it kind of sets the context. And when I say technology, we see to that in each and every commitment in our philanthropies, let it be inclusive economic recovery or let it be like protection of fundamental rights, in each and every aspect of our philanthropies program, Microsoft make sure that technology is there. We try to see that we use our resources, we use our expertise, we use the products and tools we try to build, and then see that how they can kind of go into the process and make sure that lives are kind of empowered. So that is how it stands. And when Anshu was mentioning about artificial intelligence, so we strongly believe that like using artificial intelligence with cloud and other capacities, we can actually overcome or help people resolving humanitarian crisis, because we understand that with the kind of low or to say frequent changes happening because of nature or even due to calamities or even due to operations around the world, we see that like humanitarian crisis growing or to say large and being diverse. We have multiple crises across the globe, and then Microsoft when do in its overall mandate of doing this by recovery, and we do some response actions also, but we feel that technology can play a vital role in the rebuild process where we can bring some long-term solutions, because we have non-profit organizations and humanitarian organizations involving themselves in the recovery and what to say response phases. They do work on them, they do what to say deploy things in the ground. But then when I say technology, we can use it in see that we are able to build some long-term solutions. So use technology, help the communities rebuild not only from the current crisis, make sure that they are remaining stable and they are able to kind of build on a long term, even either predict upcoming what to say disasters, or even kind of make sure that they are resilient from other disasters which are yet to come. So this is where I think technology has a major role, and this is how in Microsoft India we use technology. And I'm just happy that we have our team members, especially Seeds and Graminer, who are working with us, and even Just Economics, who are helping us to deploy an humanitarian action project, which we are trying to deploy on the ground to help people overcome floods. And then even the project is kind of getting expanded to see to that it just does not fit only for floods, but then it is also trying to help people to what to say use technology and support in other areas like COVID response to ensure their economic recovery, etc. Yeah, we have the experts with us, so they will kind of dwell more, and I think we have some more details to come from them and then discuss here. Thank you. Thanks, Anshu.
Thanks, Kishore, for that. Nisha, if we could come to you from here. So Kishore has laid down the framework where this really, applies. But if you could also, while you share your thoughts, also throw some light on the nuts and bolts of this. How would this really benefit, us in the short term? One is the research and deployment part in the longer run, but what does it mean for us today? What can we do about the cyclone that is right now crossing Sri Lanka? What can we do about the pandemic recovery that we are planning about and going around doing? From what little I've seen, I also understand the context that Kishore is bringing, that we do have affordable technologies today that can really help us map a lot of stuff which is visible remotely. So without being on the ground, you could use remote sensing data as a big data input. You could process that. You could tell us a lot about the airports, the transportation networks, the power networks very rapidly on scale. But how do these technologies become also useful for the poor? And where are those indicators or those signatures that we can work with, which are tedious and too slow? We've been struggling for years in the social sector to make advances, and we are really stuck at very small projects while the gap between what we are able to do and what's needed keeps growing. So
Yeah.
some light on the nuts and bolts will really be valuable. Nisha, over to you.
Thanks, Anshu. You touched upon a couple of very important points. One is on the short-term and the long-term benefit of technology to happen. Over the last 10 years, that's something that I have very closely observed and seen in implementation. Whereas data and analytics as a field could be very widely spread in enterprises. Today, what we are seeing is how AI can make a difference to, like the humanitarian good. It's a society. It's our everyday lives. How can we implement it? I think that's where that's what is the need of the hour now. So I'll talk about two specific aspects in terms of the pandemic in hand right now, and if we have to talk about how AI can make a difference in the short-term benefit, right? One thing that they have increasingly adopted is the simple fight around the face mask that's going on, right? It can very well be a super spreader kind of a situation, or it could be a factor that a particular locality, everyone has become very complacent and there is no rules being followed. And you will see that that could be a hotspot where things are spreading around. One of the challenge was that though there was facial recognition as a technology which was there, having a facial recognition with the mask on added a complication onto it today. Then there was another aspect in terms of social distancing. If there is a different way of tracking, it could be in Singapore, they do a QR code you scan and where your ID is being recorded. Currently, there is an RFID devices that are being spread about. There could be multiple ways different countries are adopting on how do we ensure that these communities maintain the rules, what is required to curb this pandemic, right? But it's not going to be an easy job. It's every individual who need to play a role. That's from an immediate reactive measures. Then there are aspects, Anshu, you and your team has been working greatly towards it, is how to reskill, upskill these vulnerable set of crowd, which find it very difficult. Where is the next meal coming from, right? Now, that's the area that we need to find ways how we can enable them to reskill themselves. There could be a simple upgrade that can happen or a shift in their focus where there are some of the fundamental jobs, could be construction workers, could be some of the voluntary jobs which can be taken up. But identifying these people, what are some of the basics that they need to know? How easy can they go from knowing nothing to knowing something and making a livelihood out of it? That's where the short-term to medium-term impact is going to make a difference. And thanks to you and your team, Anshu, you're doing a fantastic job around that. Now, if we take a step back, the pandemic is here. We are seeing cyclone effects that's coming in. There are floods that are hitting the cities more often. There are heat waves that are coming in. Australia, San Francisco had a lot of these forest fires coming in. Take a step back, and if we look at the long-term impact, all of these are, if we talk about disaster management, it's a post-facto impact or involvement of technology. How do we prevent this? How do we evaluate what are some of these drivers which is causing these things? That's where we are seeing increased adoption of AI and technology. So one of the activity that we've been working with the city of Calgary in Canada is that understanding the urban heat islands for a particular city. What does that mean? In each locality, which is the area which is very hot as compared to the rest of the urban cities, how is that contributing? If there has to be a new building which is coming up in that area, how can it bring down the average of the heat index there? So this has been helping them in planning their city better. Similarly, Anshu, with your team, we have been working on the disaster recovery management, or even can we predict the impact of floods on the day-to-day level? So there are buildings there. What is the risk score that we can give for a particular building in case there is an event of a flood? What should be an evacuation plan? What should be an alternate approach to reduce the consequences due to these natural disasters? That's where AI has been helping in creating a long-term impact. While it helps us in scaling a lot of effect, going back to the point that you talked about, Anshu, in the social sector, especially in areas like this, there is a lot of aspects to be unearthed which help us in understanding how well can it be utilized. Along with that comes the other side of the problem, that the data that we are collecting, how ethically it's getting used. So there has to be a right balance and ensure that whatever it is, whatever the applications that we are trying to adopt these technologies, is being done for long-term impact and also is being we are being ethically responsible in doing the way we are doing, and all the parties are equally invested in making it a successful program. That's how I see it grow, Anshu.
Thank you, Nisha. I think you've touched a number of things. Of course, our friends sitting in Sydney right now must be really, picking up threads from the heat issue that you've just touched upon. Sydney is right now, once again this year, reeling with a heat wave, very high temperatures, and I think that's one of the invisible growing risks that we all need to be talking about a lot more. I think in coming days we must get to that, because that's where the nature of the beast is changing. It's earlier when we spoke of heat, we used to talk about heat waves. We used to talk about life loss and heat strokes. But now in the last 2 years, increasingly we are talking about heat stresses. We are talking about economic losses from heat. And again, it's almost frustrating that there's so much that can be done, but it's not blinking bright enough on our radars, and that's something we really need to get back to. But thank you, you've opened up a number of avenues that we can talk about in the time we have. Let me from here move to you, Eva, on where what does all of this add up to. And I think in the beginning, when I was talking about those who fall through the cracks at the interface of the formal and informal sector, very often I feel a bit like that when I'm on the interface of the technology friends like Kishore and Nisha on one side, and the social world where I belong and come from and work, where we are, feet on the street talking about what's today's problem. Someone's not able to earn their bread tonight. A child has fallen ill. A kid has gone missing. And that's the kind of stuff. That's the urgent stuff that we are constantly struggling with. So, and you, as I understand, you operate at the interface of this social and technical world. So, tell us where should we look for saving ourselves from this crack, Eva?
Thank you, Andrew, and thank you, colleagues, for a very interesting discussion already. I think what's really challenging about this area that we're talking about is we're all trying to make a difference, right? And what's particularly challenging here when we're talking about disasters, or we're talking about pandemics, or we're talking about heat waves, is that we're dealing with really volatile and uncertain situations. And while we've kind of come to accept that we should measure social impact of, say, development interventions in general, people say, okay, I've got a 3-year program, of course I should invest in evaluation. I think what's less accepted and less understood is, how do we make sure we are making a difference when we are acting in these very uncertain moments? So whether it's, immediately after a flood. And I think there's a certain sense in which, and we all share this, where it's, there's been a flood, there's been a cyclone. We just need to get stuff done, forget about measuring it. And while I totally understand that sentiment, what I want to suggest today is that actually it's in those very volatile and uncertain moments that kind of measurement and learning from our measurement becomes all the more important. That it's actually in those moments that it's not just a nice to have, but that it's essential if we want to make sure that we're really making a difference. And to make the case, I think what we at Just Economics are increasingly influenced by is an approach called adaptive management, and some of you might be familiar with that. It actually comes from the work of an ecologist called C.S. Hollings, and he came up with this idea of adaptive management in the ecology space because what he found was, and this was in the late 1970s, that a lot of the kind of interventions in ecosystems had failed. And it had failed because there was this assumption that you could come up with a single solution, implement that solution, and you get the result you wanted. And you could follow up 3 years later and see how successful you'd been. And what Hollings said was, the ecosystems are incredibly complex. And when you interfere in them in one place, you don't actually know what the outcome is going to be. You're not actually certain. There will be all sorts of chains of events that are going to come to pass, and you can't be sure of what will happen, despite your best attempts to think about what the right solution is from the outset. And there's increasingly a recognition that when we're dealing with complex social problems, or we're dealing in very complex environments, like those that we find ourselves in when we're in the midst of a pandemic, or when we're hit by a cyclone, that in those situations as well, we're in incredibly volatile, uncertain environments. And actually, we can't be certain that our intervention and the way that we're working is going to have the intended impacts. And for that reason, it's when we're in those uncertain, volatile environments that it's more important than ever that we have feedback loops in place. And what I'm talking about here is not the end of, you run your program for a year and you come back and do your evaluation. I'm talking about rapid feedback loops that you're really monitoring as you're going, and that you're in a position to course correct, that you can adapt strategically, tactically to respond. And I think when you approach social impact measurement in that kind of way, where it isn't a one-off exercise you do at the conclusion of your project, but when you start to see it as a process that is woven into your intervention, it's actually just a good part of project management, then I think you're in a position to really make sure you're going to maximize the impact of what you're doing. And that's what it's all about, right? It's about maximizing impact. And I think, technology has a role to play in terms of enabling us to have those feedback loops. We're now at a moment where we can have technological indicators that enable us to have those feedback loops in a way that we couldn't a decade ago. And what we've been working with Seeds and with Microsoft around is developing those kinds of processes. And so I think, at this moment, when we're dealing with things like COVID, measurement might seem in the too hard basket, but I would really suggest that it's exactly at these kind of moments that we need to be doing this kind of monitoring and learning, and that we really shift the way we think about evaluation so that it really isn't this one-off thing. It's a process that accompanies us, and that we are always ready to course correct. I think that's a really important kind of second element of this, that we're in a position to adapt. And I know that has something for organizations that are funded. So, whether you're Seeds or some other NGO, you receive your funding often for a foundation, and they want you to achieve certain things. And what I would say to funders, it's really critical if you're really interested in social impact, that you hold your grantees to account for kind of higher level outcomes. So you hold them to account for, say, improving education or improving well-being or improving livelihoods, rather than against kind of very narrow KPIs or outputs. A narrow KPI or output might be the number of textbooks they distribute, for example. And it's when you do it at that high level, then organizations can be empowered in response to feedback that they're obtaining to change course, to adapt in a way that they think will promote maximum social impact. So there's a real challenge here too for the ways in which funders work, and I guess the way in which internally within our organizations as well, we hold each other to account. Anju.
Thank you so much, Eva. I've been taking notes very vigorously, and there's so much to take away. But adaptive management and rapid feedback loops is two things that really stand out for me in the bits that you shared. We will come back and touch and talk more about this once we've heard Kamal also. And Kamal, over to you. I think in one way we wanted to hear you in the end, because all four of us come from sectors and workplaces where we are very attached to our independent pieces of work. I think when we step back from that, I think probably from where you see this, it may be all of us working in our own silos and being passionate about our individual pieces. But from the way you see it, how do you see this coming together? Where do you see this becoming something that moves from the kind of pilots that we are so proud of and we all do so well to something at scale which solves societal problems? Kamal, over to you.
Thanks, Anshu. Before I say what I have to say, I want to reflect a little bit on what Eva said. I think this whole notion of adaptive management or adaptive governance is really the key in managing uncertainty. But there is a bit of a conundrum there if you look at it from the perspective of different levels of governance, because the public in general wants decisiveness. You want people who can make a firm decision and stick to that. Now, to relate the example or experience from India in the aftermath of the pandemic during the lockdown, so the government was heavily criticized by civil society and various people that, some 400 plus or 600 notices and orders were issued regulating different things. You can't open the shops, but, after some days, you can open roadside eateries because the truckers have to move, the truckers need to eat. So those eateries need to be opened. Those are called dhabas in India. So to me, those 500 or 600 notifications are a classic example of adaptive governance. When you're locking down the whole country, you can't possibly anticipate everything. So as you hear feedback from the field, you make necessary adjustments to make life easier for everyone. But how do we make a case for the society at large that, look, we are living in an uncertain times, and we are doing the best we can based on the best information we have, but we don't know everything that needs to be known. And as we know more, we will adjust our approach, and we are in it all together. There is a role for high level of governance, but everyone has to be part to it and be ready to sort of, it's a constant dance. The beat changes, your steps change. So I think that's something we have to make a case for that's actually an example of good governance. Being decisive and sticking to one position is not necessarily what we need when we need to manage uncertainties. So I want to talk about two things when we talk about upscaling, and I want to relate the experience of managing pandemic again. One is the whole notion of assessing risk. When early March, April, we used the classic risk assessment tools to look at, where the infections are, where people are under surveillance, where we have ports of entry from other countries, what is the doubling rate, and we try to project the risk, try to stay ahead of the pandemic. But it didn't really work that well for basically three reasons, and that's where we can, bring in artificial intelligence and new technologies. And the three reasons are: number one, our information was not granular enough. So we were working at the district level. Many districts in India are bigger than many countries of the world. So you have some cases in one corner of the district, but the whole district gets painted red. Whereas, which means that you have to close down all economic activity. You can very well keep the factories running because the cases are in one district. So granularity is one thing. And granularity is not just a case of multiplication. It is a case of different ways of collecting information. That's one thing. The second thing is that it wasn't dynamic enough. So risk assessments that we do for earthquakes, for floods, for landslides, they have 1 year or 6 months, or in case of floods, perhaps 2 weeks as time steps. Here you're talking about you really need to update it every day. And the third thing why it did not work well was that we were not able to bring in laterally what were the local drivers of risk. For example, how do you bring into your model the presence of locations where mass gatherings tend to happen? Places of worship or places of social gatherings, such as in a wedding, or many other things. A special kind of eatery, for example. So I think, how do you bring that into it in a quantified way? How do you get information from the ground up? How do you use crowdsourcing to actually inform your model that, your model is very gross. This has to be informed by local drivers of risk. And, how do you sort of inject, the causality into it? So I think if we can use a technology to make our risk assessment tools more informed, more dynamic, more granular, I think that would be one thing. The second thing is what I wanted to say is about achieving behavioral change at a large scale. So the pandemic is perhaps the first time that the largest proportion of the world has become risk aware. Everyone knows that there is risk. They may or may not be taking the actions that are required to be taken. But I would say 80% people, 90% of people have been reached in some way or the other. They've heard the notion. They may not have heard the word risk, but the notion of risk management. But when we take risk reduction actions, of course, the urgency of pandemic requires us to be top down. So you sort of make wearing of masks mandatory, 2 meters distancing, hand washing, and so on. But what we have to talk about is that we can't work with communities by telling them what to do. We also have to talk about why we are doing it. Why 2 meters? Why not 1.5 meters? Why not 1.2 meters? There is some science behind it. There is some reason behind it. My contention is that if we are able to find ways of telling people why we are doing it, then we will be able to come up with more locally appropriate solutions. So in a slum dwelling where 10 people are sharing a 10 square meter room or 15 square meter room, 2 meter distancing is not possible. But are there other solutions so that you can actually minimize that? Let those solutions emerge from below. What we want is not a measure for the sake of the measure. We want it to have the necessary effect. So for that, how do we use technology so that we can foster emergence of solutions from ground up? And and I would reckon that the compliance would also be higher if the solutions emerge from ground up. Which is not to say that there is the pandemic's urgency requires these 3 measures. You have to maintain distance. You have to wash your hands. You have to wear a mask. You have to do all of this. But if you are not able to, if you are a little bit compromised on that, how do you compensate for it? Can you compensate it by improving ventilation in your dwellings? So I think I have not seen enough of that, and I think we could have used technology to sort of create that repertoire of solutions. Thank you.
Thanks, Kamal. A number of issues you've raised, which I think require a lot of internalization and reflection. And what really hits me is colloquially we can say that the pandemic was a black swan event, but those of us who work in this sector, who govern it, who research it, can we honestly make that excuse that we weren't prepared because we had not thought this will happen? It's very extensively documented. We knew this was coming. We just believed, like others, that it won't happen this year or next year. It'll happen sometime in the future. So one is that fixing our own systems and getting our pieces and our acts together to work on that. But I think the last piece that you spoke about, where solutions need to come from below, I think that's the tipping point that we are trying to drive in our very little way in the conversation in this session, but also with the work that Graminer and colleagues at Microsoft are trying to trigger, and Eva and colleagues like her are trying to give us the firepower to do that and make a case for it. I think it's the way you spoke about communicating to people and communities on why certain things. I think there's an equal need to communicate to decision makers, where we need to go beyond our terms of office and see where are we headed as a society and what science is telling us. I think our diplomacy in the world of science has been a complete failure. We have not been able to make our case well. Probably we speak in languages which are only we get the nods in our very incestuous groups where we are speaking to people who are already converted to our cause. So crossing those boundaries and making things happen, I think we've crossed the point where it was really urgent. We are paying a very heavy price for not having worked on this 2 years ago. But I think even now, and I open this up to you, any thoughts that any one of you would have. I think this uncertainty that Kamal flags for the future, I think we really need to question ourselves how much of that uncertainty can actually be cleared up. We can remove a lot of that fog with the wherewithal that Kishore and Nisha bring to us, but somehow we are not able to connect. We move to a technology session and we put that hat on, and then we move to a community mobilization session and we change hats. How do we do it with the kind of hat that Kamal wears and he's talking about? But it's frustrating that we don't see that happening around us. We've for the last I think since March, a lot of us in the sector have been talking about the fact that the pandemic is staying, that we will see other regular disasters that will happen during this year. As of now, Burevi, the cyclone, is crossing northern Sri Lanka. Our hearts and thoughts are with the people there in those little island communities. And there's so little we've invested and done, even once we knew that this is rolling. So, where do we make those connections felt? It's an open floor, but I would love to hear also from Kishore and Nisha on, how do we step out of our set boundaries? Where do we start joining these dots so that the decision making that Kamal talks about can be facilitated better from our ends too, rather than us just offering things on a platter and expecting someone to take it up from there. And also to Eva and Kamal on, if we can, I think the business that we are in, and I think both of you are in more than the other three of us in this session, is to really look into the future. We need to work on that uncertainty because we are talking about not past impacts. We're talking about impacts that we are here, we are in these positions to create in the future. And we can't create impacts if we are only in a responsive mode. So where do we use the science that Kishore and Nisha bring? How do we make sure that next year, 2021, is genuinely a better year and we don't get hit by and say that other things are beyond our control and this was not expected?
Shall I go?
Yes, please. Yes.
Anshu, I think one aspect I really like what you touched upon is though it happens, it could be floods or any of the heat waves, what is that we learn? But every time the consequences happen, we still lose so much lives, or there are so much consequences in terms of dollars and long-term impact for many of the communities, right? That's where I would want to peg upon, right? Why I think today more and more the technology, the teams or the institutions which are working on technology, harping on these repeated patterns, that has not been a greater investment. Whereas teams like yours and people who work in this space very closely, the pattern, but not leveraging technology to scale it up for the next better use. I was reading about some of these elements where multiple communities have come together to support these sectors, especially for the vulnerable ones or the sectors which are very badly hit. If I talk locally here, Singapore, nearly 40% of the GDP comes from tourism. And from Singapore was the second country which had the most COVID cases. So from February, the tourism is completely nil. And imagine all those businesses that were running strictly based on tourism. You were selling souvenirs, you were selling all of these local delicacies. What happens to that? There has been a lot of program that went into reskilling them. Now, when tourism opens up, hopefully 2021, but will they go back to it? Or at least it gives them a confidence that if not this, there is something else that can be more sustainable, right? That can be more adaptable to a different situation. It may not be a pandemic, it could be something else. There are a lot of local businesses which were enabled to do their business digitally. Think of it as an old couple who are in their mid-70s running a small food center. Right now, how do they do a transaction? Because cash transaction became extremely a non-preferred option here. So you have to learn how to, at that age, you have to learn how to do transactions on a digital scale. That was one aspect of it. The second aspect of it is understanding on what elements of technology should be adapted, right? And how far are we thinking? While we can create a long-term impact, having a short-term changes, there can be a very immediate results. But like Eva mentioned, these are all very complex ecosystem. How can one situation create consequences in another situation? That is something that we have to evaluate. I think as technology, like you said, Kamal was also mentioning about this programs. It's a natural phenomenon where we think of it as silos, but working in collaboration and building that roadmap and what could be some of these spin-off which might have a subsequent effect is something that we'll have to look into. I'll take a very quick example and post that I'll stop.
But
Sorry.
yeah, it hits me suddenly that we are we are just a couple of minutes away from the time we need to vacate this room. I had thought we'll engage more. We had deliberately kept this session shorter because online we thought we shouldn't run the kind of sessions we do in a real conference, but this is turning out to be the round where we are doing our last closing comments. So back to you, Nisha, but I think in the next 2 minutes we'll just go around and last thoughts, but we'll find ways to continue this conversation beyond this session. Nisha.
So my only comment, Anshu, is for right from individuals to organizations to social bodies, everyone have to come together to talk about a sustainable way of doing things. It could be reimagining the way we are doing. I know for everyone, it's at a concept level. How do we translate into action? And each one's expertise coming to table to build that roadmap is what I'm looking forward to. And that's where I feel that all of these experts who are there in this panel, we need to move more towards action than remaining on the theory standpoint. That's my thought, Anshu.
Thanks, Nisha. Kishore, were you about to say something?
Yeah. No, I was just trying to echo what Nisha was telling. In terms like, I would just want to say that when you say the projects are the kind of models, whichever we build, they are in right direction to start with. But then to say, to meet what Kamal says and to say what Eva says, I would say collaboration so that we are able to have each and every stakeholder in the process involved in it, and then kind of robustness of the program in the sense like whichever model you do, because today it can be artificial intelligence, tomorrow it can be AI plus or something else. Technology will keep improving, even the models will keep improving, even the calamities will change, isn't it? So one would be collaboration with all the stakeholders. Next would be robustness of the model which you build in terms of like constantly upgrading, constantly making sure that there are changes to meet the needs. And third would be depth, the granularity which Kamal was telling. In the sense like we cannot achieve it on the first go. It's always good to start with, but then we always see to that each and every person is taken care. That is where the models can kind of bring in the results. That's my third aspect. And fourth would be in terms of replication. We cannot always say that we have a project and it is kind of rigid and it always works in these scenarios. You can always make sure that it kind of replicates, because many a times 80 to 70% of the models and the kind of work done in one would remain the same for other as well. So try to replicate and then move it in such a way that we can kind of resolve most of the calamities or the humanitarian action crises. So that's my point here. So these four things, if we try to incorporate in our work, which we do, I think we can go a long way.
Thank you, Kishore. Kamal, your reflections, if you have any, and how hopeful do you feel of the uncertain future that we stare at?
I just have one point to say. We're running out of time, which is to say that, this is the first time that the whole world has come to recognize that everyone lives downstream from something, and whatever you do also has a downstream effect on someone else. So now more than ever before is the ambience for a dialogue between people who work on technology, people who work on governance, people who work on social change, to come together and really have some joined up thinking on searching for solutions.
Thanks, Kamal. I think that's a very powerful statement to be, closing this discussion with, of the realization of being downstream. We need to capture that and let more people be convinced of this. Eva, how do you feel at the end of this? Are we still bridging gaps and moving in the right direction?
I think we are, but I just want to pick up on one point that struck me, Anju, when you were talking, and that's about this question of uncertainty. And I think we need to really distinguish between where there is genuine uncertainty, like when a flood hits, for example, and when there is deliberate ignorance of what's likely to come. And I think something like climate change, actually, we have lots of models telling us what's likely to come to pass in the next 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years, and also telling us what steps and actions we need to be taking right now. But there is no political will to take those actions. And so there's deliberate ignorance around that. And so I think we need to distinguish those kind of situations where I think we need to do advocacy work and we need to convince the public to put pressure on their politicians, because actually the knowledge is there. I think the scientific basis is there, from other kinds of uncertainty where I think AI can help us. And the work that Microsoft and Seeds are doing on that specific flood project, where you're trying to predict, within localities, where's the flooding likely to occur, right down to which households, and therefore taking action to prevent the worst consequences of that. That's definitely a situation where AI can help. But, I don't think it can help us with those deliberate ignorance situations. And we need to be quite clear about that there we need a different solution. And unfortunately, they're the big ones we need to tackle.
Thank you so much, Eva. I hope even through the conversation we are having at this conference these 2 days, we start chipping away at some of that deliberate ignorance in the region. Thank you so much, Nisha, Eva, Kishore, and Kamal for joining this morning. We've really gained a lot. For those of you in the audience, please stay with us. There's a number of great sessions up ahead. We are sorry we are not able to enable an interactive Q&A through this platform, but we are tweeting live. Use the hashtag of our conference and be in touch with us. We would love to take this conversation forward. Urban Resilience, Asia Pacific, URAP2, that's the hashtag we are following, and see you around. Thank you once again so much to all of you.
RMIT presentation today on an integrated and participatory approach to designing locally appropriate climate actions, reflections from Honiara Solomon Islands. On behalf of the RMIT team, I'd like to first begin by acknowledging the people of the Woiwurrung and Boonwurrung language groups of the Eastern Kulin Nations, on whose unceded lands we conduct the business of the university. We respectfully acknowledge their ancestors and elders, past, present, and emerging. So the intention today is to draw on the experiences of some of the members of the RMIT team engaged with the Climate Resilient Honiara project to highlight the importance of an integrated and participatory approach to inform climate actions. The 4-year project is funded by the UNFCCC Adaptation Fund and is administered by UN Habitat and led by Professor Darren McAvoy, who is unable to be here today with us and sends his apologies. But with me today are my wonderful teammates. First, Dr. Mittal Vahanbhati from the School of Sustainability and Urban Planning, and Drs. Yazid Ninsalam and Atatara from the School of Landscape Architecture. My name is Serene Ho, and I'm an RMIT VC Fellow situated in the School of Science. The presentations today, I guess, are drawing together the interdisciplinary and applied research that we've been conducting in Honiara as part of this project. But let me just briefly introduce the project on the next slide. Next slide, please. Yeah, thanks. So RMIT has had a long-term engagement with local stakeholders in Honiara pretty much since 2014. And this work has led to the successful proposal of the Climate Resilient Honiara project, which is the focus of discussion today. As well as working with national and local governments, the project team also engages with local CSOs, example, Voice Blown Mary, the Honiara Youth Council, Solomon Islands National University, but also international organizations such as the World Bank, UN Women, ICLEI, just to name a few. Next slide, please. So that map pretty much shows the context of the project. The project is large, it is complicated with multiple components at various scales, being community, ward, and city levels. At the community level, on the map, you'll be able to see these tiny numbers. We work essentially with 5 hotspot communities and 2 coastal, 2 inland, and 3 inland, sorry. And components include community profiles, climate action planning, engineering interventions based mainly on priority local needs. The findings from each of the 5 case studies have been integrated and we've developed climate resilient community development plans, which are currently in the process of being validated. At the ward and city levels, the components include communication of climate risks, nature-based solutions, which some of my colleagues will speak on today, organic urban agriculture, evacuation centers, gender-responsive disaster planning, and cross-boundary governance. So today, the 4 of us will talk about our various experiences of working on the project, the importance of participation in interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary working, and finally, the cross-cutting value that spatial data has had to inform multiple actions. So I'm going to kick off. So next slide, please. So my part of the project relates to 3 things: community profiling, gender and DRR, and urban gardens. I'll talk about the latter 2 just very briefly at the end. So here, what you can see on the screen here is an overview of the process that we've taken for developing the community profiling methodology. Basically, we reviewed over 20 surveys from 2005 onwards, paying a special attention to the census, of course, to try to get a sense of themes and terminology. What this did really was to enable us to add value, if we could, through these surveys to data that's already being collected, but to also create something that was conceptually familiar for participants. The survey had multiple reviews just to make sure we were developing something appropriate and we were using culturally recognizable language. And we tried to develop something that was practical in the sense that it could be completed in around 45 minutes by local enumerators. Next slide, please. So here you can see that the survey, we ended up identifying about 7 themes at household level, as shown in this diagram. to describe demographics, needs, issues, resources, and experiences. Next slide, please. But also at the community level, we collected spatial data about the location and distribution of community assets, such as water sources, bin collection, waste disposal, so on and so forth. Next slide, please. So in partnership with Cadastre Foundation, which is a US-based NGO, we developed and produced a survey that could be collected using tablets and GNSS receivers, which gave us a spatial accuracy of about 2 to 5 meters. The survey the data is collected offline. To conduct the survey, though, RMIT trained around 20 youth enumerators who worked in pairs in the field. And this probably was a highlight for me in this part of the project. Next slide, please. So importantly, I think we were also able to transfer this knowledge to local government stakeholders. And in the images that you can see here, it captures the training we conducted with representatives from various ministries. And importantly, the youth enumerators played a key role in conducting this training using their field experiences, which was really super cool. So I'll just give you some examples of what came out of the community profiling work on the next slide. So you can see there's been significant changes in the last 10 years in terms of many of our settlements, but I'll show you here the settlement of Wind Valley. You can see the growth and morphological changes. And this was correlated by the data that we collected, age of housing, but also a trend in more recent houses, as you can see, being built in increasingly hazardous conditions, such as in areas of steeper topography. And in fact, about half of the surveyed houses reported that they didn't consider the houses to be physically safe. Next slide, please. You can also see here some key findings from this community, and of interest to us in terms of climate action planning were issues of tenure, wash conditions like water security and sanitation, as well as day-to-day things like access to power. Next slide, please. We were also interested in how climate essentially impacts their day-to-day lives. You can see on the diagrams on the slide, being located in a valley, the top environmental issues related to landslides and flooding, but also storm events with community feedback that landslides and storms were getting worse. And as a consequence of this, the households really experience key issues like damage to property, but also impacts on health, such as poor quality of water after heavy rains. And so on the right, you can see the map. When we start to integrate locations of houses with other spatial data like slope analysis and flood depth, we start to get more insights into the climate-related challenges of living in this settlement. Next slide, please. Of course, when we talk about resilience, it's not just individual and households, but also community level. And one interesting on the right, you can see some of the key sentiments that came out of the survey. But one interesting thing that also did come out was the different concepts of where the boundary of the community lay, which is shown here with the different colors of boundary outlines. And this, we think, may have implications for social resilience, social cohesion, and how the community might pull together. Next slide, please. So the outputs from the survey basically help us to develop a social-spatial understanding of our communities, which then informs other components of the project, such as citing of engineering designs. And I put up here on the slide a page from one of our climate development plans. Next slide, please. Just to briefly also touch on two other pieces of work that is just about to come online. The first is a focus on urban gardens as a key instrument for resilience. So as part of the community profiling, we did identify gardens next to houses, and this work starts to extend that and also look at gardens outside of the community, bush gardens. And we're looking at this really as a key instrument for resilience. And you can see on the slide here, there are some of the initial data from ground samples in Wind Valley and Jabros, showing types of crops grown and the most common damage on the crops. But again, when you overlay these this data onto flood and slope models, we can start to identify environmental precarity and hence vulnerability in terms of food. Just next slide, please. And so finally, what I'm super excited about is this forthcoming work on gender and DRR, which is also associated to the Urban Gardens work, to try to understand intersectional challenges for women in our communities in Honiara in terms of food and water security, agency and participation in planning. We're going to try to refine the UNDRR scorecards to be more gender responsive. Also work towards producing some media outputs for awareness raising by local CSOs. And with that, I'll turn over to Mittal to talk about her work.
Thanks, Serene. Hi, everyone. My name is Mittal, and I was trained in architecture profession and worked in the sector for 7 years before moving into academia. And what interested me to move into academia was what I'm going to present today, to work in climate change, community resilience, as well as spatial design. So next slide, please. I'll be talking about, I'm part of a team, Yazid, Atta, myself, and Nasreen, where we are working on nature-based solutions to climate change adaptation by designing of urban spaces that are climate resilient. So we started with understanding what is nature-based solution, when did it come about, and IUCN, the International Union for Conservation of Nature, has done this extensive mapping of nature-based solutions. So the term is would have been first used in 2002, and over time, as you can see, it was adapted by a few, World Bank, UN Framework for Climate Change, and now it is identified as the key approach, or the only approach we can adopt to bringing back a thriving society in this age of Anthropocene, where humans are dominating the world. Next slide, please. So it is defined as actions one identifies to protect, to manage, and to create new ecosystems that addresses the twin-fold societal challenges in terms of urbanization as well as natural hazards and climate change. But the benefits of these are multifold. It benefits humans, their health and well-being, as well as benefits biodiversity. Next slide, please. So having had an understanding of what nature-based solutions for climate change adaptation are, we developed this framework, and I would say it's not completely us who came up with this. We built it upon previous research and just adapted it to our research in the Pacific. And I will be talking about steps 1, 2, and 3 in the next slides. We kind of determine the objectives, the steps, and what the output of each step would be along the way. Next slide, please. As mentioned earlier, the threats facing the people in Honiara are urbanization related or ongoing development related, as well as climate change and disasters related. But the consequences are felt on the ecosystem on which the society relies. So, so the challenges were identified and are mentioned in HERCAP, and we followed that as one of the foundational documents. And the broader objective was climate change adaptation of urban spaces. Next slide, please. Remotely, such risk-based spatial analysis was done, and Atta and Yazid will be talking about it more. Next slide. And as Serene has already mentioned, two of the hotspot communities were along the coast, and some of these data or mappings could show that how water has been encroaching in the settlement and how settlements have been densifying over time. Next slide. So the method adopted for making the identified actions into reality was co-design methodology. And over time, it has been adopted in many different fields, but now it has been all of those fields, as in public services, development, science and technology, all of those fields combined are now adopting it in climate change adaptation. So two processes were done locally, a design charrette with CNU students and reality check of those designs with local stakeholders, as well as remotely, what I showed you earlier, spatial risk assessment and design studios with students. Next slide, thank you. So in July 2012, we conducted a design charrette, a full-day workshop with recent graduates from Solomon Island National University. And the idea was to understand challenges and solutions from their perspective. The other idea, the thinking was that we alone cannot come up with the solutions for them, but we need to come up with design solutions collectively. Next slide, please. So students mapped out causations or root causes of why there are these challenges of climate change, and why is it not in the development processes are not informed by climate change, and what would happen if there was no change made to the current development trajectory. Next slide, please. So students presented their findings, and we in the process learned a lot about local culture and how significant it was for them. The reduction in land, the coastal burial of the deceased, which was causing issues because that is very sacred to the locals. Housing condition, youth unemployment. Even on a positive note, there was a resurgence in organic agricultural methods, but there were way more challenges than positives. Next slide, please. So on a map, students pointed out areas which were high at risk from climate change. Based on that, 3 sites were identified, and students were grouped according to the area they were most familiar with to work on those sites. And on the left, you can see they are now overlaying that information, that site, target site related information with landslide risk overlaid with flood risk, overlaid with deforestation. So all of that risks were overlaid on top of each other. Next slide, please. And students came up with ideas of what they would like to do on that site. And the 3 sites were botanical gardens on the left, Barana Reserve, which is on the outskirts, on the fringe where traditional owners live, and the third one was Matanico River site. Next slide, please. So some of the design solutions that the locals came up with, despite not having the skills to draw it properly or express in drawings, the locals kind of loved a lot of these ideas, and we figured what would be feasible, what will help in achieving the adaptation outcomes that they were seeking. Next slide, please. Parallelly, like in Australia, we have been running design studios with RMIT students. So those who I specifically run it with those who have enrolled for masters in planning. And the idea was to engage them in immersive real life experiences. But for me as a researcher, it was more about drawing linkages between research and teaching. Next slide, please. So students came up with master plan for fringe development such that the flow of water can be reduced for reducing landslide risk. Which zones should be protected as green zones, which zones should be no-go zones, species catalog, which plants that can provide multiple benefits, and also proposed changes that are essential in Honiara Council's planning scheme. So I think this was moving forward. We will take these designs to the community. We have local people there who will be getting community and stakeholder feedback for revisions. So it gets a step closer to implementation. And that is it from me, and I will pass on to Yazid now.
Hello, I am Yazid. I am a landscape architect and lecturer into the Bachelor and Masters of Landscape Architecture programs at RMIT School of Architecture and Urban Design. I contributed to the Climate Change Resilient Honiara Nature-Based Solutions report that Mitul has introduced earlier. In my presentation, I will expand on how we have used spatial data to inform local and remote decision-making processes specific to the climate change adaptation strategies in the Solomon Islands within the context of a project led by Professor Darren McAvoy. Next slide, please. Before I begin, I would like to position this section within the context of today's presentation. I will frame the cross-cutting value of spatial data to inform multiple actions. I view the knowledge generated by spatial data as a currency to negotiate and make informed decisions and improve environmental literacy. Earlier today, Tom from ARUP broadly spoke about how digital technology affects humanitarian and development and the use of mobile data collection, geographical information systems, and the use of big data. I would like to reiterate his point on how data itself is not that helpful. What is important, however, is the application of the data, which allows us to gain wisdom by associating meaningful and meaning and relationships to enable new insights to better understand problems, and in so doing allows us to make informed decisions. Next slide, please. I will run through some examples of spatial data that we've been using to inform our work itself. So as Mitul mentioned, desktop studies began early last year before our field trip in July 2019. We built upon the existing risk assessment maps developed by the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Disaster Management and Meteorology. The spatial data information were used and the approach of multi-criteria decision-making was utilized in order to understand the risks and hazards that occur on site. So the data itself was derived from aerial LiDAR acquired in 2017, organized by the Ministry of Health and Medical Services. The picture on the right illustrates spatial derivatives such as canopy height maps, stream order, and slope stability analysis GIS mappings. As mentioned by Mitul, the CNU graduates can make sense of the identified sites deemed as potentially at high risk to hazards due to their spatial conditions. During the workshop, the CNU graduates were able to bring meaning to the spatial data, and this is a good example where lived experiences and local knowledge adds to the value of spatial data that allows us to understand the sites better. Reality checks and local site observations, for example, aftermaths of flood events experienced by the botanical gardens were ground truth with local custodians of the sites. Next slide, please. Earlier this year, we returned to Honiara to conduct a 3-day GIS workshop to disseminate community profiling methods, GIS-supported decision-making approaches, and applied drone imagery processing for change detections of the site. We acknowledge that by enriching spatial data with lived experiences allows us to reduce the uncertainty in decision-making processes, especially in identifying potential hazards. However, one of the limiting factors in the use of spatial data is the frequency in which the data is being updated and collected. The Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Disaster Management has built capacity to monitor high-risk areas with the use of aerial drone imagery. So what we did here was to enrich the use of the data by building capacity to run change detection in GIS. This is a method to understand how a given area has changed between 2 or more time periods that cover the same exact geographical area. Change detection is useful to understand the change in landscapes and land use. As you can see, before and after aerial imagery of Mataniko River from LiDAR campaign commissioned by the Ministry of Health and Medical Services in 2017 and drone capture by local UAV pilot Reginald in 2020 can be seen at the bottom right-hand corner. Next slide, please. Ongoing work over the COVID lockdown period, in order to ascertain high-resolution spatially derived data, what we've done is that we've looked at the use of stereoscopic satellite images to generate very dense point clouds to produce digital surface models of Solomon Islands. So this work will continue to inform what we've done over the next years. Next slide, please. While working remotely with students across the Bachelor and Masters of Landscape Architecture programs at RMIT, within the year, we have run approximately 3 design studios across both graduate and undergraduate levels and a couple of seminars at RMIT. As we continue our work in Melbourne with students, we further develop methods and speculative ideas on how we might come up with design solutions in the form of climate change adaptation strategies. In terms of data, students would use the GIS tracks from our fieldwork, images, and interviews with locals from Honiara over a semester 3-month design studio. Next slide, please. We have also devised ways to communicate the city as an immersive environment. Here, we explore both physical and augmented reality methods to run environmental simulations and also better understand the context of these sites in identifying high-risk hazard sites. Next slide, please. Students were also encouraged to test their ideas in understanding the implications of your proposals. In design, we promote the act of iterating and testing of ideas, creating feedback loops of responses within the context of the design studio. Next slide, please. Next. Bearing in mind the importance of communicating multiple design iterations, we adopted a variety of rapid prototyping methods to extend the use of the data to generate terrain models of the site. For example, the use of vacuum forming to replicate baseline conditions of the site. Next slide. The fabrication of these sites further facilitates the exploration of multiple design iterations as they develop scenarios informed by their spatial and local knowledge. Next slide, please. Building on the idea of spatial intelligence and extending the environmental literacy to students or researchers who are working remotely, it becomes ever more important to be able to visualize the spaces and imagine it from different angles, noting various facets and finer details. Next slide, please. So this is a video of an augmented reality AR holographic projection of environmentally simulated data of the site. So you have the baseline models that have been fabricated through milling processes, and it also allows us and students to be able to kind of see how the environmental simulations affect the sites. Next slide, please. So I'm just going through one design outcome. The studio looked at issues of land tenure and land hazards along settlements located in Vera Creek, focusing on communities in Aikafo. Here, Lara's research lies within the intersection of agroforestry as a means of sustainable food production and landslide mitigation. Next slide. In order to find suitable sites for settlement relocation, Lara developed a range of criteria. The first was to locate areas of land that are safe from flooding and landslide risks. And one of the main reasons for the current settlements to be deemed unsafe. So by applying a bathtub flooding analysis and identifying slopes which are greater than 45 degrees, she was able to map out areas which are not affected by these two conditions and therefore suitable for construction of houses and localized subsidence gardening. Next slide. The second criteria is access. So as without a secure way of getting to the site, it is impossible to implement the rest of the project. So here, main roads are important as it links back to the highway and the city of Honiara. So she looked at the existing network of informal roads, pathways through the settlements, and found gaps in the network that needed to be extended. Next slide, please. The third criteria is water supply, and she used flow analysis and stream order analysis to see how water affects the site. So this eliminates the areas of land for potential settlements that would be inundated during high rainfall. So they would instead be better suited for stormwater treatment and collection of riparian agricultural production. So in summary, next slide, we aim to continue to explore and expand methods to foster an integrated and participatory approach to inform climate change adaptation actions. With that, my colleague Atatara will continue to share how we have further disseminated the work done so far. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Atatara. I'm a lecturer in landscape architecture program, similar to Yazid, and also a registered landscape architect and practitioner. And as part of the nature-based solutions, I contributed to the project in evacuation centers and NBS component work package of this project. I'm presenting our integrated and participatory approach in another level, actually behind the scene, in realms of research and teaching in support of various work packages and deliverables we had in Honiara. Next slide, please. This presentation highlights the activity appears in a variety of forms and modes which occurred at various levels of perception across the spectrum of practice and research. An extensive body of work has been carried out in creative practice in landscape architecture through design studio teaching in the context of ocean cities, benefited from a mix of qualitative, quantitative, and conceptual research approaches. So we touched on the landscape through scales in region, city, site, and we studied themes of research related to climate change, including rising tides, rolling lands, flowing water, big wilds, and urban futures. And we specifically delivered projects in response to nature-based solutions, and also speculated about the future settlements, the community open spaces, and the CBD master plan in Honiara. Next slide, please. So we had an integrated and participatory approach and collaboration in our team, in our multidisciplinary team, and invited many practitioners and collaborators from professional practice to inform our thinking behind our moves in this project. So this speculation and testing through our studio teaching was highly useful for our actions to fine-tune our approaches and outcomes. And it's something actually beyond a bit scope of the project, just to empower our focus. So the next slide, please. Yeah, this slide shows the poster exhibition as outcome of one of these classes, which was focused on larger scale citywide designing and risk analysis. We looked at different topics in the vegetation, earth, and water. And students delivered various design research citywide in Honiara, and they presented their work as a poster exhibition. Next slide, please. These are some of the examples of research investigation by students on landslides in Matanico in earth category. We looked at the soil erosion, the urban growth optimization and suitability analysis. We look at the suitability of evacuation centers. Next slide, please. And we also looked at ecological and biodiversity corridors and links, greening strategies, deforestation, logging, and bushfire risks across the region. So this approach was more the McHargian approach to look at the various layers and combine them to come up with the integrated actions to confirm with to respond to the climate hazards in Honiara. Next slide, please. So this is also one of the things we did was dissemination and sharing of these findings beyond responding to the project deliverables by submitting the student poster exhibition to the Harvard Digital Landscape Conference, and one of our students won the second prize in this conference. And next slide, please. And also publications from the new workflows we developed as part of doing this project, which are new in our field through integration of hydrological and hydraulic assessments to make it iterative process to measure and observe the landscape performance to mitigate flooding in Honiara in catchment level. Next slide, please. So in the next level of our design teaching, we focused on some specific sites in Honiara to integrate with more aspects of culture and community and bring it to our design thinking. So this is one of the projects in Honiara in Matanico River catchment, a community open space, and students came up with designs for this open space, which was affected in 2014 flood, and now it's a vacant site. And we looked at ways to come up with a multi-purpose community open space for the community and broadly along Matanico River catchment, how it can become a corridor for open spaces for the community, as well as become resilient to the climate risk in this area. Next slide, please. We also speculated about the future growth of Honiara into other areas available within the city boundary, but because of lack of master plan and forward thinking, we've worked on this area to come up with, speculate about this future formation of residential areas and how community can, with understanding the challenges existing informal settlements, how we can learn from this and implement it and plan it for the future. So we came up with sustainable urban villages in Honiara to sustain the community as well as make them resilient to the climate hazards, and especially the constrained context of Honiara, which is a very steep landscape and it's a very tricky site for urban design proposals and the future growth of cities. So the next slide, please. And also the earlier this semester, previous semester, we've been invited to a tender by a SPREP, but we couldn't go forward because of the budget limits. But we started this project and worked on this project in our design studios and came up with a series of master plans for Honiara CBD for greening and landscape master plans. So students worked together and came up with various scenarios that we can take forward and share it with the stakeholders and community in Honiara during the lockdown period. And this master plan engages with 3-kilometer stretch of CBD along the coastline, and which is the main center of the city. Next slide, please. And the master plan developed further into specific precincts of city gateway, market precinct, cultural hub, and also CBD foreshore to engage in more details with what's happening, what can happen with considering the sense of place and the character of Honiara, how we can promote some of these spaces to serve the community and become more resilient to the climatic challenges in Honiara. So this is my presentation. I hand it over to my colleague Serene to conclude the presentation.
Thanks, Etta. So really, I think the narrative that we're trying to present, just the previous slide, please. Yeah, so really what all the work that has been presented today and others that aren't have been combined and used to develop these 5 action plans for our hotspot communities, but also other suggestions and recommendations at city and ward levels. Next slide, please. So just being mindful of time, I'd just like to invite Mitul, Yazid, and Etta to just maybe come back online and just to give us some quick takeaway messages in terms of what they felt were challenges or opportunities for participatory action planning. So maybe just a quick takeaway message from each of us. Maybe Mitul, can you kick off?
Thanks, Serene. There are 2 things when I look back I can reflect upon. One was Darren used to tell me that once I'll visit Honiara, my understanding of what constitutes informal settlements will change forever. And he was so true. It has. He also said that once you work with the people in the Pacific, you would want to continue working with them, which is also true. But the second most important thing that I'd like to share was when I started working on this project, it felt really daunting task. How can we design urban spaces which will ensure that it will save people's lives? It will help them with adaptation. But working with a really good team with different skill sets from different disciplinary background, as well as Darren having established local people's trust and those relationships locally, which allowed us to go ahead and conduct these co-design workshops. So without that, we wouldn't have been here presenting what we did. And I feel we all take ownership together, and hence my faith in the process has increased a lot. So that's me.
Thanks, Mitul. Yazid, just a quickly.
So I guess expanding on the process itself and the challenges that we faced this year, I think it's more and more important that we acknowledge that through the process of co-designing and co-working, it's important to open up communications pathways on both ends of the local and remotely working individuals. So I guess that's really important. And as we develop new technologies and skills to be able to kind of engage in both aspects, I would like to see how we can move further in that context and in that respect.
Great, thanks, Yazid. Etta, any comments?
I think at the end, I think our collaborative, participatory, and integrated approach in all levels of top-down and bottom-up approaches, I think, necessary for success in this project, and the change we can make through our actions in any level. It's a value here to potentially achieve a balanced action between all of these components. I think it's really necessary, this integration and balance.
Great. And I think my 2 cents at the end of it, having been engaged with the project from the start, is the importance of translation and recognizing positionality of each of both in terms of the communities and us as outsiders, but also across the various disciplines that are being brought together to through this mission of climate resilience that is that we're trying to contribute to in Honiara. So on that note, thank you all for tuning in and listening to the RMIT presentation. Please don't hesitate to engage with us directly if you've got any questions, or we'd love to hear from you. Thank you.
And we're off air. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us for this discussion today. The title of our discussion is focused on disruptive resilience. The idea of disruptive resilience is fairly simple. We argue that the nature of risk that cities across the world are facing is shifting, and therefore we need a shift in risk management and resilience building protocols, processes, policies, and programs. I have four distinguished key informants here with me today, with whom we are going to have a discussion over the next 50 minutes or so. I have Cristina Rumbaitis Del Rio, who works with the Global Commission on Adaptation. I have Dr. David Dodman, who's the director of the Human Settlements Group. Orgo Sinha Roy works with the Asian Development Bank. And Ahmad Rifai, who leads Kota Kita. A very warm welcome to all of you for this discussion. I will set the stage for the discussion in 10 minutes or so, taking you through 4 or 5 slides to really lay the foundation for what disruptive risk is. The idea of disruptive risk is fairly simple. And to define what disruptive risk is, we delved into literature on disruption, drawing on the tech and innovation space. And 3 or 4 key tenets of disruption jumped out at us. One was disruption is something that is unanticipated and an outlier. It renders existing systems redundant and impacts people at scale. All these tenets of disruption are evident in the nature of risk that cities now face. The IPCC special report on extreme events that came out a few years ago gave incontrovertible evidence that there has been a rise in a number of climate-induced extreme events. For instance, the number of extremely hot days in the United States is going to go up by 3 times through this century. Extreme rainfall events are increasing in cities across the world. This means that while the average annual rainfall might be roughly the same, it's falling in much more concentrated periods of time, leading to flooding and burdening existing drainage and sewerage systems, which then has concomitant impacts down the line. In India, incidences of extreme rainfall have increased by 3 times from 1950 to 2015. At the same time, extremely unlikely events of black swans like Hurricane Katrina are also on the rise. The flood protection infrastructure around New Orleans was built to withstand a 1 in 80-year event, whereas Hurricane Katrina was a 1 in 400-year event. And that was one of the reasons why New Orleans suffered the catastrophic damage that it did, apart from a whole host of other political, economic, and governance challenges. There is also growing statistical analysis that is indicating that statistically, there's about a 1% chance of a pandemic like COVID-19 happening in any given year. But there is also emerging analysis that due to the increasing densification of global networks, the likelihood of another such pandemic is increasing as we go ahead. So the key message here is that extreme events are on the rise. At the same time, there is a growth in complex and concurrent crises. Let's step back for a second. Large countries like India, China, the United States, Brazil are geared to withstand emergencies and disasters and shocks and stresses unfolding in a few different parts of the country. But with the pandemic, we've seen every state and every city in these countries being battered by this hazard. A recent analysis from the International Red Cross has outlined how 92 extreme events have unfolded in the very same locations that have been battling COVID-19. This has meant that almost 52 million people have been exposed to floods, droughts, storms, and the pandemic. And let's illustrate this with a few real-world examples. All of us will remember the catastrophic ammonium nitrate explosion that happened in Beirut earlier this year. The day after that explosion, Lebanon recorded its highest ever rate of COVID-19 infections. Similarly, all of us will remember Cyclone Amphan that battered the southern coast of Bangladesh and the eastern seaboard of India. In India, it impacted the Odisha state. And while Odisha over the last 2 decades or so has developed quite robust capacity of dealing with cyclones, given the history of this hazard in that area, um, they weren't able to manage this appropriately at this time because they were also battling COVID-19. To explain, one of the reasons that led to this was that Odisha has developed cyclone shelters. But when Cyclone Amphan battered Odisha, 1/4 of the cyclone shelters were being used as COVID-19 isolation chambers, stretching existing emergency response disaster risk management systems thin, as a result of which a far higher number of people were impacted by Cyclone Amphan in one way or the other, as they have been by the cyclones of the same intensity in the recent past before COVID-19. The manner in which different kinds of hazards are combining with each other and leading to these complex and concurrent risks and crises has underlined the importance of accepting that we are living in an age of radical uncertainty, where we'll never be able to fully predict how one hazard will combine with another and become a disaster in one part of the world or another. The third pillar of disruption really is the growth of transboundary and teleconnected risk. Again, the idea here is fairly simple. There has been a growth in economic and social networks, and a hazard in one place can lead to a massive disruption in another. I'll give you two key examples from the same year in 2011. Cyclone Nokten impacted Thailand, and while this had a lot of direct impacts in flooding, a few lives lost, economic damage, and disruption in Thailand, it actually led to pretty severe economic shocks in Indonesia, Japan, Malaysia, North America, Pakistan, the Philippines, South Africa, and Vietnam. And this was for a few reasons. One was that the area in Thailand where the cyclone hit was also where the car industry in Thailand was located. And a lot of the parts that were used in the supply of, in the production of cars in these other countries were disrupted, leading to downstream economic impacts. The same thing happened for the production of hard disks. A lot of the components that form hard disks that are used in computer manufacturing across the world were produced in this part of Thailand, which then led to disruptions in the production of computers across the world and a spike in hard disk prices. Again, that also had downstream economic impacts. In the same year, in Arizona, there was an extreme heat event in one part of Arizona that led to a important electricity cable tripping. This isolated incident in one state, in one country, led to power shortages across the United States and Mexico, leading to water shortages and sewage spills, indicating how one hydrometeorological impact in one place can lead to the catastrophic failures of larger systems that have downstream impacts. There is also growing acknowledgement that COVID-19 is disrupting global supply chains from pharmaceuticals to textiles, but the true impact of this is only going to be felt a few months from now. The final thing worth mentioning here is that all these shifts in risk are rendering existing systems of risk management less useful and more redundant. We've all heard the stories of the lack of ventilators and the scarcity of intensive care unit beds during COVID-19, but more fundamental weaknesses in risk management policies, processes, and protocols are only now coming to light. For instance, recent analysis of India's Disaster Management Act has determined that it really fails to adequately define what a disaster is, as a result of which there was initial confusion around who would lead the charge against the pandemic in a country such as India. And therefore, there is really a need for fundamental shifts in managing risk, while the idea of resilience with its emphasis on redundancy, modularity, and flexibility is extremely salient and relevant for dealing with disruptive risk. We need new ways of bringing this vision of resilience to life. So I think after these opening remarks, we'll switch swiftly to our panel. I'll turn to David first. David, now you've heard what disruptive risk is. Tell us how you build disruptive resilience.
Well, hello, everybody, thanks, Aditya, for organising this, and it's wonderful to be on such a great panel with people who I know from a range of settings and whose inputs and opinions I really value. So to talk a bit about some of the changes that are needed in existing risk management protocols to respond to disruptive risk. I think one of the things that stands out from what you presented, Aditya, is that this changing nature of risk and this increasing disruption really takes place in all of the different underlying drivers of risk in cities. There's disruption in the forms of exposure through rapid urban growth, particularly in low-income countries, disruption in the forms of hazard, the changes around climate change, and disruptions in vulnerability, and of course, not least at the moment, through the really massive health and economic shocks of COVID. So if we're thinking about what needs to be changed to improve risk management and resilience, I think there are different ways that we can slice that cake and organize the responses. One of the things that I spend a lot of time on is the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC, the 6th assessment report, where we're looking in one chapter at vulnerability and adaptation in cities, settlements, and infrastructure. And in that situation, the way we're organizing the responses to risk are around different types of infrastructure, around improvements to social infrastructure, planning, livelihoods, education, health, and disaster response. Adapting nature-based infrastructure, which I think is one of the areas where there really is significant new evidence and significant new good practice in urban areas for resilience. The ways in which nature-based infrastructure can be effective for temperature, air quality, coastal flooding, water and food provision. And then the third form of infrastructure that we focused on there is on physical infrastructure. The design of the hard infrastructure, including water and sanitation, transport, buildings, energy, ICT. So I think that's one way of looking at it, different types of infrastructure. And we're looking at it in that way in the IPCC because we're bound to review and base our findings on peer-reviewed published research. But of course, the world moves much faster than peer-reviewed published research. And I think that's why the framework around disruptive risk and disruptive resilience that we've been thinking of, and I think if the slide is up, there's a link to that on the slide, is another way of thinking about ways of building disruptive resilience in response to these shocks and stresses. So we start in a promising place. We start in a place in which resilience has become increasingly normalized within the work of academics, NGOs, practitioners, bilateral and multilateral development agencies. And indeed, the composition of this panel shows that resilience is accepted in a wide range of these settings. So the new challenge then is how to move from a resilience business as usual, which is increasingly accepted, into resilience that really responds to these heightened and disruptive risks. So here's 5 areas in which I think that's important, and hopefully we also begin to have examples of where it's been possible and that we can build on. So the first is attitudes towards informality. There's tended to be an approach to urban planning and development, including urban resilience planning, that sees informal settlements and the informal economy as an irrelevance at best and an annoyance at worst. And it sought to remove informal settlements or to regularize informal livelihoods. And in some cases that means that there's usually an ignoring of the voices and priorities of people living in informal settlements and working in the informal sector. And so the shift that's proposed is that we move towards a disruptive approach to informality that treats local people, local institutions, and the local economy as full partners in decision making, recognizing that from a purely practical point of view, interventions around informality that don't draw on the knowledge, skills, and experience of the people who live and work in those settings are less likely to succeed. And from a more moral perspective of the benefits of including people in the decisions that affect their own lives. A second area would be around finance. where there's not been adequate recognition of the need to transform financial systems to cope with the nature of these new threats. And some of this is a legacy issue around the lack of devolved responsibility or devolved financing to subnational governments. Some of it is around the different leakages that take place between the formal sources of development finance or climate finance and the intended beneficiaries and the intended outcomes. So there are different forms of finance that could be explored and used. Some of them around municipal finance, thinking about what the potential role might be for municipal bonds. Some of it around strengthening own source finance, own source revenue at subnational levels. Some of it around creating different sorts of funds where the decision making is devolved as well, drawing on some of the lessons that we have from participatory budgeting, particularly in South America, but elsewhere as well. We need to modify the services and systems, and I think Aditya's presentation really spoke very strongly about the way in which probability estimates are no longer appropriate in this new normal, and how ideas of a redundancy in systems and safe failure need to be accepted as the norm. Some of this is around ideas of adaptive management, where responses are taken in response to new responses are taken, drawing on new information and being able to be flexible. And a lot of that is around innovation as well. And I suppose there's almost a paradox in innovation that this requires an element of risk. It requires accepting that not all solutions are going to work or be effective, but that new efforts need to be made to try new things that are frugal, that rely on local knowledge, and where some of them may not be successful, but where we have to try new things and then share information about new things across locations. And finally, this needs to be supported by data, where again we've tended to rely for planning on periodic surveys, on periodic censuses, on fairly expensive and fairly static approaches to generating data, whereas there are some really good examples of different kinds of data that can be used to support decision making for urban resilience. Data that's generated, some of it in the forms of big data that draws on new forms of new technologies, and that's increasingly being used in the corporate world. Some of it on bottom-up data, the kind of data that communities can generate through profiling and surveys, and where there's an added benefit to the data generation in that it can improve community cohesion and community recognition of challenges in response to them. So I think those 5 key areas perhaps cross-cut across thinking the different kinds of infrastructures where these changes need to be made, are some of the things which might be appropriate for thinking about how we respond to disruptive risk with more disruptive resilience.
Great, David, thank you. That all sounds fantastic and very methodical, but tell us, and I mean, people will find it difficult to disagree with these shifts, but tell us really what inhibits these shifts. Why hasn't the world embraced these in the way that they should have? What are some of the factors that we need to overcome to really make the transition from treating the informal sector as a pariah to really embracing them as partners, from using new forms of data and financing that you've laid out to us on this slide?
Thanks for a nice simple question at 6 o'clock in the morning in the UK, Aditya. I think that an understanding of the underlying dynamics that drive urbanization more broadly are significant here. That we can't see risk and resilience as somehow being isolated from all the other processes and all of the other priorities for urban managers and for governments. And so some of these things that I think are significant here, the underlying land markets in urban areas, which force settlements in certain locations where land is cheaper and which are often less safe. The very powerful interests that often control land markets and the economic benefits from controlling land markets. The planning mechanisms in cities which are often not sufficiently powerful to be able to cope with the forces. I mean, often the comments about how urban planning is used are around planning low-income and informal settlements, but often the mechanisms for planning even more incapable of influencing or shaping what's done by rich and powerful actors. So I think looking at land markets and how they operate and how planning functions around land markets is one real inhibiting factor. And I think more broadly around the way that the urban economy is shaped, as the tension of I think a very legitimate claim by municipal governments for higher levels of control over what happens in municipalities, but also where that frequently comes with a more entrepreneurial mindset around capturing investment. How can that again perfectly legitimate motive of city governments be twinned with a motive that is also one that addresses resilience? And some of it, there are complementarities. I mean, if an urban location is able to demonstrate that it thinks seriously about resilience, it becomes a better site for capital investment. But it needs to be done in a way that also takes into account the residents of the city, and particularly the lower income residents. And finally, inertia is very powerful as well. And I think that that's where making some of these bold statements is relevant, because inertia is a powerful source of what gets built in cities. And so making some of these grander statements to try and push away from inertia, I think, does have some value.
Thanks, David. Talking about inertia, I now want to play a little role-playing exercise with you. I am an empowered government official with the power to really shape urban development in a city of your choice in the global south. I'm in the lift. I get out of my car. I'm in the lift. I'm going up to my office. Suddenly, I find David Dodman in the lift with me, and you have 30 seconds to tell me why I should embrace any of these shifts that you're advocating for on this slide. Go.
I would come straight back to the point about linking the investment and economic benefits of your city to the benefits of building resilience. I would come straight back to your responsibilities to your to the electorate and the ability to meet the needs of your electorate. And I would play to your vanity in saying the opportunity to really be a leader in a national and a global scale is here and is yours for the taking.
That's fantastic, David. If I found myself in a lift with you, I would be convinced completely. But more seriously, I think before we turn to our next speaker, reflect a little bit on what you think are the enabling conditions for some of these shifts to happen. I know the paper that you mentioned here also outlines examples where some of these shifts are taking place. So it's not just a pie in the sky. What are you finding? What does it take to affect some of these shifts?
I mean, some of them, they're very closely integrated, and it's hard to see anything as being in itself sufficient, while there are many things that are necessary. I think something around the governance environment is critical. Having an accountable governance system, having one which recognises the roles of the corporate private sector, of the formal institutions of government, and of civil society and grassroots organisations. And if a functioning and effective governance system, I think, is critical there. I think that it needs to be supported by data and by information, both about the scale of the challenges and the actions that can be taken to address them. And I think I'd say the third pillar in the enabling environment is finance. Having revenue streams and investment streams, which would need to come from multiple sources. I mean, I think that's significant around the enabling environment for finance, but particularly in cities in the global south, neither government-owned source, neither central government transfer, nor municipal government owned source taxation revenue, nor investments and loans or international development aid. None of them on their own will be sufficient. There'll need to be financial systems and mechanisms for blending and using finance effectively.
Got it. So no silver bullets, but a mix of different pieces of the jigsaw come together. Got it. I'll turn to our next speaker now, Dr. Cristina Rumbaitis Del Rio. I know at the moment you work with the Global Commission on Adaptation, but I know you from your previous life as someone who really catalyzed the global field of practice on urban resilience in your leadership role on the Asian Cities Climate Change Resilience Network. As someone who's thought about the issue of urban resilience very deeply, reflect a little bit on the things that David has just said. Tell us whether you agree with this postulation of disruptive resilience, and if you think the shifts that have been identified are likely to make a tangible difference to the lives of vulnerable urban communities living in the kinds of cities that you worked in the past.
Thanks, Aditya. Thanks for that very generous introduction, and for constructing this really informative conversation. I'd like to pick up on one aspect that David spoke about, which is the issue of informality and local institutions and decision making. And I should mention that my network is being a little bit disruptive today, so if need be, I might switch off video or switch to my mobile hotspot. Speaking of disruptive resilience, so let me know if it is indeed disruptive. But getting back to the point on informality and the need to really empower local institutions to make decisions seen from the COVID situation.
Christina, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Sorry to interrupt. You are cutting out.
Am I breaking up?
Let's try it without the video.
Okay. I will try that, and I may also try moving to my mobile hotspot. Hopefully I'm still audible. And apologies for this disruption. But getting to the point of informality in local institutions, it's really critical that those institutions be there and be equipped and ready to take action when they're needed. And one of the things we've seen with COVID, with a global pandemic, is that it's really the institutions that are there in situ that are responding and on the front lines. And for instance, Slum Dweller International setting up hand washing station in informal settlements, providing food, providing masks, really responding to the urgent needs that populations are facing. Because there isn't help coming from the outside. There isn't the ability to respond on the global scale. And I think climate change poses a very similar threat in which it might not be possible to get help from the outside everywhere that it will be needed when there are much larger shocks and much more extreme events. And so that's why the Global Commission on Adaptation has chosen to focus on the issue of locally led adaptation and the need to support.
Sorry to interrupt. That's what I actually wanted to get to. Tell us a little bit now about the Global Commission on Adaptation to those who may not be familiar listening in. What is this Global Commission on Adaptation and what is your role within it? And specifically, how is what you're doing with the Commission going to help people deal with the kinds of disruptive risks that we discussed at the top of the session?
Sure. The Global Commission on Adaptation was set up in 2018, launched in 2018. It is co-chaired by former Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, Kristalina Georgieva, who is the head of the IMF, and Bill Gates, and has about 30 other notable commissioners. And it was set up really to scale up the political momentum and attention to climate change adaptation, which long has lagged behind climate change mitigation in terms of the political space and attention and funding, certainly. And the Commission came out with a flagship report in September of 2019 that really makes the case that there is a significant return on investment for taking early action. But that to do that, we really need some fundamental changes in how we plan, in our understanding, and how we finance and assess risks. And I think this disruptive risk and resilience framework really feeds very well into some of the recommendations that the Commission put out. My role within that is I support a number of different action tracks that the Commission has set up to really scale up action areas. And in particular, I've been working on the locally led adaptation action track, which is a group of partners and organizations, including donors, multilaterals, but also grassroots organizations, social movements, and networks that have really come together to identify the need to strengthen, to increase the amount of funding going down to the local level and local level actors, but also strengthen the decision making and the mandate for those local actors to take action and be leaders of adaptation action rather than just beneficiaries. So we've been working over the past over a year now to develop a set of principles for locally led adaptation, to guide investment and action towards that devolution of decision making and finance down to the local level, to increase the amount of flexibility that local level actors have to take action, to increase the transparency of where money is going and where decision making lies. And to increase the connectivity between local projects, local actors, but also to connecting up to the national level and international level and across domains. You know, we have pots of money that are for development, pots of money that are for disaster risk reduction, pots of money that are for urban development. And often they could be working in concert with one another, but in reality are quite fragmented and often just very difficult to access. So we're trying to tackle all of these issues together in partnership with many institutions, including some of the ones represented on this panel.
Right. Thanks, Christina. I think the Commission also recently put out a call for action for recovering from COVID-19 in a way that the recovery also contributes to tackling climate change and building resilience. What does that really mean? What can you do to recover from COVID and reduce emissions and increase resilience? Give us a few tangible examples of what people in cities can really do to achieve these three objectives.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thanks. There's a lot that can be done, and we find that a lot of the actions that build resilience and recovery to COVID actually help build a bridge to longer term climate change resilience and adaptation. One is the issue of local institutions and investing in that local capacity that I mentioned previously, and I think that's absolutely fundamental. Because as I said, if you don't have those institutions, they won't be there when you need them the most in the aftermath of a disaster. Second, resilient systems, resilient communities drive economic growth. You need that fundamental security to be able to make investments, to be able to plan for the longer term with some sense of security. And so that's an important driver of economic growth. And I guess a kind of third angle, I'd say, is, and this is picking up on the point that David was making on information and innovation, or data and innovation. I'm seeing a lot of interesting examples using digital technology, both to provide information to communities on how to respond, on how to protect themselves, on what to do, what not to do. But also as being kind of an intermediation factor and connecting people in new ways. And just an example from Dhaka, where small-scale fishermen are now connecting with consumers directly to sell their fish, to get their product to market instead of having to go through a series of intermediaries which reduce their profit. Now, obviously, that's not available to every consumer and every low-income consumer, but it helps keep the engines of growth going.
Fascinating.
As just an example.
Thanks, Christina. Before I move on to our next speaker, Ahmed, I want you to humor me and play a word association game. I'm going to say a word, and you say the first word that comes to your mind after that. Disruption.
Resilience.
Resilience. You can't say disruption.
Hey, sorry, you broke up on my end. Can you repeat that?
Resilience.
Buzzword.
Local.
Grounded.
COVID-19.
I'm trying to think of a clean word to say. Lesson learning.
Thank you, Christina. We're going to come back to you for a final question. But that was really interesting, really useful. I'm going to turn to Ahmed Rifai now, who works in Indonesia, leads the work of the Kota Kita Foundation. Ahmed, tell us a little bit about, first, feel free to reflect on what you've heard up till now, but what we'd really like to know from you is, we know that you work with poor and vulnerable urban communities across the country. Many of these communities are already battling the impacts of climate change, and on top of this, they've had to deal with COVID-19. Illustrate for us what have been some of the vulnerabilities and strategies that people have used to cope with these multiple interacting shocks and stresses.
Thank you, Aditya. I think what I would like to start to say about our interaction with vulnerable group in the urban setting is that during the pandemic, I think before pandemic, we can really mobilize our resource to really work with the people in the ground, stuff like that. But now with a disruptive condition like this, we have really limitation to kind of connect with our project and also with our community. But at least we still work at 3 levels right now, especially working with the informal settlement and informal economy. And then one of our work right now is with disabled people. And then this is also one of the example how COVID for example, disabled people in different cities in Indonesia. We did a survey with University College London recently on the project on assistive technology and how this pandemic has impacted people, a person with disability. It's a very, very kind of worse impacted that we saw. So for example, group of people with disability, most of the person with disability in Indonesia, we can say like poor, because they have a limit access to resources. So for example, the blind people that we interview many of them, and most of their job is actually a masser, like a therapist for massage, and they lost their job because there is no interaction. Social distancing make no people come to these people to kind of massage, so they don't have income. And the worst thing about this kind of vulnerability, the government do not have enough kind of strong data to reach them, because what is the detailed data that the government have, it's not up to kind of level that it's needed. So we help with many kind of survey and then also census for disabled people, so the government can better address the issues around person with disability. One other example, so for example, in the urban poor in Jakarta, on March, when we work with them to kind of assist them to access a social protection called PKH program, or we call it as a Family Hope program in Jakarta. And then after March, there is a pandemic, and the government want to distribute a bansos or social assistance to many of the poor in Jakarta. But member of association called Serikat Perjuangan Rakyat Indonesia, or Associations of Poor Urban Poor Struggle, something like that. So they organize they member. They have 36 kampung in Jakarta organized with they member can around maybe 5,000 people of urban poor. They surveyed, and 78% of their member didn't receive that social assistance. It's amazing because lacking of data by the government in the disruptive situation like this can be worse, because thousands of urban poor didn't receive any assistance at all. And then in this case, like many of them working in informal sector, but we also did some kind of series of conversation on the informal talk, we call it, a few months ago, and we discussed with many kind of association of urban informality in Jakarta, and also some NGO who work on this urban informality. This informal sector was kind of struck by the pandemic, but the ability to recover is also amazing. Right. They change their mode of operation into informal online economy. So
sure. Ahmed, sorry to interrupt, can I ask you? I think, thank you for raising the issues of the most marginalized, even within marginalized and vulnerable communities. I wanted to ask you, based on this experience that you're talking about, having heard what David, as a global researcher working on this theme, and Christina as someone who's working with a big international advocacy initiative on adaptation, what advice would you give them in order to make their work a little more resonant with what's happening on the ground?
I think one thing that I like from Christina says that focus on the local adaptation. I think facilitating this kind of mode of coping mechanism, I think it's really good approach, because there are many ideal concepts and it's very much in the ground that can be supported by this kind of models of development approach. And I think one more thing that maybe can be encouraged by international development agency and stuff like that, to encourage government to be able to have a flexibility to reallocate budget when this kind of like disruptive condition happen. I think
great point.
What I really appreciate from the Indonesian government is that there are many budget that reallocate to kind of cover the issues around COVID and then this kind of crisis. So it's pretty kind of good to kind of then use that budget to tackle this kind of disruptive condition.
Great, that's a really useful thing that I think we should think about. Emma, thank you so much for your input. I'm going to come back to you in a minute, but I wanted to go to our next speaker, Orgo Roy from the Asian Development Bank. Orgo, I know you've thought about vulnerability at the local level long and hard as part of a big and powerful multilateral bank. Tell us a little bit about your efforts and the bank's work to make sure that vulnerable communities are more resilient to multiple different interacting shocks and stresses from COVID-19 and climate change.
Thanks, Aditya, and thanks to the organizers for this great panel, and good to see friends on the panel, actually. Let me just start with what David was mentioning, that it is true that most organizations have embraced resilience. And if I look at from ADB's perspective, which is a multilateral development bank, resilience is in the tagline of our longer-term strategy 2030. But along with resilience is also inclusiveness and sustainability. So I think it goes together, the whole aspect of inclusiveness and resilience, which Christina was also saying. But to further unpack it, I mean, from ADB's point of view, I think a great shift has been there that in our long-term strategy, the strategy identifies operational priorities, 7 topics, but these priorities are not organized as per sectors, but as per themes. So you don't have a priority on urban development, but you have a priority on livable cities. Similarly, you have a priority on food security and resilience, etc. Now, which automatically means that it gives a signal out that moving forward, there are needs to move away more and more from sector-focused investments to more cross-cutting thematic investments, which looks at each sector at a wider system level, which I think is absolutely critical to follow your, what David was talking about, how do you unpack disruptive resilience in terms of actions. So that's at the strategy level. But then when we go down to the, let's say, the urban space, and if you really want to build resilience of the, let's say, the urban poor and the vulnerable population, I think there's a great recognition within ADB that you cannot have interventions just at one scale. Even if you want the impact to have at city level, you need to have certain set of interventions at national level, at provincial, at city and local level, because otherwise they don't come together. And this is specifically important because in Asia Pacific, while decentralization is quite common in many countries, if you really look carefully at the different tiers of cities, not all tiers of cities have equal level of responsibility, mandates, or capacity to generate revenue, etc. Right? So a lot of them, specifically the lower tier cities, which are really small cities but growing very fast, are dependent a lot on national government directives, policies, and even fiscal transfers. So in that case, we really don't try to convince and work with the national government to improve their systems, then of course the local, the city level impacts, they don't materialize. And at this level, it's also important to recognize that we're talking about resilience and risk, which is by nature in a cost boundary, etc. But not every country provides the opportunity for cities to work with each other in terms of common investments, whether it's solid waste management or watershed management, whatever it is. So there are importance of working at that national and provincial level. But even at the city level, if I just focus down to one sector, let's say finance sector, and it's important to understand that since you're talking about over here multiple shocks, but also large uncertainties, right? Which means that you need a city government to have a budget which is capable of capital expenditure to reduce the risk, but also expend around recurrent expenditure because the operations and maintenance regime will completely change in some parts of the world because of climate impacts, but at the same time have sufficient fiscal space to respond to shocks which are unanticipated, as we said, in a more efficient and predictable manner, which means the financial systems in which cities are functioning needs to be reapproached and perhaps changed and strengthened. And my last point is, so along with moving from sectors to systems, from national and city level, both as entry points. And third is an approach we think increasingly is important, is looking at investments which are producing multiple benefits. And this change in narrative from risk to benefits, which I think Christina also highlighted, is actually very critical because from a decision maker's point of view, if you immediately produce the benefits or show the benefits, then the interests are much higher. And if the benefits are multiple, then uptake is also more, but also allows you to address some of these multiple shocks. So if you look at nature-based solutions, which have nature-based solutions which are linked to livelihood solutions or labor productivity or health issues, then of course the investments are much more holistic in many ways and much more, I would say, locally grounded. So, moving forward, while I'm saying all these good things, it's not that everything is operationalized. It takes time, but there are emerging perspectives within the bank to move broadly towards this direction, and hopefully we can see some results in coming years.
Thanks, Orgo. I think you touched upon a number of really interesting points. I wish we had another 50 minutes to go into the 3 or 4 important issues that you raised. I do want to ask you, though, is COVID-19 an opportunity to move to a new way of doing things, to move to business unusual, a phrase that IIED is very fond of?
In short, yes, it is an opportunity. And it's an opportunity which is a very small window. So if you don't capitalize on that window, then you'll go back to a normal track. But I think it's also important to recognize that this opportunity is, it doesn't mean that one has to do everything together. I think countries are cash-strapped. They are already stressed. So, but if the countries have the right vision in place and the right, I would say, the interest, then they could come up with a package of solutions which, while meeting some of the immediate needs of the COVID-19, can also lay the pathway for some of the longer-term resilience requirements.
Great point. That's really crisp. Thank you. Ahmed Rifai, in 10 seconds, can you tell us, is COVID-19 an opportunity to move towards a new way of doing things? If so, how?
I think I would pick up one of the opportunity from what David says on about data. An example from our work in Jakarta is that poor people the urban will start to understand how powerful is technology to help them to collect data in the ground. So the exercise that we did with the 36 locus of urban poor in Jakarta shows that even though this is like very disruptive situation, but they can really mobilize the way how they can change their work from very offline to very online mode. I think this is the future.
Yeah. Christina, COVID-19, an opportunity? If so, how? 10 seconds. Christina?
Sorry, the connection is really bad on my end. I feel like my internet is being particularly disruptive. COVID is definitely an opportunity. I feel like it's teaching us a humility and a fundamental need for solidarity and connection. And I think that's a profound lesson that will do us well.
David, is COVID-19 an opportunity to move to disruptive resilience?
I mean, I shy away from describing something so horrendous as an opportunity. I think what we've learned that's really significant is that it is possible to do things radically different at scale in a very short time. And if we can apply that to some other challenges that we face, then it is something we've learned that's significant.
With that, thank you all very much. I think we've run out of time. It's been an extremely rich discussion. And thank you for everyone who's joined us on YouTube and other platforms to watch this presentation from our four fantastic panelists.
Thank you, Aditya.
Goodbye and good afternoon.
Well, thank you very much, Aditya and David and